Recording, streaming 2:47 p.m. 7th of February 2026. My ears are completely like they need to pop. Like they're completely plugged. Um Without earplugs in. I think it's a blood pressure thing. Feeling stressed out. I applied to an apartment. I need to do like 4. I guess I've got a little bit of time if I apply to apartments today, but you probably won't expect to hear back from them until at least Monday. When the fuck would you expect to move in? Are you gonna spend money on a storage unit just to have it for like a week? Because I think it took like a week for me to move in to my apartment where I lived since 2015. And that's if you get just as lucky. Like there's an opening and you get it. I had a job with an income in 2015. Now I don't. Like, this was incredibly fucked up. Um, what else can I say? Because I don't want to fill out the applications on stream. Because they ask for all sorts of stuff. I'm frustrated because no one was suggesting, like last week, there was never a suggestion of like, why don't you just get rehoused? It's like, here's all of these shelter services that now I can't bring my stuff to. Just like dwindling you down more. I'm just really upset. Um I really didn't think I was even gonna get evicted. Plain and simple. So it just never crossed my mind that I should look for different housing. It has to be the most, are you fucking kidding me? And what? I noticed something. The people that were running my building, it was like a husband wife property management company or something. And it looks like one of them, it was over here. Yeah. Isn't this the name of the guy? Like the husband? But I mean, can you have your own property management company and work for one? I don't, there's no, is that weird? I'm pretty sure that's the same person because it's kind of a unique name. It could be a different person. I never saw them in person. I have no way of. It doesn't say anything about, unless it's like here. No, yeah, reach. To sneeze. Hmm. Yeah, they made their own company. Noted. I don't. Yeah, this stuff is sponsored by like my health insurance. It's like, what the fuck? That's a sound. I don't know what the hell, but I noticed that. Anyway, uh, I guess that's it for right now. Just like wanted to check in. Yeah, I mean, I talked for like 5 hours this morning about a lot of topics with the $106 million, and maybe there's a news thing I could play. Just keep, driving that home.
Tax expertise without hidden fees. Switch to a TurboTax expert for $150.
Okay, turning now to a major update from the city of Portland today. Remember that unspent housing money that council has been arguing about lately? Well, now, according to a memo from the city administrator, an additional $60 million were found, meaning more than $100 million in unspent housing money has been discovered. So what is going on? Well, here's how it all shakes out. Nearly 21 million are in rental services funds. Those were announced in November, but the rest of these are new. Nearly 25 million in a housing investment fund, nearly 20 million in short-term rental fees, and 4 more funds that hold more than 62 million unspent dollars. Just your garden variety, $100 million. City Administrator Raymond Lee wrote in the memo that there are unique circumstances around this money, making him believe that this is an isolated incident, though Lee did recommend that the city hire someone to investigate how the Housing Bureau manages its money.
The crap now. Um, Hoping it means that at least there's going to be some understanding that there's going to be funds distributed by the time, like, if I get a fucking apartment. Like, what the fuck, dude? Um, yeah, okay. Um, I forgot what I was doing.
You should not be using clothes like these if you're a side sleeper, because what it's doing is putting pressure.
Okay, turning now to
I want to make a recording. Media start.
major update from the city of Portland today. Remember the unspent housing money that council has been arguing about lately? Well, now, according to a memo from the city administrator, an additional $60 million were found, meaning more than $100 million in unspent housing money has been discovered. So what is going on? Well, here's how it all shakes out. Nearly 21 million are in rental services funds. Those were announced.
It's such a short video. I'm gonna make it nicer.
Okay, turning now to a major update from the city of Portland today. Remember that unspent housing money that council has been arguing about lately? Well, now, according to a memo from the city administrator, an additional $60 million were found, meaning more than $100 million in unspent housing money has been discovered. So what is going on? Well, here's how it all shakes out. Nearly 21 million are in rental services funds. Those were announced in November, but the rest of these are new. Nearly 25 million in a housing investment fund, nearly 20 million in short-term rental fees, and 4 more funds that hold more than 62 million unspent dollars. Just your garden variety, $100 million. City Administrator Raymond Lee wrote in the memo that there are unique circumstances around this money, making him believe that this is an isolated incident, though Lee did recommend that the city hire someone to investigate how the Housing Bureau manages its money.
I hope that didn't.
Portland today. Remember that unspent housing money that council has been arguing about lately? Well, now, according to a memo from the city administrator, an additional $60 million were found, meaning more than $100 million in unspent housing money has been discovered. So what is going on? Well, here's how it all shakes out. Nearly 21 million are in rental services funds. Those were announced in November, but the rest of these are new. Nearly 25 million just isolated instances that there are new. Nearly 25 million in a housing investment fund. Nearly 20 million.
I'm gonna put a TikTok.
Okay, turning now to a major update from the city of Portland today. Remember that unspent housing money that council has been arguing about lately? Well, now, according to a memo from the city administrator, an additional $60 million were found, meaning more than $100 million in unspent housing money has been discovered. So what is going on?
Talk about today. I am in New York still. I'm talking to Zoran Ally, Claire Valdez for New York 7. We're going to put another socialist in Congress, hopefully. I will have, of course, longtime champion of the stream, Felix Biederman, on later. Talk about Woke 2.0 and how Clavicular got mobbed by the Arizona frat lord. We'll talk about the Iran-U.S. talks, what's happening with Cuba, the Epstein fallout, and of course, Donald Trump is refusing to apologize for the Barack Obama ape post that he put out on his Truth Social. Anyway, love you guys. See you right now. We're live.
Okay, turning now to a major update from the city of Portland. Okay, turning to a major update from the city of Portland today. Remember that unspent housing money that council has been arguing about lately? Well, now, according to a memo from the city administrator, an additional $60 million were found, meaning more than $100 million in unspent housing money has been discovered. So what is going on? Well, here's how it all shakes out. Nearly 21 million are in rental services.
Being about
Okay, turning now to a major update from the city of Portland today. Remember that unspent housing money that council has been arguing about lately? Well, now, according to a memo from the city administrator, an additional $60 million were found, meaning more than $100 million in unspent housing money has been discovered. So what is going on? Well, here's how it all shakes out. Nearly 21 million are in rental services funds. Those were announced in November, but the rest of these are new. Nearly 25 million in a housing investment fund. Nearly 20 million in short-term rental fees, and 4 more funds that hold more than 62 million unspent dollars. Just your garden variety, $100 million. City Administrator Raymond Lee wrote in a memo.
tired. Miss Hassan. I don't.
Elevators.
Do you?
Yeah, Will and I almost died in one.
Oh yeah, true.
Not a fan, but
You don't
sometimes
remember
I can't
elevator gate on the podcast?
help it.
One time, bro.
One time is all you need.
And I know nothing of his finances, but he is essentially, without saying, I don't want a money max, he's basically saying, like, I don't think about that because I'll get max. He's basically saying, like, I don't think about that because I'll get.
What the fuck? Hold on, I'm gonna flip it. Boom. Bruh. Come on now. Wait, let's see if I brought the mics. Because you never use them, so I don't even think we bring them now.
I mean, it's always good to bring it. They would have helped today. Well,
No, didn't bring the mics. Hot as fuck in here.
so like, yeah, when you deactivate this,
Yeah, I know.
Then it makes them
not like
shy.
if people are like talking in a low voice from afar. No, there's no additional noise gate. I know all this stuff. I'm telling you, it's just like fucking randomly doesn't work. I don't know what it is.
but well,
Thanks, man. Wow, you were so helpful. You knew. Yeah, you really did a. You were noise gated when you swapped? No, I know, chatter. The noise gate is on right now, but my problem is sometimes when I'm noise gated, I'm not actually noise gated. Thanks, March. That's the problem. It says I'm noise gated when I'm not actually noise gated. Okay? Understand? All right, let's get back to this radio show host that was defending the whatchamacallit, defending the old Babe. What's up? Okay. All right. March is setting up political guests for me now that he finds on Instagram. He gets thirst trapped by people on Instagram and he's like, yo, this guy's sexy. You should have him on stream. I'm not even joking.
So I generally don't ask questions this way, but I just have to because to me, it's so obvious. Explain to me how this is not racist.
Well, first off, I think it's racist just to assume that apparently black people own looking like monkeys. Apparently, we're just supposed to own it. So if someone says we look like a monkey or that they put us on a monkey body or like what they did with the advertisement where the black kid had a monkey outfit, uniform on, just like the white kids did, it's somehow racist. So blacks should view themselves as monkeys. And anytime someone calls us that or puts us on the head of a figure, that we're supposed to be immediately outraged that this person is doing this. And let me explain to you.
Tommy, I'm sorry, I can't just let that go without asking you something. Have you learned anything or studied history in this country around slavery and the depictions of black people in this country during slavery?
No, I have. Yes, sir.
Okay, and you know that that was a common thing to equate black people to apes or monkeys. And usually it was a reference to they came from Africa, so they must be apes and monkeys. Are you aware of that?
Yeah, well, the idea of they came from Africa, there's a lot of animals that came from Africa. As a matter of fact, all of the ones that were depicted in the video, you guys didn't show the whole
Tommy,
video.
come on,
Biden
man.
was also a monkey. Well, Biden was a monkey in the video too, so why aren't we outraged? As black people, we have carte blanche to call anybody anything we want. And I'm from the
That's
South.
not true. That's
Well,
not true.
who can't we call a name? Y'all have had people on your show that call white people.
That's awesome. Being this guy is awesome. Okay. I mean, what a battle to fight in 2026. You know what I mean? He's like, black people have it too good because we get to say all the words, whereas like white people can't say all the words. There's one word that they can't say, and that's really fucked up. And also, you know, a white guy was portrayed as a monkey too. Why is that not offensive? That's crazy. That's a crazy guy to be in 2026. Like, respect. It's almost like it's disrespect, but it's like almost respect given that this is how he operates. Background info on the video. The X account that created the video Donald Trump shared depicting Barack and Michelle Obama as apes was previously behind the clip the U.S. president shared that portrayed him as a pilot dumping excrement on No Kings protesters. Note the matching watermark. Oh my God, Felix went to the wrong hotel. That's amazing. I told him which hotel to go to. And he's like, "Bro, where are you?" I'm like explaining to him like how to get to my room, and he's like, "I'm confused." And it's like a little confusing. And it turns out he just went to the fucking wrong hotel. That's so funny. Hold on.
Aliens that
I'm
call
gonna
white
change.
people
I'm
devils.
gonna keep changing.
No one gets in trouble on national television for calling a white man a devil.
I mean, a devil is not
just a bad person.
A devil doesn't equate to race. It equates to character.
No, we actually, if the person beside you would tell you the truth, we actually believe that the white people are devil, and many believe that we're aliens. We believe
I'll give you
Tommy,
an example. No,
please,
hold on. I can give him an example.
Argument, Tommy, don't put me in your. I'm not trying to. I'm not shoulder to shoulder with you.
You asked me though, but you asked me if I knew a historical context, and so when I give you one back,
we're talking. You're trying to talk about calling white people devils. No one's saying that that's okay, but that is a different thing than what we're talking about.
What I'm trying to say is, as a black person, I refuse to believe that every time I see a depiction of a monkey and a white person doing it, I'm supposed to be outraged and automatically just upset. So I'm just agreeing that this is the depiction of me and my people.
It's so ride or die with certain people in Trump's camp that can't you bend the knee on one issue and still be a Trump supporter? Isn't this just one too far?
Oh, no, listen, I am one, if you watch my show, I criticize him as well. I think the people who support someone the most should be the ones that are most critical of them. Should he have posted this as a president? I think 100% not. There's a lot of things that he does as a president that are unprecedented.
We saw Tim Scott be able to say this is wrong, and I'm not sure why you can't say this was wrong.
Well, first off, again, I would use the word racist versus wrong. They're two different things. When I hear the word of racist, I'm supposed to just be afraid Klan member. And you have to understand, I've been black my whole life. And unlike you, I've been
that makes two of us.
That's what I was going to say, but unlike
you.
So
now we're going to do colorism?
I was going to say, but
now we're going to do colorism?
Bro, that's crazy. Dude, I've been black my whole life is the number one, like, when you see a black conservative say, I've been black my whole life, the follow-up to that is almost always defending the most white supremacist shit you've ever heard. It's like literally the CPAC moment. It's the CPAC moment. Anytime I hear that from a black speaker at like the RNC or CPAC, I know the follow-up to that is just going to be the craziest thing. It's always like, listen, it's the only thing that's racist is if you're saying the N-word with a hard R, and that's only if you're wearing a Klan robe while simultaneously burning a cross and you're lynching a black teenager. That is the only time it's racist. And even then, depending on like if they are a Republican candidate that I must defend, I might still defend it. Like, oh, well, you know, the black people beat white people too. I mean, that's not racist. Like, you know, some shit like that is crazy.
Okay. But unlike you, wait a minute. But unlike you, I've been dark skinned my whole life. Okay. And you know what I've been told? You know what I've been told by black folks? That same monkey, crispy, blackie, midnight, smokes, and all these words are supposedly okay that black people use against their own people. When you're trying to insult someone, you go towards things that they don't like. I don't agree with the fact that we can say, well, we can diss these people and that diss is okay. But that diss is a diss too far. Because when we diss this man and we call him an orange orangutan, but that's okay for us to call him that because he's supposed to be able to accept it. I think insults either need to stop or be accepted all the way around. There's no way for me to tell you, you should have a governor on what you say to me, but I don't have a governor on what I say to you.
Fair, but he is kind of orange. And he can say it. And he can say that. And he can say that.
In an interview this week, President Trump was challenged on his assertion that he was, quote, starting to get great polls on the economy. He then backtracked, saying the polling should be great. So what are the polls saying? CNN chief data analyst Harry Enton joining me now. Where do Americans think the economy is going right now?
Yeah, here is the reality check for everyone. And I would just say this is the problem for the president of the United States. You get elected to fix the economy, and the American people, they ain't buying it, because just take a look here. Say the economy is getting worse. Right after Donald Trump was elected back in 2024, re-elected, 42% of Americans said the economy is getting worse. Well, you want that number to go down. You want that number to go down if you're the president of the United States. Instead,
never trust a poll. They don't say how many people they asked. Like 55% of people, and they asked 2 fucking people, means one person said yes and the other person said no. They never say how many people they asked. And if you think about how many people they've made homeless that are not getting asked shit for a poll, and you calculate that into your fucking economy, this shit is a joke. A really sick joke.
Erica. What is that shirt? Is the Lithuanian basketball. YouTube chat is say, why is everything in America treated like a sports play? We're just brain broken, dude. Can you cover this, especially after interviewing Ray? Yes. Yes, I can. And I will. I've collaborated with Nithya in the past. I didn't know she was gonna run. I have to dig into it a little bit better, but it is kind of a L, because like Ray Huang is DSA affiliated. She doesn't have the full-blown endorsement yet, but it's just like an unnecessary split.
that equals failure.
And what do Americans want Trump to focus on the most?
Yeah, this, I think, is the whole kit and caboodle, right? Much of the news stories over the month of January were focused in on Minneapolis, focusing in on...
And there is also... like the whole, Israel stuff too. it's not only like a red flag that she's splitting, but also on top of that, like, I mean, there's just a bunch of things. It's not good.
Controlling immigration and reducing
Maybe
crime.
she can get
Those are
the
two
ADL
things
off
that-
your case. Yeah, I doubt it. Yeah, another total fucking misplay in her career. Political misplays, voting for the LAPD budget increases, posing peace with ADL board members after UCLA's encampment was attacked. Says Cinemarxism. You seem to be ignoring the kit and caboodle, however. Yeah, we'll talk about that.
the President of the United States and his administration has been arguing about. But where do the American folks say that Trump should be focused, say their top priority should be lowering prices 54%, the clear majority? We have looked at poll after poll after poll after poll after poll.
I'm confused. Where's the poll that says starving Cuba? Because that's what Trump has been focusing on. And it's a bit confusing to me that like the polls are not reflecting this reality that the most important thing that Trump could be doing right now is starving Cuba. I just don't understand why it's not like bombing Iran. %, reducing crime, not knowing game, which is that when you lift people out of poverty, you decrease crime.
Busting myself just talking about it. And every single
Americans don't think that way.
polls say that their top priority should be lowering prices or the economy. And it is still the case. Much lower down, controlling immigration at 22%. Even lower than that, reducing crime at 10%. You add together 22 and 10, you get to 32. Yeah. And you don't have to be a mathematical genius to know that 54 is larger than 32. The Trump administration is putting their focus on the wrong issues, the issues that are not most important to the American public. And when you are focusing on the wrong issues, and the vast majority of Americans, or the clear majority of Americans, say that the economy is getting worse, again, this is X plus Y equals failure. Failure, failure, failure going into the midterm elections because Donald Trump was elected to fix the economy. And it's still belief in the American people that lowering prices should be the top. And at this point, 55% say the economy is getting worse.
So I guess the question, as we get closer and closer to the midterms, which party do people trust, knowing how they feel about how Donald Trump has handled things when it comes to the economy?
Right, the economy, right? Affordability. You know, Donald Trump has been dismissing affordability concerns. But when 54% say the top priority should be lowering prices, not much of a surprise, right? Party trusted more in affordability. Overall, it's the Democrats by 14. Look at this. Among independents, I'm laughing. It's 39 points. It's a blowout. This is the entire ball game right here.
What would be the danger being just lifting every sanction on Cuba? Nothing. Yeah. Like literally. Chatter. I'm going to say something radical to you that you might not have considered. That's literally the danger for every country. It's nothing. Nothing at all. The danger, I guess, is that they get to continue existing and actually participate in the global economy without any sort of significant threats from the United States of America. And therefore, the biggest danger is Cuban prosperity in spite of American engineering. That's it. The sanctions on Cuba are purely political and it's purely malicious. It's purely vindictive. It is just to punish Cuba for the crime of having a successful revolution. That's it. Cuba had a successful communist revolution. That's it.
And when you're having a 39-point...
If Florida wasn't a swing state, we would have lifted it already. Florida is no longer a swing state. It doesn't matter. It's like not even relevant. Florida is not even a swing state anymore. So it's not even relevant. So the Democrats should take a fucking lift the sanctions on Cuba position. Why haven't they? Barack Obama lifted the sanctions on his way out. Donald Trump immediately restored them. Joe Biden could have, one, gone back to that same position and normalized relations with Cuba again in an effort to continue Obama's legacy. He didn't do that until the literal last day in office. It was the most bullshit. Like it was worse that he lifted the sanctions on his last day than never lift the sanctions at all. It's absolutely unacceptable. We will, if there was a God, if there was karmic justice, we would be punished endlessly for our crimes against humanity. It's one of the most ridiculous, one of the most spectacular acts of cruelty. What we have done to Cuba since the beginning of the successful socialist revolution in Cuba, which wasn't even like a fucking Marxist-Leninist revolution in its inception. It was simply people rising up against our guy, Batista, who was a fucking cruel tyrant, enslaving the masses, incredibly racist, running the island like a major sugar plantation, and a wonderful place for the American mafia to park their fucking assets in the hospitality industry. And what we have done to Cuba, like, guys, most Americans don't know and they don't understand. And there's like this Cold War relic of being like, Cuba is a fucking despotic, tyrannical country. It's awful. It's all lies. It is exceptionally cruel. The entire world has consistently voted to lift these sanctions on Cuba, the trade embargo on Cuba, over and over again, every single United States Nations General Assembly. And America just says, fuck off. It's just so disgusting. Like, there's no defense of it at all. There has never been a defense of it at all. It's just purely because we don't like that they thwarted our guy Batista. And to this day, we just lie about it. And it's like there's a pretty effective reactionary Cuban American lobby. Nowhere near as effective as Israel, but like, almost as fascist as the Israeli lobby. It's one of those things that is an old wound that won't heal for the American imperialist dogs that choose to advance it over and over again, that choose to extend it over and over again. Do you think it's the wrong geopolitical calculation as well? Like the USA could have more influence by trade rather than sanction? I can't believe I'm about to agree with Neekskit, but yes, of course. Of course. It's literally slammed in our ass cheeks, a tiny fucking island. Yes, of course it would be better. Gotta wait for the boomers to die? No, boomers will not. It's not a boomer thing. It's completely unacceptable. And it is it's purely vindictive, okay? It's because we cannot allow a communist country to exist as a sovereign state in our backyard. That's what it is. Same with Haiti. We never stop punishing Haiti. We never stop destabilizing Haiti. We never stop committing crimes against Haiti for having a successful slave revolt, okay? A successful rebellion where slaves were able to free themselves through violence. We never let that go, and Western powers have never stopped punishing Haiti for that crime. That is unironically one of those instances where it's not fucking materialism. I mean, there is obviously a historical materialist perspective there, but like it's not pure, like it's not the fucking limestone of Haiti that is the reason why we keep it destabilized. Okay? That is pure ideological. No, Haiti isn't communist. No. That one is pure punishment. That is just to say, you don't get to do that. Don't get the wrong fucking ideas. That's it. That's it. It's just an endless sequence of punishments to Haiti and Cuba in the same exact way. Okay? Those two have no real political basis for the endless amounts of cruelty that we've subjected them to. Those two countries, we are cruel for the sake of teaching a lesson to everyone else. With Haiti, it was so that black people in America didn't hear about a successful revolution, a successful slave revolt. Okay? And for Cuba, it's so that no one so close in proximity gets to exist as a communist nation in our backyard. It's to keep everyone else in line and to stop them from getting the wrong idea that they might be able to fucking emancipate themselves from the chains of capital or the chains of white supremacist slavery.
Among independents, a 14-point lead overall on affordability. And right now, the top priority, the Americans say, should be lowering prices for the Trump administration. This is the type of formula that equals major success for the Democrats come the midterms, if it holds.
And we have seen that in the special elections. We'll see if that holds in the midterms.
We shall see, Sarah.
Harry Enton, thank you so much. Appreciate you.
As the world turns.
The new poll from KFF shows healthcare tops the public's list of economic anxieties. People say they worry more about the cost of health insurance and prescription drugs than groceries or rent, utilities, and gas. My panel is back now. Elena?
Yeah, look, what I find so fascinating about this, and particularly when you reference that poll, is that in the broader spectrum of how the president looks at this, he is obsessed with wanting to put not only his imprint, but Republicans at large, some sort of imprint on healthcare. He hates that this is an issue that Democrats have owned and Republicans have failed out for so many years. He still, even in the recent months, has brought up the McCain downvote about, trying to repeal and replace Obamacare. So that's part of this. The other thing is he is obsessed with this idea of trying to make drugs more affordable. It is going to be interesting to see if this actually is the case, if these drugs do end up, as Tammy laid out, being more cost effective for a lot of consumers rather than their insurance. I think, the fact that he's calling it Trump RX, that's something else I've heard. If Republicans end up doing some broader healthcare plan, he wants to have it be Trump Care or something like that. But at the end of the day, this is something he wants Republicans to be talking about. Interesting enough, I know, Sabrina, you'll probably weigh in on this. Republicans, at least when it comes to politics in the midterms, do not want healthcare to be one of the things that is a central focus. So just keeping that in mind as we look at all of this.
Yeah, I mean, to Elena's point, I think what's interesting is, they want to show that they care about affordability. This is a really tangible way to do that, but we know that Democrats have consistently dominated on this issue. And for a lot of folks who last year lost the Obamacare subsidies.
I mean, the one positive aspect of all of this that I will recognize is that we are now adding healthcare into the calculus of affordability, because in the past, people, I think deliberately, separated the two as though they were totally separate conversations. Affordability means healthcare. Affordability means housing. Affordability isn't just about the cost of goods and services. It isn't just about your grocery prices. But in America, for some reason, we only talk about affordability from the perspective of consumer goods. And it's taken years and years and years to finally get here. And I mean it. Guys, for like 10 years ago, if you were like, prices are so high, in like 2016, if we were talking about like prices, people would treat healthcare as a totally separate thing. Yes, healthcare is a service, chat. I know, chatter. Thank you. Thank you for the fucking most basic understanding. I know. I'm just saying that it's still, from the perspective of the fucking average person, it's affordability.
And actually feeling the impact of, higher premiums. It is interesting. It will be interesting to see how that plays out in the midterms. I think we talked a lot about it late last year as that expiration was coming around. But I think the repercussions of that and how Democrats capitalize on that is something we're going to be talking about in the months to come.
Yeah, I mean, Democrats won back the majority in the president's first term talking about health care, and they are determined to do the same now. Joining me now is the man who coined strong floor, no ceiling. It is, as you see there, the name of his book. Oliver Libby is a venture capitalist and Democratic donor and is here with me now. Thank you so much for being here. First of all, how did this slogan, the title of your book, make its way to Hakeem Jeffries?
You know, it came to him through.
I can't. Bro. First of all, I love that this motherfucker's name is Oliver Libby, okay? I've covered this guy before. There is a robust market for people who will sit there and sincerely tell you that the real problem that you guys are experiencing, we see you, we hear you, it's not capitalism. It's just that capitalism is no longer as ethical as it once was. And that the real fear that you must have, the real fear that you must actually constantly combat against is not like the fact that those at the bottom don't have enough, but it's that that should not come at the cost of those at the tippy top making super profits. Okay? The reality of the matter is, it's because those at the top, people like Oliver Libby, that are making unimaginable profits year over year, that is the reason why there are so many people who are getting less and less. Okay? When he says strong floor, no ceiling, that's called being homeless. True. Okay? The whole point that he's saying is like, we got to give the poor a little bit, but also don't try to fucking tax the wealthy. That's what he's saying. Felix is
people
here. I'm
who
going to get
heard
him.
that I was writing
the
the book. I had shared a manuscript with a number of people I respect in the party, and actually he offered to write a testimonial, which you can find right at the beginning of the book. And when I first heard him say it on television, it was actually a surprise to me. I started writing the book, Dana, about 8 years ago, and it was really just a place for me to put all the ideas that I wished would be America.
Don't say the name of the hotel that I'm in, though.
I worry about all the time as one of our.
Felix is using the bathroom real quick, and then he's going to explain his little mix-up, which, it could happen to anybody, really. I mean, could have happened to anybody, honestly. To your point, Van Jones just did billionaire id poll. Oh yeah, I saw this. I read the tweet post. I didn't actually hear him speak, but open presents. Thank you for the gift of subs. Hell yeah, buddy.
Greatest national security threats. And so to hear Leader Jeffries take this up was an extraordinary moment.
So when people hear us saying strong floor, no ceiling, how do you explain it?
You know, it's simple. And actually, one of my favorite things about this is when people see the book and they know it's about America and politics, they get it at their core. A strong floor is a floor made up of planks that we all know and understand. We want affordability. We want healthcare and education. We want housing and good paying jobs, safe and secure homes. Those are the things that are the building blocks of opportunity. But in America, it can't stop there. And I think every American wants to believe that if they work hard and play by the rules and pay their taxes, that they can have the good life. They can be in the middle class and maybe even go far beyond that. That's actually the way we increase the economic pie. And so it weaves in today to some of the core themes, affordability. But look, here's one important thing. I think if folks are not happy with the current leadership and the Trump administration, we have never had a seismic shift in American politics without a positive and hopeful message that says what we want for America, not what we don't want. Whether it was the contract with.
He conveniently left out the word affordable. No, he said affordability in healthcare. Which, by the way, the real word that he's leaving out in that situation is free or universality or things of that nature.
I want access to fun healthcare.
Hold on. They're going to give you shit for that. It's BDS. Just letting you know.
Oh, yeah. I'm drinking a bottle of Israeli cola.
Israeli.
I'm drinking the official soda of Ehud Barak. Drinking Ehud Barak soda.
Hold on. Let's fix this up a little bit. Okay.
Yeah, okay, so
Hold on 1 second. Before you do anything, before you say anything, do anything. Let me make sure I got the angle right. And hopefully the fucking microphone will not have an issue, even though it always seemingly does. Whenever I deactivate the noise gate and then everyone complains, I'm getting like, I have like a serious fear at this point. I get like PTSD. But ladies and gentlemen, Felix Biederman in the building.
Hello, everyone.
He's made it.
So I no real defense for this one for why I'm late, but I think if you've lived a real life, you'll understand it.
Once you've said back in the day, and I think about it all the time because it's happened to me. You once said that there are two types of stupids in America that are not cut out for living in civilized society. People who are dumb enough to get addicted to porn and people who are dumb enough to miss their flight. And every time I have missed a flight, and I've missed a flight in a very stupid way, but every time I miss a flight, I think of that. I'm like, damn, Felix would call me a fucking idiot.
Well, no, I have missed flights like before. I even there was like one time where it was a really good like day for me. It was
the worst.
So no, I just mean like this whole like 24-hour cycle that preceded it. I was at my friend's wedding, and this is like 2017 or something. And this like I was in California, and this like woman I'd like knew on Twitter DM'd me. She like wanted to hang out, so I took like a 2-hour Lyft ride because I was like really horny. But I hadn't really slept that well, and I had like taken a bunch of. I didn't know how to dose Ativan for when I flew, so I was still kind of like Ativanned out. So I just gave her like the worst pipe ever. The worst, just terrible, just like benzodiazepine hangover pipe. And then I slept through. I woke up, realized I'd slept through my flight, and then bought another flight that was like 4 hours later, and then like fell back asleep for another like 7 hours. It was like, oh fuck. Like I slept through like the checkout call at the hotel.
Ooh. And
I was like, oh, I'll buy another day. Like it was like so, and there was just no defense for that one. Similar to this one. So this hotel, the name is not even similar to the Chelsea hotel, right? But I was told where it was like 6 hours ago.
Yeah.
But I had it in my brain. I looked how long it would take me to go to the actual hotel, like when I should leave. And then after about like the 2-hour point, I started thinking like, man, I never fucking got why people like Leonard Cohen. I don't like him at all. That fucking Chelsea hotel song, what's the point? What if I wrote a song about when I had bad sex with that girl like 10 years ago? And then I just started, every time I would think about going here, I would think about the Chelsea hotel. Until
Oh my God, this is the coolest shit I have ever learned in my life. And you know how many years I've been trying to no one taught me this. I remember trying to think it out, somebody has a mansion, you have a studio apartment, even if they were just you own whatever housing you're in, people are gonna have problems with the disparity. Even if, I personally would just want whatever, my standards are low, someone else is gonna be like, what the fuck, I just ended up in a studio apartment, they have a mansion. The idea of, the swapping thing, permuta. And no one was around to be like, oh, they do this in Cuba. No one has ever, told me directly what different housing structures are like anywhere. I'm a little overwhelmed as a person. The idea that I needed to find a way to look it up on my own. Now I'm on that train of thought because it came up. And that's The only reason I'm learning this right now, that they even abolished landlordism, and it's like 5 years later, after I had been talking about it and trying to figure out, like, as if I was reinventing the wheel by myself, what the fuck you'd ever do to try to create like an equal housing situation and not have landlords anymore. And they've done it, well, it says since the 90s, 85% of Cubans own their own home. And I had no idea. So, like, yeah. It's like all by myself, I invented this thing that circles around and you can pull stuff with it. And somebody's like, "You mean a wheel?" And just like, yeah, I guess you call it a wheel. Yeah, you just. Oh, and being excited that you figured out all this way to attach it to a car to make the, like, I hadn't gotten that far.
It literally was the most, you couldn't see, but it was the most comical way that it could have happened. I was like already annoyed with the mic. I was like moving the mic arm, and it's been like kind of wonky to begin with. And then the lady at the door is like trying to do turn down service. I don't care about this turn down service at all. So it was like for something so silly. And I got up and I knocked the mic off of its fucking arm completely, knocked the entire coffee on myself and on the ground.
Is anyone in chat like a like a born servant to come here and hold this?
Yeah, I need a nice Albanian, a strong Albanian.
yeah. Is there? I mean, for me, I'll take all kinds. I don't care. I think all ethnicities are born to serve.
Oh, what? I'm watching. The noise gate is fucking busted.
Why do certain things come out of their mouths? Like,
let's do that.
Stop.
Okay.
That's that way you're not. Oh my god.
That is, so did it just come out of the fucking?
My brother built this thing.
Oh.
Yeah, we need to get a different. We need to go to B&H. Yeah. We need to
love
we
B&H.
need to go meet the Red Bay.
B&H is so awesome. I get my replacement, like the knobs for this mic there, and they only sell you one knob at a time.
No, they're the best.
It's
B&H
so
is the
funny.
best.
Like
I would like for B&H, I would visit the Red Bay's grave.
Oh yeah. If Chabad was a religion about like running B&H, I would be in Chabad.
Yeah, it's the greatest. It's the most goated. Did you turn it on?
I use B&H all the time for like reply. I'm always like fucking this thing up when I travel with it, and it's easy to like lose one of the nuts.
Would I change the audio on the road? No. So I think
Sometimes they talk about nothing for a little while, and I'm trying to figure out what I want to do. Because I could keep applying to housing. Too bad you can't just be like, no, I want this. I'm going to go sit in Pioneer Square and say abolish landlords with like a readout of these things. Too bad I lost all my Picsou.
We don't have to clip microphones, chatter. Shut the fuck up. You don't know anything. God damn it.
They didn't make it into my fucking wagon of stuff. I even had one that wasn't even fucking open yet. Oh god, that's really annoying. But yeah, anyway.
What if I go back to the Chelsea hotel and be like, you guys have mics? You guys kind of owe me. Yeah, okay. I'll talk to them. So as you guys know, I moved here in my first ambition.
Their mics are being weird.
My first passion actually is finance capital. I wanted to be an investment banker, and failing that, I wanted to be a bond trader, like Sherman McCoy in Bonfire of the Vanities.
No, because we need the light.
We'll find another.
But
way to light up.
I failed.
Just so you can like sit it down.
There's
right
not
there.
enough money in that profession. I had to create content. So when I decided to become a content creator, I decided I would follow my second passion.
You turned the noise gate to 11? No, we didn't.
Musical comedy.
You don't even need to hold that anymore. It's just,
Okay.
it's just the microphone from the desktop.
Okay. That was my improv background. It's an exercise where everyone holds the mic.
Audio's actually effed? I know.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I think if I had a gun, I would probably go on a rampage. Like with this community where they're like, they have no understanding of how like live production works. So when like things collapse like this, it's bedlam. But they think we're
That
doing
shirt
it on purpose.
is
Like
so
they
familiar.
literally sit there and they go, dude, why are you fucking up with the audio? It's like, because I hate you, okay? I need you to understand, I fucking hate you. I love that you're autistic and you have noise sensitivity or whatever the fuck you're talking about, and I want your fucking ears to bleed, okay? That's why I'm doing it, and I hope you take home that lesson.
Yeah.
Okay.
By the way, if you're a person of autism, I had autism in the 90s, back when it wasn't cool.
Yeah.
When it meant that you sprinted at your teacher at full speed with your mouth open, and you're like, I'm going to take a bite out because you said Superman was in the X-Men.
Okay, that would piss me off too.
Yeah, but I wouldn't.
understand.
I mean, it's kind of like why I don't say that I have, because it's like I saw kids who like actually had it, and it's like that's not the same. I just think like for what I had,
It's a
just, like,
spectrum.
medically, I'm just kind of an asshole. That's like that. It's not the same thing as like having a debilitating fucking whatever. But anyway, they did. That was not one of their problems. Was sound stuff. That their thing was more.
There's
a lot of things, but not sound stuff.
No, there's people with like sound stuff too as a spectrum, but
I
these
agree
guys
with
are
the
just,
spectrum idea, by the way.
these. Oh god, let's hear your theories, Felix.
Well, no, I just don't.
Try this.
No, but it's not even the mic handle that's a problem. It's the fact that that one is ass cheeks.
But like, this is where you can place it more accurately between the two of you.
I think I can figure out how to do the audio from this from the camera, but I just need to figure out how to do the audio from the camera first.
Oh, I think
Oh, wait.
You got it?
I think I added the microphone from the. Yeah. Yeah. How about now? Is the audio good?
Let me see. Is it this thing?
Audio's decent now. It sounds fine now.
Is that audio?
Here, hit it. No, it's not.
No, it's that you're listening to this.
Wait. No, but it.
Hello, hello, hello. Oh.
Oh damn.
I don't think it's this either. I don't know where the fuck the audio's coming from, but it works.
Let me see what's playing. You can tell by just how it sounds.
Yeah, I don't. Can you tell? La 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 la. I don't know what the fuck is picking it up, but it's good now.
Oh, that's
Crunchy, but we can hear you. It's the laptop mic again? Oh, literally nothing changed. Okay. Oh, because I went to 4K camera and I went to audio device, use custom audio device, capture audio only.
That
but,
would be where you.
But that's not where. Yeah, it didn't work.
It would be somewhere in the road, you know.
Oh, that is. Oh, this is fucked. I think the wind got my vape juice. I know I had it with me.
Did you also? Did you?
Yeah, it just got blown out. I walked like a block and it just like blew out, I think, and I didn't notice. Oh well.
This is better than nothing. I'm satisfied with it. Yeah, but I need to fucking fix it real quick, no matter what.
Yes, you're abandoning this.
What? No, hold on. Instead of abandoning that, I'm gonna try to see if I can reconfigure through the HDMI. Well, what if I were to? Hello? Oh, I did it.
Ooh.
I think I fixed it. Wait. Is the mic audio default still? Hold on 1 second. I think I fixed it. I think I figured it out.
They're saying it's fine.
Hold on. I haven't changed it yet. Hello? Okay, I think now it's now the HDMI. Hold on, microphone. Where the fuck's the microphone? Oh, here. Let's lower this. Let's zero this in. Hello, 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 hello. Okay, yeah.
All right. Okay.
Wait, snap it.
Oh, it is.
Yeah, it is that.
All right.
Okay, I fixed it.
Okay, cool. So
Okay. All right. Is it better? Can you guys hear us good?
This is. Chad doesn't know how good they have it. Like, my audio is shit all the time, and it never gets better because whenever I get on 2 seconds before we're supposed to talk to our guest, and so Chris has like 0.01 seconds to be like, "Can you fix that?" And I always respond like an asshole, so he's afraid to say anything after I change. Like, I'll be like, "What?"
Yeah.
And I'll change it like 1%.
Speaking of which,
that's great.
Andrew Epstein asked why you haven't shown up to the Zoran podcast appearance, nor the one where he was on.
I don't.
And I told him it's because you don't participate in bourgeois elections, and that you are.
Oh no, I love bourgeois elections.
Oh, okay. Well,
I'm against the concept of municipal politics. I don't like it at all.
Yeah,
we're gonna be anxious tomorrow.
All right.
I really don't like. I'm against cities having elections. I don't even really like state politics. When people are like, "All the real change happens in municipal politics,"
Yeah,
it's like, so what? It's boring. No, I don't know. I don't like. I haven't done any of the episodes with him because I just don't think. I think it's awkward to do an interview with like multiple people. Unless you have like a pre-established thing with that person, which I don't know him. No, I don't think I've ever voted for a mayor, to be honest with you.
Really?
Yeah. Well, I mean, who was I gonna fucking vote for? Richard M. Daley?
Wait, this last election, you didn't vote for Zoran?
I forgot to register. He didn't need my help. He did not need my help.
That's funny.
I actually think it's more. If we're looking at my record of like times I voted for someone versus times I haven't voted, that people always do better when I don't vote.
That's why you were doing it for his sake.
I do kind of have a superstition about that because everyone who I've ever like expressed
Bernie
lost.
Yeah.
Yeah, lost. Voted. Yeah, voted. 2
Okay,
times.
low key, I feel that way about campaign fund. Like when I give a campaign contributions, I'm not even kidding. Like, I'm not like the most superstitious guy, but anyone and everyone that I've ever fucking given campaign contributions directly to has actually lost.
I should look up my record with that because it's probably also not very good. Or actually, hold on, let me think. I know I gave money to Rashida. She's still there. At least 3 of the people I've given money to are still there.
That's good.
I gave money to Carlos Ramirez Rosa in Chicago. No, okay, I think it's the opposite. When I vote for someone, they're fucked.
Well, with Bernie, I fucking maxed out.
I did that too.
And it was, I was like, oh fuck, did I do this?
They even called me. They like called me to thank me for maxing out, and it was like around the time it was like just one of these.
Yeah.
And I was like, shouldn't you guys? I was like, thank you, I appreciate it, but like, shouldn't you get to work coughing on Joe Biden?
Yes.
I didn't say that to them. I should have.
That would have been goated. That would have been perfect. Can they hear me from back here? I don't even know. Where the fuck did I put my? Oh, yeah. I'm all over the place. It was bound to happen. These mics were bound to break. It's good that it broke.
That was one of like the most perfect 30 seconds of like all the shittiest, most annoying things.
It was very Mr. Bean-esque, like the way it all fell apart. It was like the guy with the big penis who falls and then.
Oh my god, it was really Pants Dude. Yeah.
Yeah, it was Pants Dude. I just tripped and my big old penis flew around the room.
The Pants Dude version is. You know it's a big fuck up when the Pants Dude version, he only changes like 2 things, and one of them is that his penis falls out. When it would be exact... Pants Dude is really creative, so it would have been like, the coffee is high acidity content and it melts your pants off. It doesn't like damage your dick for some reason. There are a lot of like, you have to do a lot of suspension of disbelief in Pants Dude videos, but I do think it's a thing. It's like Goodfellas, where it's like the point is that the narrator is sort of unreliable. He's kind of a, or like the movie Big Fish. People have seen that one with Jessica Lange. It's very. I do not watch it because it's gay pornography. I watch it because it has great stories. Okay.
Yeah, no, I get that. I understand that.
I had to watch Melania in theaters, and I was like, I wished I was watching Pants Dude. But I can't because there's a kid in the theater, and they told me I cannot watch Pants Dude videos when there are kids around because it would happen during Cars 3.
Israeli bobsled team says their hotel room was robbed. Comments did not disappoint.
There's an Israeli bobsled team?
Yeah. Yeah, they invented it, dude.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, if you actually read Deuteronomy, there's like 40 pages of them arguing about like the best type of bobsled to make, and if you have a fiberglass one, you should be put to death.
Yeah, this is an ancient Israeli tradition. Oh yeah, we got a bunch of clavicular stuff that we have to talk about. I don't know if you're familiar with.
I know. I saw that. I know that he was invited to hang out near a ledge with Peter Thiel.
Oh,
Peter Thiel's
that's
like,
what.
do you want to hang out at my trap door? I mean,
Yeah.
regular part of the floor.
He wanted to be one of Peter. Yeah, he was invited to be a esteemed blood boy.
Yeah,
but he's like too old, and his blood has too much steroids and stuff. I feel like he does math.
You know what? It would be like one of those, like really, like probably the cows they use for McDonald's, where it's like it tastes great, but there's just so much shit in it.
Yeah.
Do you think that makes people taste better, like their blood? Because grass-fed's better for you, like grass-fed everything, but the obviously the grain-fed tastes better.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what the steroid does to the taste of your flesh. I don't know. I suspect it's probably worse because it's too muscly.
That's true. That's true.
Because like the best thing you could be is like if you had the Randy Fine body. Like you think Randy Fine, if you cut him up, he's marbled like a Wagyu steak?
It probably looks like it looks like a really well-made coffee cake.
Yeah.
The coloring and everything.
It's just like perfect. Like the layering of the fat is so perfect.
He would taste so good.
Yeah.
He would taste great. The worst tasting guy, it would be like one of those guys in the UFC who, like a Gleason Tebow type. I don't think he fights anymore, but someone who like they have such little body fat that they're able to cut from 170 to like Tebow would cut from 190 pounds to 155 in like a 24 hour. Yeah, because they would dehydrate the shit out of his muscles. Yeah, and he would taste awful.
I think like Mitch McConnell would taste really like he would probably taste like poison.
That would, yeah. Oh God, is that a thing? Are there any butchers out there? Is there a thing? Do old animals taste worse? That was one of those ideas.
Because venison is like it's delicious, right? Isn't it? Or
yeah,
I don't know.
Is it venison old?
No, venison is younger. That's why I'm saying like the younger the meat is, it's like a delicacy.
And lamb specifically refers to like younger, like a year old.
Yeah.
And veal. Well, they do other shit to veal. That's one of those I can't.
I wasn't thinking of venison. I was thinking of veal. Sorry.
No, yeah, veal.
Yeah, veal.
That was one of those ideas I had as a kid. I was thinking of a way that we could have meat, but it wasn't like mean. And I was like, what if we like just all the animals who are gonna die of old age? Because my grandfather had just died, and I was like, if he was a cow, it would be like you wouldn't feel because it was gonna happen anyway.
Yeah.
But no one ever ran with my idea.
That's like ethical. Like vegans, they eat like roadkill.
What is there a name for that type of person?
I don't. Yeah, awesome.
Oregonian.
Yeah, yeah.
Someone who lives.
Yeah, Marie concentration camp Perez.
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
You know she's eating roadkill.
You have to really. At that point, it's just like have one day a year where you eat meat because there's nothing less appetizing looking than like an animal that's been flattened.
Yeah.
that always freaked me out. like just seeing like a flattened 2-dimensional squirrel. They're not supposed to do that.
Yeah, Marie looks at that and goes, delicious.
That is a person.
I can't wait to pay rent with this one.
Yeah. No more garbage bags filled with like pure seeds and stems.
Yeah. This is the compound's gonna love the commune's gonna love this one.
How do you think she got into like third wave? Like, how does that? How do you go from someone who's like
Kirsten Cinema, same shit. She was a dumpster dive in like America is the Great White Devil.
Well, sort of, but she wasn't like a freegan. You know what I mean? Like, it's one thing to go from like early 2000s left-wing politics or like WTO protester.
Yeah, like George W. Bush, Hitler.
Yeah. But going from like, hey, I'm paying my rent with hair clippings in case you get cancer. You can make a wig from the hair that I fished out of my shower drain to like that. Like, cause have you ever like known a freegan or any people like that?
No.
They're really like...
I knew a Wiccan, but that's not a freegan.
Yeah, Wiccans are really... Like, a Wiccan can become anything. I'm sure there's like a million Wiccan neocons.
Oh, yeah.
But a freegan is just like... They're really like intense people. You know, like they're really into that. I guess you would have to be to be into that. To not only...
To take it to that level.
Yeah, because it's like there's tons of people who get stuff from the garbage out of desperation, but it's like... They're not like it's not like the main aspect of their personality.
Yeah, or if they had the option to, they wouldn't be choosing the garbage. They're not like self-selecting the garbage. Where it's like, I could just have a nice steak, but I'm choosing garbage tonight for ethical reasons.
And they'll bring every chance they get, they'll bring it up.
Yeah.
Like most people, that would be the last thing they wanted to tell you is that they have to live out of the garbage. But that's the only thing they want to talk about. And it.
Yeah, those are the people that Republicans point to where they're like, nah, people want to be homeless.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
It's my God. It's like 8 people and they all live in Portland, Oregon.
Do you think there's a 1-to-1 that I feel like not every crust punk is a freegan, but there's a lot of overlap.
Yeah.
I feel like that's like a good, like if your dad.
I'm homeless right now. I'm in a hotel because someone else was able to pay for it. So far, I've spent 2 nights in a shelter, and I just got my period, and I'm having to wash everything, and I'm freaking out. I just my own personal slice, and I'm in Portland, fucking Oregon. Okay, so, whatever the fuck this is, here's like a reality of a situation that isn't even like the worst case scenario. Because the worst case scenario is that I'd be having my fucking period outside with nowhere to wash things out with soap and hot water and then have it dry and like no way to maintain any level of cleanliness, bleeding all over myself, and like, you know, a nightmare future because my sister can't keep paying for the fucking hotel forever. Okay, so, no, I didn't want to lose my apartment. I really didn't think they were even going to evict me. I know it sounds a little bit crazy, I guess, now that I'm evicted, but because they never gave me a notice after that hearing, and the judge in the hearing said that they would contact me, I thought maybe because they're a fucking supportive services building, and because that's the whole point of living there, and because I'd lived there for a decade, maybe they were just gonna wait for assistance programs. I really thought, and they hadn't given me any notice. I can't speak for anybody else's experience, but I really don't think if it's between you having a bathroom to shit in and a shower and like a space or not having that space, you'd pick not having that space. And I mean, I'm not really sure what, I feel like if I hadn't thought of it myself, like I need to apply for an apartment again and like looking for places to apply and just trying, because it's just trying to, if I wasn't even trying, like you're stuck looking. And I mean, yeah, maybe where would I be right now? At the library. I would literally be at the library right now, but half like bleeding on myself. Looking up housing. And waiting for 8 o'clock to go try to sleep in the shelter. And I mean, and that's without my stuff, because I can't stay there with my stuff, which I have now. So, yeah, there's like even a joke about people wanting to be, I don't know what the fuck is going on, but I don't know how you're gonna, like, you'd rather, if you knew the place I was staying, you'd rather sleep in a room with 100 fucking people in it and they're coughing in the middle of the night, or you'd rather have a bed in a private room. Everyone would want to have a bed in a private room. There's no way that you picked that shelter situation instead. Something else is like, all of these people should be getting like disability. Somebody should have been able to sign them up for disability and they could pay rent with a disability check. I think is part of the equation. Like, I'm trying to remember the few people I've crossed paths with. And yeah, if they just can't get, or maybe there's something else going on, but on the surface level, like maybe they just can't function enough to get those ducks in a row. I barely can. It took me, I got evicted on the 21st. And yeah, after 5 years of medical isolation. So that is 2 weeks and like 4 days ago. And it took 2 weeks and 4 days to be like, I need to just try to get housing and not put all my effort into, okay, now we're going to get a storage unit and I have to figure out how to stay at the shelter and hope my foot doesn't get infected. I just need my own fucking apartment again. There's no way around that. I need my own apartment. I don't care if it's small. I just need my own bathroom and a shower. I don't even really care. I'll get a mini fridge. I mostly just needed to, like, yeah, I mean, I don't eat like that anymore. I've been eating ramen almost like every day for like 3 years now. Getting this potato salad thing is new. I just, and that's when I was housed. So, yeah, there was like a roach outbreak in the apartment a couple years ago, and I never used my kitchen again. I don't even care if I have a kitchen anymore. So, yeah, I just need a bathroom. And I've been washing my stuff by hand since 2020. It would be nice to like go to do laundry, but that's more money. Someone's yelling in the hallway. I thought they came through earlier today. Whatever. Um, yeah, so no, you wouldn't like pick to be homeless, I don't think. I think people get trapped in a cycle and then don't even see the way to get out of it. I just sent an application and it didn't make me pay any money. I don't know why some places are going to make you pay money. I don't know if maybe they're like something else is going on. Like I'm not running away from anything. Maybe there's like a reason they can't apply to stuff, or they could have a certain amount of justified paranoia, like, and be trying to hide or something. I don't know. It's not always like criminal story. Like, yeah, they could be trying to escape like domestic violence and the guy that beat them up was a cop or something type of situation. I don't know. Somebody had that story somewhere that I worked. So it's like true to life. They said like it was like a federal worker person was like their abuser. So how are they supposed to get away from them? Like, so yeah, people have different situations. Or yeah, reasons that they're like, I mean, if you knew there's low income housing and there's subsidies and there's supposed to be rent assistance. I don't know what a barrier is why you wouldn't try to get an apartment. Just like you can't pay for it. But yeah.
Allowed him to leave prison amidst his like
Let him
pedophilia, sex trafficking.
Have an office in the sheriff's department.
Yeah.
During when he was supposed to leave.
I guess that's people have a criminal record of something I hadn't thought of. Maybe that's part of why.
Home, people are still productive.
Yeah. Yeah, he was a big advocate for remote work. He loved it. When COVID happened, he was like, oh, we should keep this going post-COVID.
He had so he's Bill Barr in the first one. And Bill Barr, like, obviously he's connected to it through his dad. But you really see the difference in when you have a Bill Barr and when you don't. Because, Bill Barr, and pretty much everyone in that first one.
Are you trying to tell me Pam Bondi is not holding up to Bill Barr's standards?
Pam Bondi is another one where it's like, she was fucking attorney general. Like, what the... But, you know, same idea, though. Like, Bill Barr, when they were like, okay, look at the Epstein files, whatever they called them at the time. Bill Barr, you didn't even have to say anything to him. He's like, oh, my boss, like, Donald Trump is for sure all over these.
Yeah.
And this time, no one in there, except, like, maybe JD on some level, they're all like legitimately surprised.
Yeah, no,
that
like
he's in there.
like Dan Bongino had a crisis of conscience
Yeah.
where he was like, "Oh my God, I've talked about these elite pedophiles my whole career. It turns out my boss is the elite pedophile."
That is, it's like the worst person you can have working for you
Is a true
Donald Trump.
believer.
Yeah, it's someone who doesn't think you would ever commit a sex crime. Like that is because they won't think to preemptively cover it up.
Yeah. That's why he was having such a hard time when he was the deputy director, when they kept being like, "Hey, remember how you talked about QAnon a lot? This is suspicious." And he was like, it's something different. And he was just like knock stuff over and run away.
What do you think? I would give anything to see the meeting he had with like whoever told him like, "Okay, asshole, here's your real job. Like here's what you actually have to do." I would have done anything to see like the moment when he realizes it.
Yeah.
Because did you see his first broadcast back?
Yeah, of course, I sent it to you.
Oh yeah. Where he's doing the shitty shadow boxing.
Yeah.
He just like doesn't look like anything. I think I wouldn't say I feel bad for him, but I could like the relief on his face was palpable.
Yeah.
Like it was like, okay,
It's a
you're
2 for
out
2.
You're out of
It's a 2 for
Dodge.
2 though, because like he also does genuinely love the game. Like he loves podcasting.
Yeah.
He's like his whole shit is botted. First of all, it's on Rumble.
Oh,
so
yeah,
like
yeah.
he's getting like 750,000 live concurrent viewers.
I love Rumble is so fucking awesome.
Like
just every show there has 20 billion fucking viewers.
Yeah. And it's like guys you've never heard, like guys who actually did get fired for raping people at Fox News, but you didn't even hear about it because they were so low level. They were low level rapists.
Yeah, like Tyrus.
They didn't even get like a Newsmax deal after, because that's where you go, or not Newsmax. What is it? OAN or no? What?
They're taking Newsmax and OAN.
Yeah. It's like OAN and Newsmax is where you go when you rape too much at Fox News.
Yeah. Oh my god. Eric Bolling will get one of those jobs, but they'll get someone who is on like The Five with Kennedy.
Yeah. He's like the weekend guest slot for The Five.
My favorite...
Oh, News Nation, not Newsmax.
My favorite guy who got Fox News Me Too, but I think he's back at Fox News, maybe, is Tyrus.
Tyrus got Me Too'd?
Yeah, well, it wasn't like... He didn't like rape, but he did... He tried to fuck, what's her name? Kat McGillicuddy or whatever the fuck her... You know, Kat Timpf.
Goat.
They made, like, Tyrus, they made...
How many baby mamas does Tyrus have? People also ask, how much does Fox News pay Tyrus? Does Kat Timpf and Tyrus get along?
No, there was actually a lawsuit. Tyrus, they made fucking...
Okay, well, this Google answer is giving me a very different answer. It says, Tyrus and Kat Timpf are an amazing duo on Buttfeld. They're not just colleagues, they're great friends who always bring their A game. I love how they speak their minds and personality with each other. It's always entertaining. Tyrus is definitely a standout with his witty humor and impressive wrestling background.
Is this the AI's official opinion?
No, I think this is a Facebook post.
Yeah, I know. I just like to imagine that the AI becomes sentient and loves Tyrus. But I think they made Forgiato Blow out of his DNA, though. By the way, look at them side by side. This is Big Boss. Forgiato Blow, Solidus. But
yes,
it's like perfect 1-1. But Tyrus, see if you can find the text that Tyrus was sending Kat Timpf, because they're really good. Like, this is, granted, he got fired, but they let him back because they actually read the text. And they were like,
you have swag.
Yeah, Kat, we're actually firing you for not fucking Tyrus because he was doing really well here.
Okay, got a little bit off. So the topic of housing. I just wanted to go back to like thinking about reasons why maybe people don't want the same situations, like because my dad complained about it a lot. He kind of hated it. I don't think my mom, well, I mean, I don't talk to my mom, but we've never had a conversation where she complained. And, right, I remember her saying she's living the American dream because she's on all assistance, food stamps and disability and housing help. And that was when I was like 14 years old or something. It's funny the different kinds of America that are like in America and different definitions of whatever the fuck it is supposed to mean from like really different people. It's not funny like haha, it's funny like ironic. That's a fire truck. Anyway, but yeah, we just never had a conversation. She has like a rep payee too. She legally like can't handle her own money or something. Yeah, the court I think declared her unable to do stuff. But my dad like was a little more independent, and I think he knew the difference of like lives that somebody could live. And he did not function very well because like he knew that difference. And then when I was growing up doing chores and like group living, foster care situations, just to have my own room was like a privilege that I want back. But I've always shared showers and had a roommate and had communal eating spaces and didn't get to pick what I was going to eat that day and didn't get to pick my own clothes. At least I still get to pick my own clothes, right? As long as I can carry them around now. So, yeah, the standard of living for me is just like, I feel lucky if I can pick my own clothes, pick my own food, have my own bathroom. I don't expect to have like a house or something. But yeah, he always said things were not sustainable. Like there was just no way to indefinitely go into the future at a certain like budget rate. And he was like always worried, something would go wrong with his car. He always hated whatever job he had. Yeah, he was a very desperately unhappy person. And there was no like he didn't have a hobby to like at least he had his photography, or at least he built little model airplanes, or at least he whatever, did stuff on the computer. Like he didn't do anything that like he enjoyed or felt meaningful to him. And I'm always occupying myself with something that feels like meaningful to me if I can't sleep. Like sleeping is the biggest luxury. Ever since like 8th grade, it's been the biggest luxury on the planet. So yeah, I always feel like I'm trying to do something important with myself, and Like sometimes it's like hard to have fun when you're and just do like something relaxing or yeah, let's watch a movie. You know, I mean, it has to be like a theme. It has to tie into human rights somehow. It has to be about what I'm like working on. I can't just like, yeah, I think the most fun I had that had nothing to do with anything was like playing High on Life, 3 years ago when it came out in 2023. And like, and that was like just fun. But like watching The Twilight Zone ties into human rights. Every movie I picked to watch tied in somehow, like Killers of the Flower Moon. I'm trying to think what else I've done in the past few years. All the music I made obviously is like human rights stuff. Yeah, I feel like everything I do every day is more than just like fun or something. So anyway, yeah, and reasons, I was trying to think barriers to housing, why somebody's like, no, they'd rather not try to get an apartment, or they feel more, like I haven't heard a single person ever directly say they felt more free. That's what I mean. Like, I don't think people feel that way. I did think that there was like a military takeover of stuff, but that's a totally different concept. That's like putting a soldier in the middle of a group of people and having that soldier essentially like play homeless to monitor the other people. That's a totally different thing. But that's not choosing homelessness. It's like shepherds and sheeps and stuff. Anyway.
People who all the invasive thoughts that you have where it's like, wouldn't it fucking suck if I did this? What would happen to my life if I did this? Who would still be friends with me if I did this? Everyone who has, when you cannot control it, all these thoughts that are just like, what is the worst fucking, most uncool, like, life-ruiningly embarrassing thing I can
tell you, Tyrus has never had that thought.
Right, no, there are people who just do that. It bypasses the thought process, and they only hear the thought in their mind, and they go, oh, that's a good idea.
Yeah, no, Tyrus thinks that's awesome.
Yeah.
Tyrus thinks you would love to see this and immediately want to fuck me.
Yeah.
There's no other thought.
Yeah, it's not an invasive thought. Like, those are the only thoughts they have. Those are the only ones are the thoughts where it's like, what if we was at a news desk and you was sucking my ass and balls? It's like, what if?
Like, what is the expectation in that? I mean, I guess you're like catatonically horny, so you're just like not even thinking. But like, what's the expectation? Oh yeah, I would love that. Like, has that ever?
Tyrus, come over now and fuck me.
Like, that's not a thing. Like, you could be the hottest guy of all time. You could be Adam Levine.
Adam,
the Maroon 5 guy.
Yeah, or James McCaffrey, Max Payne's voice actor.
Yes.
One of the best looking guys ever.
Yes, you could be either of these two men who are at the top of their games, okay? And if you were to send a text message like that, there aren't a lot of women that would be like, yes, I would like to have sex with you.
Yeah. Yeah, like... There are some guys who can they can make things cool, but it gets to a point. It gets to a point where, like, if you...
Andrew said, Adam Levine literally sexted, "I might have to see the booty." Okay, but that's fire.
That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool.
Yeah.
Like if I said that, it would suck.
That's like the Harry Sisson.
Yeah, Harry Sisson's. Remember how
Stud.
he got Me Too'd for like
being a stud?
Yeah, like getting too many bra pictures.
Yeah,
he wasn't even getting nudes.
That wasn't even awesome. That's not even awesome. Like misogynistic shit. Like
Yeah.
he just straight up was like
bra pictures.
doing ethical polyamory.
Yeah, which it's not even polyamory. He's just like 21.
Yeah.
I remember there was this annoying.
What was it? It was like where he was like, "Your body is absurd" or something. No, what was it?
Adam Levine said your body is tea. Yeah.
No, that was Adam Levine. I'm talking about Harry Sisson. He said.
Oh, he probably said something cool.
He was like, "Oh, I can't wait to drink wine and watch NPR with you." My goat.
That rock. No, I love, dude. I'm a Harry Sisson fan.
He said, "Holy fuck, that ass so fat."
Dude, that's a real. Everyone has felt this, right? Everyone has felt like a pair, like you said, catatonic horniness. I remember the first time when I like took like real Adderall that wasn't just like one of my idiot friends like test it. That's awesome. And that worked, by the way. He probably got 5 bra pictures out of that shit. Everyone's been catatonically horny, and when you're like that, if you're capable of like thoughts and feelings and abstract ideas, you do some embarrassing shit. Like I
don't. I just jerk off. I shut off everything and I jerk off.
No, now I know to jerk off.
Yeah.
Right. But
that's what you gotta do.
But I've been caught unawares. I've bought furniture that I don't need because I've been like it's just it happens. Sometimes you just don't have you don't have the immediate command presence to go whack off. But Tyrus, he doesn't think that's bad. Like he isn't like, oh no, I'm in a state where I could ruin my life. He just thinks, oh, I'm like radiating cum. They must really want me now.
Yeah, my pheromones.
Yeah, but Harry also feels that, but he succeeds.
Yeah, because he's woke.
Yeah,
that's why woke is good.
Yeah,
because when a woke gets that level of horny, they just go, oh, I can't wait to sit around and listen to Up First with you, babe. And I won't be skipping the ads. Like,
I can't wait for a fucking
Michael Barbaro to whisper sweet nothings in my ear.
Yeah, I cannot wait for a night with the Daily and you. Like, no, dude, do you remember that fucking annoying conservative lady who's like, I've dealt with guys like this? And
yeah.
It's like, first of all, no, you haven't. You've never had a fucking guy like Harry Sisson.
Yeah, you would never be able to have a guy like Harry Sisson. How dare you?
That's 5-star pipe, lady.
Yeah.
Let's cool your jets, okay, hon? But she like tried to make it a Me Too thing, and it's like first of all, lady, you're 47. You should, if you were on Snapchat, you should be arrested. Harry Sisson could be your grandson.
Sounds like a fridge just started. Okay, chat, shut the fuck up. I'm making coffee.
He actually has he has a guy like juggling around a coffee cup and a lemon rind back there.
Yeah, I'm beating his ass. They're saying you got frame mogged by Charlie Kirk. Hassan ran into Charlie Kirk at the DNC, got brutally frame mogged by him.
How tall was Charlie? He was like 6'7", right?
No, he's. I think either we're around the same height or he might be like a little bit taller than me. I can't remember.
I ran in the flesh.
What's up, Charlie? How you doing?
You gotta send me commission on all the YouTube.
No, yeah, you guys look like this.
Anyway, he did not fucking frame mog me, bro.
They look the same height.
He did not frame mog me, bro. Chill.
I don't know why.
I saw someone on like Spanish Twitter or something, or like German Twitter, be like, it seems like he had a good relationship with everyone but his fucking wife. Truly, like he had a fairly good relationship with everyone, including people who despise him, like myself.
There's no clips of him having like a moment with his wife.
Soft moment.
Like, no, it's just always like she's always just. I mean, she's a true performer, and not in a good way.
No. No.
That clip of her where she's like, "All right, y'all, great dance routines at my husband's funeral," and then she like remembers that it's supposed to be sad.
Yeah.
She's like, "And also my kids are definitely crying, but we sold so much merchandise."
Isn't it wonderful how much merch we sold?
She's off.
Also, she
Oh
like
my
has,
God.
she does put the accent on too, cause like she's like lived in Czechoslovakia or some shit.
Yeah,
like, she's
yeah.
not. She is like she had like a True World like reality TV show thing.
Czechia. I used to bitch about it. Now it's Czech Republic. It's Czechia. It's not fucking Czechoslovakia, but whatever. I'm surprised. He would know that anyway.
She like went to Princeton and shit. She like grew up in a very like rich suburb in Minnesota, and she like, but you just pretend to be just like this yokel.
Like, yeah, I hate that.
And Erica Kirk, yeah, isn't she? She's
It's the same with fucking the Kennedy from Louisiana. It's like, you're a Rhodes Scholar. You're a fucking Rhodes Scholar.
He's so funny.
Oh yeah, I got colloquialisms for days.
He was just like some dickhead. Like he was a Democrat. He was like an urbane Democrat, and then he's like, "All right, I see which way the wind's blowing.
Yeah.
Who remembers lynchings? I do." And
yeah, it's like you sound like the old pedophile from Family Guy for no reason. Like, again, this motherfucker is a Rhodes Scholar, okay? Like, we know he has read books. He's putting on a fucking show whenever he's like, "All right, y'all."
he's probably
Howdy.
Oh my God, he's probably gotten into like epistolary arguments over Faulkner novels.
Yes.
He's probably
yes.
like spent like a 6-month
You
back
know-
and forth like letter writing.
You know
argument.
his ass was all up in that Oxford Union. Like,
Yeah.
he was doing debates, and he
Oh
did
my-
not sound like Herbert the pervert when he was doing that.
Dude, to start sounding like that when you're like 52.
Yeah.
I mean, again, there is like, I was thinking about this the other day. Why the greatest advantage to being a man it is like the type of social transition you're allowed as a man.
Yeah.
That you can always become a different type
Well,
of person.
Erica Kirk.
And no one will say anything.
Erica Kirk was able to do that too,
But like
though.
not really. You know what I mean? Like not really. No one really fucking buys it.
Yeah, that's true.
No one is into it. No one likes Erica Kirk. With John Kennedy, people knew John Kennedy his entire fucking life. They were like, "Oh my God, John, I was just thinking about you. There's a new translation of Proust out," and he's like, "Who the hell is Proust? I've certainly never studied him
Yeah.
or written my master's thesis on him. I'm going to the seed store and then I'm going to shoot a crocodile."
Yeah, I'm illiterate.
Yeah.
I don't know how to read or write.
I've never seen a letter. And they're like, "Okay, have a good day, John."
Yeah.
And they're like, "Oh, I guess he changed."
He has a British accent after behind closed doors. He's like, yes. Indubitably.
He probably when the doors close and the camera's off, he probably dresses and acts like Lois Griffin's dad, like Carter Peter Schmidt. No, but you're allowed to. All those Rogan guys, like it's I talked the Elephant Graveyard video. We talked about it too, like the transitioning into your new guy.
Yeah.
Like what Mark Zuckerberg
Yeah.
did.
Well, they all go Dominican, which is cool,
Yeah.
and I like that.
I'm a Dick Zuckerberg fan. You know,
Dick Zuckerberg.
I love him. I really wish that Elon fought him.
Yeah, look at this. Was this man's wife the only person he didn't have a normal relationship with? I saw it in
that
German
is
Twitter too.
Very true. It's a very good observation.
Yeah. Also, let's talk about the real wifey. My queen.
Yeah.
My queen.
So what possessed her to go in this direction, like the YA direction?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I think this proves that she's just like genuinely mentally ill.
Yeah,
and
she's
also
a
not
crazy
very
per-
smart.
She's
like,
a legitimate
because
crazy
if she
person.
was, because if there was a better balance of like if she was grifting and she was a little bit more intelligent,
yeah,
she would know not to do this.
Right. The most salacious angle to take is like Erica killed him. Like,
yeah,
just keep hitting on that. Like, he was betrayed by TP USA. This shit where
Erica Kirk killed him alongside Israel.
Yeah.
Is the perfect conspiracy, but she had to tie it back to like herself somehow. Because like crazy people like this always have to be the center of the story, and then it was like Brigitte Macron. Brace's gender fluid Brigitte.
I called her a passoid
Oh
yeah, Passoid.
It's a famous Passoid.
Yeah.
It like she's going so YA with it. Like they were both the chosen ones, and then this Erica chick got in the way.
Yeah, it's just like I know for a fact this is like what she's saying. She must believe.
Oh yeah. I mean, well,
because it's embarrassing.
And they did like. To her credit, there was a text where Charlie's like, who knows what he was going for here, but he goes, sometimes I feel like I'm a time traveler. And I don't think he meant that literally.
Yeah, he was trying to fuck you.
Right, he was trying to fuck her.
He had never met a woman. He had never met a woman like you, Candace.
Right. Or he was just like, we're the world's first, like, you're the first, like, hag for a heterosexual. You know what I mean? Like that, I don't know. He didn't know that term, but he was like, whatever that is, you're that for me. But he wasn't serious. But because she's crazy, she's like, oh my God, he told me. It was right in front of me.
Yeah. And now, but like, I will give her credit for, well, one, I love that, like, she just destroyed single-handedly the perfect opportunity for the Republicans to, like.
They thought it was going to be like. They thought it was just like, it was going to be Reagan for the next 20 years, and she just like...
Like, we're going to have photos of fucking Charlie Kirk like Saddam Hussein in every classroom, you know what I mean? Nope.
They thought they were going to get like 20 billion people fired, and she just turns it into a spectacle about how Charlie, like, was an X-Man, basically.
Luckily, she didn't do that initially, though. That's why I'm saying, like, she slow-rolled the fucking insanity. So when she came out of the gate swinging, she, like... exhausted how not exhausted, but like she exploited how like unconvincing the main narrative was, so that like everyone it was maximum impact because of Israel. Everyone was like, oh, this seems like this is definitely it. And then Benjamin Netanyahu came out and did like those 4 videos where he's like, we did not kill Charlie Kirk. We would never do that. It's a school ground. We would have killed all the children if it was us.
We would have never sent a sniper. It would have been an aerial attack.
Yeah.
I mean, well, that is the thing. That is like the thing about successful crazy people.
Yeah.
And by successful crazy people, I mean crazy people who get other like not as crazy people to go along with them. There's always like a bit of like true seeming stuff in there, or they string you along with something that seems legit. Everyone in this world who is like a content creator of any type, they have gotten DMs where you think you have something, you think you have like a scoop, someone's like, hey, I've got the inside line on, fucking the DNC, right? And they tell you one thing that seems like kind of, there's this thing about this contractor that's kind of weird, and then they're like, and anyway, I could tell because the secretary of the DNC who got me committed to the mental hospital has been showing up in my dreams. And you're like, okay, I get it. Fucking lunatic. I'll see ya.
You got us in the first half.
Yeah.
Candace, luckily, like it was perfect. Like it was the perfect planet alignment where right place, right time, right amount of crazy, uses the existing enmity towards Israel to just single-handedly reframe the narrative.
If she had started out with like
astral projection, it would not have worked.
If she had started out with like me and Charlie, we used to do mental airdrops to each other. People have been like, "Okay, go away, you lunatic." But she's a lifelong crazy. So she knows what she's doing.
You think Erica's also trying to do the same thing now? Look, because Erica confirms Candace's claim that lights would flicker when Charlie was around is a total frequency thing.
What the hell? What? Do you think she's just like? Do you think that's like guilt?
She's gonna start doing if I did it. Like, just to lean into the grip, she's like, well, a lot of people want to see this, seemingly. Candace is doing great with her numbers.
That's kind of what I think.
What if I killed Charlie?
Dude, that is kind of what I think, is that she's like, okay, like, obviously, if someone says all this crazy shit about your husband and implies that you did it, you have to be mad at them. But my numbers are shit. Hers are better than mine.
Yeah.
I need to, like, go along with this the best I can.
Well, let's see what Candace's, like, new meta is. Because she went from Israel, then she went to France, and she was like, you know who the real Jews are? The French. Which was awesome. That was awesome. No, she literally was like, well, you know, the FBI was created by the French. Oh yeah, you missed out on big chunks of this.
I'm behind on Candace.
I was following along I would tune in to her live broadcast.
I am very behind on Candace.
Yeah. So let's see where she's at now.
Charlie and I spoke a lot about his third eye. That's why that sentence caught my attention in the article. He spoke about the street lamps that would go off when he would run, about the special school that he had to go to.
Where there was a bald guy, but he could levitate. He was handicapped, but he could levitate. The bald guy could. And then there was a Holocaust survivor who was his best friend. But of course, we don't believe the Holocaust at the Candace Owens Show. The official position of the Candace Owens Show is that it didn't happen. But if it did, then it was good that it happened, and more should happen. And the Holocaust guy could bend spoons. What the fuck? Charlie Kirk was an X-Man? Oh my God.
About a lot of the things that were strange in our childhood, the testing that both of us had to endure. Spoke about the fact that we could both astral project. You know all of this, of course. You have his phone. And how surprised we were when we learned that not everybody does that naturally. Sleep paralysis, you name it. We had conversations about it.
She fucking serious.
Charlie...
I would love to hear her,
No, you missed this. She said Charlie Kirk went to X-Men School for the Gifted.
In Lake Forest, Illinois?
No, like
there.
Okay, no, listen again.
Charlie and I spoke a lot about his third eye. That's why that sentence caught my attention in the article. He spoke about the street lamps that would go off when he would run, about the special school that he had to go to. He spoke about a lot of the things that were strange in our childhood, the testing that both of us had to endure.
She's saying he went to Xavier's School for the Gifted.
And again,
Professor Charles Xavier.
We talked about this on the show.
No. There's real things that people can do to someone.
What am I going to do with this amazing
and you lose all of the real stuff.
Please give me $100 million so I can convince old people that I'm actually convincing young people about conservative.
I have a 1 billion power. I have not even scratched the surface of what I can do. I can manipulate electromagnetic fields. Maybe I can train this power. If I did, it would put me on this unprecedented level, this unprecedented human level. Maybe I'm the next step in human evolution. I'm leapfrogging 20 trillion years. What should I do? Okay, get rid of the death tax. Like, what? That's your thing?
Yeah, that's what I would do. That's my life's mission.
If you had the powers of Dr. Manhattan, and you're like, okay, my lane is politics, but what I care about is Obama's hip-hop barbecue. I didn't like it. Are you going to use your powers in politics? Absolutely not.
No, we're going to use it on Obama's hip-hop barbecue.
Yeah, we're gonna do this fair and square, okay? I'm not using my amazing abilities.
Dude, remember when they did the diaper thing? That's what he was using his power for. To wear a diaper on a college campus.
Yeah.
To make fun of, to own the libs.
Yeah, it's... You don't think at some point he would have used his electricity power during a debate?
Yeah.
Like, what if he was debating...
He would have used it against Cenk when he got up on...
oh my God.
I live like a capitalist every day, every single day, Cenk.
If I was him...
He would have lasered him right there.
Oh my... Cenk is lucky to be alive.
Yeah.
But if I was him, you know what I would do is I would have one of those, debates from the God Is Not Dead movies where they're like, okay, for the first time ever, we're having a religious guy debate an atheist. It's never been done before. And Charlie would obviously be the God guy. And the atheist would go, if God's real, how come he won't turn that light off? And then if I was Charlie, I would start Naruto running. Turn off the lights off. How come he didn't do that? He could have saved 1 trillion souls, but he didn't. Why?
But turns out Erica Kirk is confirming it, so.
We signed for you to know that Charlie's with you in something. When we first started dating, we were walking to dinner one night, and this happened a lot. The lights would start to flicker. And he'd look up at the light and be like, it's so weird. This happens to me a lot. And I was like, really? He's like, yeah. So our whole dating and whole marriage, anytime he'd be
By the way,
around,
I've never told you, but my husband was an electricity guy.
Yeah.
You know the show The Boys? He was kind of like, what's her name?
Also, it's like a meme almost where it's literally the worst version of this power. Like,
yeah.
Oh yeah, my power is so awesome. I flicker lights on and off.
Could you imagine how annoying it would be to like be roommates with him when you were like 19? Like you're trying to play fucking Madden.
And he walks
he
in.
just it's like, Charlie, slow down. You turn off the lights when you go too fast.
Yeah.
Oh my, he probably got kicked out of every gym he ever belonged to.
He was in good shape.
Maybe that's what he used his power for.
Yeah.
He would go to Equinox, and to prevent gay guys from having sex, he would run by the sauna.
I like that in your headcanon, the only way he can turn the lights off is if he's running. He has to get a certain speed going, otherwise he can't flicker the lights.
Well, Erica, who's a liar, said, "Oh, it happened when he walked by every time." It doesn't make any sense. Candace, who's an expert, said when he would run.
Yes.
No, he had to achieve a certain speed. Oh my god! Like he was probably. No, students of the X-Men comic books know this. This is made. It doesn't make sense to have a guy who just every time he walks by lights. Okay, when did that start? Obviously not when he was born, or else he would have fucked up the entire house. He would be dead.
Yeah.
But if he runs, you would that makes way more sense.
First time he ran, he probably ran outdoors. Like they didn't figure it out until like later in his life, at nighttime.
Oh, think how cool it must have been. He probably figured it out when he was a little kid and he would chase the ice cream truck. But when he got within like 15 meters of it, like the engine just shuts off. I can't wait till they give me a bunch of money to make the Charlie Kirk movie. And that's like one of the first scenes. And Erica's, by the way, obviously the villain of the movie. I will be having Erica played by Sir Ben Kingsley. No makeup. No, it's just going to be Ben Kingsley. And he's going to be like, I'm Erica Kirk.
Oh, he's not even doing an accent.
No, he's not doing an accent at all. I'm Erica Kirk. I've given birth to our 3 beautiful children. I want to harness my husband's electricity powers for my own evil needs.
Like, or he would just look at me and wink. It was like our little thing. His power.
No, it wasn't your look. Candace
It's
knew about
a
it
total
too.
frequency thing.
No, he's trying to steal Candace's shit.
Literally trying to steal her thunder.
Which is trying to...
the power that Charlie...
But you know what's funny about it is that even when she's talking about the light flicking, like they say, Erica confirms Candace's claim. No one even wants it to be her thing.
Yeah, no, it is. But it is. Because, Erica, you were second to it. Why didn't you bring this up before, Erica?
Yeah.
It's just, like, this is such, like, third grader shit.
So
you have the alpha liar in the class, Candace, and then Mr. Me Too.
the night everything happened when we were in Utah, I was in a hotel room by myself, in one of the bedroom portion by myself. And the bathroom light was on, and it just was a strobe light all night, just flaring. And I was like, part of me couldn't sleep because it was a strobe light. The other part of me couldn't sleep because of how just my world has just crumbled. And the other part of me couldn't sleep because I was like, baby, I feel you. I know you're here.
Mm-hmm. What can you say? What, like,
brother?
Dude.
Oh my God.
Charlie, if you can hear us, can you? We're sorry, man. That sucks. I feel bad for anyone this happens to.
No, but like, Candace is carrying the flame, though.
Right. That's what I mean. It's not embarrassing to necessarily be lied, but like, if I died, and like, Amber,
I'll be your Candace.
You, Amber, any of you were like, you know, every time Felix was around,
I just see vape clouds when I walk around, and I know Felix is there with me in spirit.
When Felix would do planks, every Nintendo Switch around him would turn off because he hated Nintendo. He hated their policy towards IP, but it would only happen when he did planks.
Yeah.
And
he could do them for a really long time. He could do it for hours.
He'd do it for hours, and he would do that when Nintendo was announcing a new thing because he wanted to sabotage them.
Yeah.
And the night he died, I was trying to play my Switch, trying to get my mind off it, and it just melted in my hands.
And I just knew in that moment.
I knew he was there.
I knew it.
But so like getting lied about is not like again like if people like after I died they're like he had electricity powers, he could pick up a bag of Delta 8 and he could turn it into just 150 blue 30 milligram oxycodone with the M on it. I'd be like, I'd be in purgatory probably. I think I'm a purgatory type of guy. I'm too fun loving.
It's just
to go to one of the two immediately. But I would be like, thumbs up. But if someone was like, someone was doing the stuff Erica is doing, I would be having a terrible time in purgatory. I would feel so sad.
If Charlie had better powers, he wouldn't have died. By the way, like if he had like not light flickering powers, but something different, like he would be alive right now.
Well,
how kind of fucked up.
We haven't heard anything about the trial. Do you think Tyler Robinson maybe used like silver bullets or something?
Yeah,
or like
to take him
antimatter
out. To take him out. Yeah,
he had an antimatter railgun.
Well, Tyler Robinson.
Tyler Robinson, who's actually Erica Kirk, her looper.
Tyler Robinson did kind of look like Charlie Kirk a little bit from the
he kind of did, yeah,
from a different timeline.
Well, there's a lot of that guy out there.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh man, I like the story's like too convoluted and too long and just too much weird shit from my childhood, adolescence to get into it. But the one time there was a person who I'll just say I didn't want to talk to this person. I didn't want to see them.
Let's start from the end. Once this video's done, I'm going to give you the legendary Alice for free. But before I do...
I ran into them at this place once. And she said to me, "Hey, you look really familiar." And because I did not want to talk to her at all, just her presence really freaked me the fuck out. I went, "No, I'm just one of those guys that looks like a lot of people." Which is not true at all. That is fucking stupid. But this person was pretty dumb, so she was like, yeah, you know what, I think that's right. And it worked. Charlie really was one of those guys who looked like a lot of people.
Except I don't know, this dude looks like a bunch of musicians.
But even...
I feel like he could have stood in the...
I have met...
It's like a bunch of musicians that look just like this.
800,000 people who look exactly like Tyler Robinson and Charlie. Like when I went to camp, I went to camp in northern Wisconsin, and like half of them had that same
Doppelgangerland.
All right, let's look at Van Jones, who is back at it. He's standing
he has
up
the blue thing.
He has the blue thing. He's standing up to hate.
So that means he was originally wearing a lapel pin that said "Dirty Jew."
The New York Times.
And then a guy put the blue thing over it.
The New York Times interviewed Clavicular. Oh my God. Oh, the gift that keeps on giving. Felix, you don't understand. I'm gonna put you on game, brother. I'm gonna put you on game. But first, let's look at Mao's Third World as Van Jones and what he's up to on the. And you can tell from the backdrop where he's at.
I know, yeah. We're about to have a real time, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Progressives have a politics that says all white people are racist, all men are toxic, and all billionaires are evil.
Yep.
It's kind of hard to keep them on your side. And so we might want to think about, if you're chasing people out of the party, you can't be mad when they leave. And maybe if we had a different politics, we actually said dignity for everybody, everybody's respected, and we need you, more people might stay.
He's so good.
I think he kind of nailed it.
He really does deserve the $100 million that Jeff Bezos gave him for no reason.
How would he even...
Well, not for no reason, for this reason.
Well, yeah, but, okay, so Bezos gives him that money, so he's like, continue your work. But, like, how does
continue your work?
That was it. He was like, you're doing such good work in whatever the fuck you do. Continue it.
Yeah.
How do you spend $100 million on, like, this? It's like a Brewster's Millions type thing.
Like, Jeff Bezos at this point given more money to Van Jones than Washington Post?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Do you remember my favorite philanthropist of all time, Lorraine Powell Jobs, and how like she read too many damn articles in 2020, and she was like, okay, I have $70 gajillion, $400 million to the asexual puppetry workshop in Baltimore.
Yeah.
$200 million to the fucking
I like that though.
video games for deaf
You gotta
people
identify
studio.
shit that like would piss off your your former husband.
Oh, Steve Jobs would have hated that shit.
Yeah, that's
Like,
what I mean. You just
she was
gotta-
doing, I mean, she probably, depend. Historians will argue about this in the future, whether Lorraine Powell Jobs either killed woke or like set up woke too.
Yeah.
Because
That's why I'm always doing a call to action every morning when I first start. I say, Melinda Gates, hit my line, okay? Let's fund the armed revolutionary vanguard. Bill would hate it, okay? Funnel it through me. I got you. Same with fucking Mackenzie Bezos, okay? He's my boss technically, so it's a unique predicament, but I think he would be very upset if you gave me all of the money. Let's link up and build.
I think there's like a 22% chance that Melinda would be enamored by me. And I don't mean like romantic, I just mean like she would think I'm like she would go, there's one fun-loving guy. That's what she said. And then there's a 78% chance that she would find me utterly repulsive. But that's like you have worse chances in roulette.
Yeah.
And I think
you can play those odds.
Oh, I played worse odds and lost, but walked away smiling. And I think no, she has enough money to get a decent Air Force for Ansar Allah. Not the group, moderators, admins, whatever.
Yeah, terms of
I
service
have a friend who's named that.
Yeah.
And he's Christian, by the way.
Yeah. And Hezbollah is his brother's name.
Yes,
Also
exactly.
Christian. They're real stand-up guys.
And by the way, he's dying, and his dream
Yeah.
is always to have had a plane.
Yeah. Build a runway in Lebanon that's totally separate.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's not, it's also, because how are you going to fly the planes?
Exactly.
You need to have a separate airport, separate facility. And anti-aircraft weapons to defend it. Obviously, it's a bad neighborhood.
Yeah, it's a tough place.
Yeah.
So like none of these, all are mega billionaires who are, in terms of adjusted for inflation, accounting for their wealth relative to the size of the GDP, they're the equivalent to the Rockefellers, etc. Out of all the like top 20 guys, Bezos, I like him the most. And like, no, I don't think he's a good guy, but he's just, I think it's cute how he just has like the worst taste ever. He just has terrible taste. But he just he spent so much money on that stupid Lord of the Rings show.
Oh, and the fucking awful shirts that he wears.
Oh my God, yeah.
God.
I think it's like there's a real humanist quality to him that I don't see in the other guys. And I like what he's done with Prime Video in that it's like it is like a welfare program for great actors who have gambling problems.
Yeah, after you did all of that, $30 million for fucking Melania Trump is nothing.
Yeah. I mean, how much do you think Billy Bob made for Goliath is awesome. And no one watched it. I can tell because
my dad watched it. And he loves Landman. You know who else loves Landman?
A lot of people, actually.
Giannis Varoufakis.
What the fuck? I mean, Landman's not conservative. It's just like, it's more confusing than that, but it's also like a shitty shit. Like, Landman sucks.
Landman, Giannis Varoufakis did a Landman reference on my stream the other day when he brought up the price of the oil barrel, and how it has to stay at $60 a barrel, otherwise, the industry collapses.
Can someone tell him to watch Goliath? Way better show. The greatest vulgar Bernie-crat show ever. The greatest. There's no other. They tried a bunch of Bernie-crat shows. They all failed. Goliath, the greatest. Goliath is so good that its season 2 was horrible. but it didn't slow it down. And it only... I know that no one watched Goliath because it had, the fan wiki is unfinished. I check it every day, and it sucks.
That's awesome.
There are fan wikis for like everything.
Yeah. Well, it's because they need a younger audience too. I think that's probably.
Yeah, I think I might be the youngest guy who's seen all of it twice by like.
Like
70.
my dad is not fucking going on a Wikipedia page to update shit.
Well,
you know?
Can he?
No, no, he will not. He doesn't know how to operate that stuff.
If I asked him to write the Goliath Wikipedia page, would he do it?
20 more gifted memberships. Hey, thank you, YouTuber. The YouTube gifted memberships. I don't know why you guys are peppering me with gifted memberships on YouTube right now, but what is this? Oh yeah, what do you think about this Washington Post stuff?
I mean, it's that is what this happens every time. Like someone picks up a paper. There are a few examples of really rich guys getting a paper for like cultural prestige reasons and also for them to be loss leaders. But it's always like, God, I remember when this happened with Samuel Zell when he bought the Tribune in Chicago. And Zell was actually like stupid enough to be like, hey, what the fuck? This newspaper isn't making any money. But Bezos
uses like a fleshlight to get like to set up his defense contracts.
Yeah.
And then was like, I'm out.
Yeah.
But I just like it's nothing to him. I don't understand why he just doesn't let it exist.
Well, do you think it's less of the thing of him being spiteful maybe and more of a thing of like, all right, I like spent all this money on this Melania crap and it paid off for defense contracts, but like if I keep running this fucking thing, like the Trump people are just gonna keep asking for more shit, and he's just prepping to unload it on someone else. He's trying to strip it down so he can sell it, maybe. Because
Yeah.
he doesn't like the onus of having it under the Trump administration. Like it's just too annoying.
This guy said total commie slaughter. Yeah, the communist newspaper
of the Washington Post.
Yeah, run by Trots, the famous Trotskyist newspaper, Washington Post. Well, I guess former Trots turned neocon.
Yeah, I think like I would. Again, at the roulette table, I would bet that like at least half the people who got fired are Trotskyists who turned neocon.
Yeah. It's awesome. It's awesome that these guys literally, oh God, people are so stupid. Like, I mean, there's the argument where it's like they try to turn it in the editorial direction in a more conservative way, but like conservatives are just not literate anymore.
It's just such a bad investment.
Also, what example of a conservative newspaper is a profitable one? Like Federalist?
And the only conservative, like the only right-leaning newspapers that like work are establishmentarian conservatives, you know, like more Mitt Romney types or
with opaque funding.
Yeah.
Like
well, I was thinking like Wall Street Journal.
Oh yeah.
Or like European conservatives that have an entirely different ethos than ours. It's like the...
Yeah, I was just thinking of like the Federalist and shit like that.
Would you... Calling the Federalist a newspaper is like pretty generous.
Yeah.
Like I would call it a website. I don't know, like it's a weird... Have you ever like just scrolled by it, like just checking what they're doing day to day?
No.
There's
only when they write about me do I ever am I ever reminded of its existence.
It is more like what BuzzFeed was before they hired a bunch of reporters than it is like a newspaper. Like it's they do a lot of like elite daily style content.
Wait, really? Five of the sexiest ways to not pay taxes? Like what would it be?
There's some real bullshit on there. They don't do like lists in the same way that like Elite Daily would, but it's just like there's a lot of like just like lifestyle bullshit, just shit that's like not, you couldn't really call it editorial or reporting.
ICE-hating anarchists are an occupying force.
Yeah.
Viral video shows how the left coerces fake agreement.
Yeah, it's aggregate.
All their future videos are
stuff like this. It's like we saw a YouTube video. Let's tell you about
Queer
it.
lobby reports 65% drop in Fortune 500 celebrating corporate DEI.
Queer lobby.
Sick. Democrats hate anyone who doesn't love crime and fraud as much as they do, even leftists.
These are all just like, these aren't articles. These are like unsolicited conversations.
Yeah.
This is just like a guy
These
talking
are
to you
random
on an
thoughts.
elevator.
These
Yeah.
are random thoughts concocted by a stupid man hallucinating an alternative reality.
This is a lonely man. Have you ever had one of those? A lonely man in an elevator?
He just really wants you
you're
to
just
hear
like,
it.
I want to kill myself right now. God. Like it is just all like utterances, and here's a video we saw.
Mass amnesty in Spain. Oh, Spain's king is woke. By the way.
He's very,
He's like pro-Palestine. He was like pro-immigrant. What the fuck's going on
They have
over
a
there?
history of woke monarchs. Juan Carlos ended the dictatorship. Remember, he got like not sexually, but like politically groomed by Franco, and Franco's like, okay, you're gonna help me. When I die, you're gonna fucking help my other guy take over.
Bill Smokes Cragman is reposting Dr. Naomi Wolf.
Two geniuses find each other.
Wow.
Two real fucking geniuses.
At Harmeet Dillon. I told you Zohran Mamdani won by exactly the margin of duplicate votes of the machine scanned duplicates, and poll workers were told to feed spoiled duplicate votes into the machines, which is told. I love these guys that are just like they're voting nerds. Like they love, this is the one angle that they always have to harp on.
My favorite one of those is Data Republican.
Oh yeah.
Hey, I forget, is Data Republican a girl?
I doubt it, but maybe.
I can't tell. The avatar is like, I think it might be just, I think it's a guy. I don't know. This is, how did she figure this out? How did she get to there from there?
New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani won by 207,000 votes. New York reported 272,000 duplicate registration between 2022 and 2024.
Okay, so all
by one of her reply guys.
yeah. So a reply guy screenshotting another guy.
Yeah.
Under
Please stop trolling New York City. There's no evidence we voted for Mamdani because the Board of Elections is still preventing a vote audit. Why?
And by preventing a vote audit, do they just mean like her going in and being like, let me take a look at
these votes.
Let me
give me the voter.
votes.
Give me the voter rolls right now. I need to go door to door and see who voted for Mamdani.
I would. Oh my god, that would make my day. If I'm just at my computer and Naomi Wolf knocks on my door, and I get to proudly tell her I didn't vote.
Yeah.
I'd be like, I didn't vote, ma'am, and they said I voted 20 times. Can I come with you?
I mean, that is what it is. The Nick Shirley method is tested and true at this point. It works.
But if Nick Shirley came to my door, I would like put a leash on him.
Dude, imagine you're James O'Keefe, okay? Esteemed Broadway musical talent, James O'Keefe.
A sort of a seafaring villain.
Yeah, and you've had many successes. I mean, you took out Acorn, and you put together these like somewhat sophisticated smear operations.
Yeah, there's a lot of good tricky editing there.
Yeah, you like liquor up, I don't know, the third assistant, and then you like greatly overemphasize their position in the company. You liquor them up. You act like you find someone to go, on a date with them.
Yeah.
Okay? And they're, of course, talking mad shit about their bosses. You edit it. You chop all that up, right? You get one of those big bags with a camera in it. Remember when they tried to do that to the Washington Post?
Oh, yeah.
Like a big hat with a camera, like a big cowboy hat with a massive camera in the cowboy hat. And they were like, that's a camera.
The hat that Milo wears every time he talks to someone in conservative media.
Yeah.
Oh man, do you remember with the Roy Moore thing they tried where they're like, I'm Washington Post reporter.
No, that's what we're talking about. Yeah.
Oh, the Bernie Bernstein one.
Yeah. Where they were.
Do you have any lies that I can pay you Jewish money for? That was so awesome. That was great.
Yeah, and
that was so good.
The Washington Post reporter was like, "Are you recording this? Is that a camera?"
No, this is a medical light in my hat. It comes on when I.
Anyway, but you're James O'Keefe. You've made a career out of this wonderful operation.
Yeah.
Okay, and you put a lot of work into what you're doing, right? There's a lot of effort that goes into it.
Yeah, you have an organization.
And then they chop you down because you're gay, okay? Which is very homophobic. They chop you down because you have a separate passion, okay? And then Nick Shirley comes to the town.
Wait, is that what happened to him?
Well, I think they were mad that he was misusing the funds because he would get all the Project Veritas people to fly in to watch his renditions of Oklahoma. That's not a joke.
Why do they love musical theater so much? They're so into it. They're so fucking into it.
They were like, you're misusing the funds that we gave you to blackmail people or to like fucking, set up these sting ops.
Dude, go fucking... Dude.
Yeah, that's not... I'm not joking. That's not hyperbole.
Like 20 airplane tickets to watch James O'Keefe do his song and dance routine. That's like a drop in the bucket for Robert Mercer. And he was a soldier. Dude, he got so much done.
Yeah, he got like actual results.
Yeah, he really made this country worse.
Half the reason why people still think that like Planned Parenthood is like eating babies is because of him. Like he went to the Planned Parenthood and
he got
the scoop.
He got the Democrats to shiv Acorn. Like he's made this such a worse place. What was that weird thing he did on a boat? Like tried to get some girl on a boat. And was like, bleh, You remember that?
No. What is it? He got a girl on a boat?
He got in trouble for like putting a girl on a boat or something.
I don't remember.
I know, look, I'm not being purposely vague. That's just all I remember is that they were like, you're under arrest for like putting I'm making it sound like a Ray Donovan thing, but I think he was trying to have sex with her and like didn't or something.
James O'Keefe did do a dance number to Scissor Sisters at CPAC. That is true. He had a whole dance routine.
That's pretty cool.
He had a whole dance routine. He was really big into song and dance. Anyway, but like imagine being that guy who spent his whole life doing all this shit. And then there comes like Nick Shirley and his entire investigation, which I'm using the term loosely here, is to run up to daycares and be like, I'm a pedophile who wants to see the children.
Yeah.
I am a pedophile. These are my friends. These are also my pedophilic friends. We need to see kids inside this facility.
You heard of the 1 to 10 system? I have a 1 through 15 system on grading hotness.
Yeah.
It's way more intricate. Where are they?
I need to see how sexy the kids are inside of this daycare facility. Also, I have a camera. I'm not even doing the hidden camera technique.
Yeah.
I'm not even doing the James O'Keefe big bucket hat with the camera in it. Like, they're just straight up doing that. And everyone's like, this is the greatest. The vice president said he deserves a Pulitzer.
Yeah. And
the vice president, who's a Yale graduate lawyer, said... He went to Yale, right, J.D. Vance?
Yeah, he did, yeah.
Yeah. He's a Yale graduate lawyer.
Oh, wait, no, Harvard. Sorry. He went to Harvard.
Even worse.
Yeah.
Harvard graduate lawyer said, you deserve a Pulitzer for this. I would kill myself if I was James O'Keefe at that point.
It is, dude. And, like, Nick Shirley is... If there has ever been a graduate from reading out loud at way too old of an age school, it is that guy. That guy... Holy shit.
You're being too nice. He does not know how to read.
He is, like...
He's a finger reader.
Yo, yeah, no, he could teach the class in finger reading. He is, like... Dude...
He's like, when he said benevolent?
What is benevolent?
Yeah. The irony of him wearing the quality leering sweatshirt that's, like, under every reply because Twitter is all crypto bots.
Yeah.
Like...
It just, yeah, sometimes I feel like people have gotten like way fucking dumber.
Oh yeah.
In the last 10 years, and I'll like bitch about it, and then I'll be like, this is like everyone says this every 10 years. This is just like getting older. You probably just we paper over things in our memories, even if you have a very good memory. You do not remember these little frustrations along the way. But then...
I do think that people have gotten dumber.
When I see Nick Shirley, it is kind of like, well, he would have... 10 years ago, people would have been like, oh my God, let's get this guy some help.
Yeah.
like this guy, we need to make a fucking daycare and put this guy in it and never let him out.
And all of
we need to make like adult-sized kennel gates. But now it's like... Sure, let's give him a medal. Let's give him a fucking medal and not, like, interrogate his parents. Like, hey, which fucking Six Flags rides did you go on during the third trimester? Did you, Mrs. Shirley? Did you ride the fucking American Eagle with this kid in you?
Yeah.
What the?
What
fuck?
kind of
Because
G pressures hit this kid's brain before he got out of your vagina?
Was this kid on a Blue Angels flight? In the womb. What the fuck is going on with him?
Yeah. Speaking of which, here's someone who's actually brilliant.
Okay.
Clavicular.
No, I think this is a very educated young man.
Yeah, he is. He's the future of the conservative movement.
He says he hits on a very good truth that I think a lot of people, a lot of so-called intellectuals, are afraid to hit on, which is it feels good to do Adderall and steroids.
Yeah, yeah.
Like,
well, he doesn't even do Adderall. He does meth.
Oh yeah, he says it's healthier.
Yeah,
he
goes straight.
That's kind of awesome.
He straight pipes the meth, which, you gotta respect. So, Clavicular went super viral once again because the clip accounts that post this shit all the time very sincerely write some of the dumbest titles, and then it's just like, it one-shots people. Like, when you read it, it alters the trajectory of your life.
Yeah.
This one was... Clavicular ran into a frat leader at ASU and got brutally frame-mogged by him.
By the way, I don't agree with his editorializing.
No.
Clavicular is taller than him. He's taller
But he
than
got
him.
frame-mogged. It's undeniable. I will argue on
that's
this.
like this guy is great delts. Not gonna lie.
Just wait until you see the full.
Okay.
The full reveal.
I'll see them moving.
Appreciate you. Crimson's Eye. Don't use snobs. You got me by a lot.
Frame-mog.
Well, okay, this guy's like naked. That's not really fair, is it?
No. This is, come on. Look at his clavicles.
No, this guy has an awesome body.
Yeah.
No one's gonna fucking deny that. But he's like naked. It's not fair when one guy's wearing a shirt, one guy's like naked, and be like, "Oh my god, he looks so much strong." That's what Nick Shirley would do. Nick Shirley would
object permanence.
See like a naked guy, and see a guy with clothes on, and he'd be like, "One guy's so much stronger."
Someone in the chat said, that's not natty, right? Of course it's not natty, dude. What are you talking about? No, it's not natty.
Look, I don't know. I think people are... There's some real nutcases out there who can...
Like the Russian child who has a genetic disorder that makes him shredded at the age of 6.
Yeah, I mean, we've all seen people who can get like fucking jacked eating like Costco peanut butter.
Yeah, we call those people under 5'7".
But they don't. Well, yeah, but they don't like. No one really. I don't know. I mean, you are like a freak when you're 23 and shit, but I just do not think so.
Yeah, no.
It doesn't matter.
He's still tapered. His waist is cinched. He's got the perfect
the waist size. Yeah.
Yeah, he's got the perfect V frame.
It's like not that it's easy to look like that if you take steroids, even though like
yeah, he puts a lot of work into it.
That's what people don't understand. You steroids just make it so you can train way harder, way longer.
Okay, have you noticed though? He's panicking. He's panicking here. Like, he doesn't like.
No. Well, okay. Let's do it frame by frame.
Also, Zoomers have the worst haircuts. Like, I can't believe I'm the one saying this, but like, what the fuck is going on here? Where he like is trying to do like.
Well, yeah, it's the most basic thing you learn in school, but I think steroids just make it so you can't have babies, right? It like fucks up your junk. It's like a really good reason not to. Oh, and roid rage issues, though you can have whatever the fuck rage issues because of anything that maintains your body and then you go without it and it creates like a rage response. But it's like known for that. Yeah, I mean, I think it's sad that guys would feel pressured, usually guys, to get this like certain, it looks like your muscles are pushing out of your skin level of whatever, and then it kind of like deflates if you stop using the steroids. So, I mean, it's not like You didn't really make yourself stronger. And it fucked up your body. Anyway, yeah.
A group of foids came and spiked his cortisol levels. Smiling, crying, laughing, crying emoji. Is ignoring the foids while munting and mogging moids more useful than SMV chat fishing in the club?
You know, when you watch a movie like Demolition Man, this is like how the people talk. This is like how the...
This is future speak.
Well, yeah, it's like how people in like 1992 thought that people in 2050 would
They
talk.
fucking nailed it. They
Yeah.
fucking nailed it. Yeah, so everyone started making jokes about it. You're laughing. Clavicular was mid-jester grinning when a group of foids came and spiked his cortisol levels, and you're laughing. It's the captions itself, I think, make it even better because the clips are so dystopian. Like watching these clips, you're like, what the fuck is going on with the world?
Well, it's... But also, like, kind of nothing happens in the clips. That's what's so funny
Yeah,
about it.
yeah,
Like,
yeah, yeah.
like the captions are so... Like, obviously, they're written to get people to quote tweet it, but when you actually watch the clips, it's just, like, every shitty Miami nightclub I've ever seen. Or any nightclub anywhere. It's just, like...
I mean, the clip that we just watched, the frame mogging, was literally nothing.
It's a guy standing next to him.
A guy standing
Yeah,
next to him.
yeah.
And that's it. That's the clip.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, well, these are consequential clips,
I
though.
did like, you know what, clip of his I really did like, though, that I thought was really funny, was the one where he's explaining how you can use, the way you take off your shoes, you can use to, what did he call it, like height frauding or something?
Yeah, yeah. Oh,
that was really funny.
He goes from
that was
vantage
really
point
good.
to vantage point
Yeah,
in his
yeah.
home to stay tall.
Yeah, it's
He
so
has like
good.
things that he has set up in his house so that when he takes his shoes off, he goes from one tippy toe to the next point so that he can stand without having to like consistently be on his tippy toes.
I think one of the things that pisses me off the most is how people like overuse autistic to just...
Oh no, he's so autistic.
Right, yeah. People just... Autistic to everyone, that just means like you're like young Sheldon.
Yeah,
It's
no.
like, oh, I'm so autistic. I read a book about World War II, something that
Yeah.
no one's ever done before.
Yeah.
But he like that type of thing where it's like you've studied the angles of incline and like vantage points in your
Yes.
house to like look. That is like, it's very charming to me.
Yeah, no,
it's all super charming.
He
to
is
me.
the true autist for sure.
I
mean, he did bone smashing.
Oh yeah.
He did bone smashing. He's done like experimental cocktails that like melt the fat off of your face. He was caught injecting this like it's not even. He does all kinds of Chinese peptides. That's not even that's the most normal thing he does, right? But he was giving his 17-year-old girlfriend these fat burning things. Like he was injecting her face on camera. He's infertile from doing too much steroids.
I saw that clip where he's like, technically now I'm infertile, but I can change that. It's like, I don't know. It's just like, it's hard for me not to like him.
Yeah.
It's just, because the whole thing, it's so self-evidently ridiculous, and they're just like the level of people who are like true obsessives are incredibly interesting to me.
Clavicular got emotional talking about his autism in front of the huzz. Autistic Clips follows you. Oh my god.
Oh, okay.
Your average autistic clipper, not impersonating anyone.
I don't know. This guy just...
Oh, he's doing gambling streams with the huzz.
That's awesome. Just maximizing the amount of like socially malign behavior. Like, telling people to do steroids. Like in gambling. He's awesome. Like, I love
telling
this.
people to do meth, steroids, and gamble every waking moment that you're alive.
Yeah. I mean,
he truly lives.
I will say, like, me and Andrew would talk about this all the time, how much we loved Trainwreck's when those gambling streams started.
Oh, yeah.
He was one of the first ones, those first gambling streams where he would be down like $1 million. It was like a Terrence Malick movie. It's like some of the best streams of anything I've ever seen were those. They were so fucking good. It's hard to, how he would like turn off his cam and be like, I have to go vape in the other room. And you know what he's doing. Like, it's just so, and he's in this giant fucking penthouse. Like the most beautiful penthouse you can buy in fucking Vancouver.
Yeah.
And,
which he had to travel to because it was illegal to do so on U.S. soil.
And he's not leaving this one little corner And it's just so amazing watching his.
And the windows are open, so you know the time has passed.
Yeah.
You see the passage of time. Sun comes up, sun comes down, sun comes up, and he's doing a 48-hour fucking bender.
It was like it felt like Terrence Malick directed it. It was so well made. And ever since then, when more people got in on the gambling stuff, it like lost its fun to like when Aiden Ross is like he's a scheming type of fellow. I don't mean that ethnically. I don't mean that. No, we're the same thing, he and I. I'm not a schemer. I'm a fun lover. But he's like faking, to some extent. There's no real pathos in what he was doing. But when Train was doing it, the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. And this is the only guy who I want to watch gamble now, besides Train. This is it, because he knows pain in his soul. You know what I mean?
I mean, this is awesome.
Retard donuts cried at a restaurant earlier. I told them. Got scared of a medium rare steak. I already told them, bro. Like I'm not ashamed of it. I know I'm fucking weird and autistic, but it's all good. They like that. You see, guys? Girls like autism.
Well, because Autistic Clipper is also autistic.
I guess he doesn't.
He can't
know,
read.
yeah,
He
yeah.
can't read social cues.
He would
looking.
He would see a clip where I'm like, oh, I can't find my vape juice, and he would be like, Felix cries talking about his autism.
You know what I'm saying?
He's just eating a chicken nugget. He's not even remotely emotional about his autism here.
$2.
Not emotional.
Oh, yeah. Peanut, I hope you give
Listen,
Cloud an
Autistic
STD,
Clipper.
You stupid fucking slut. Get rid stupid bitch.
Wait, what the fuck is the dono saying? Like, kill the women around you with a gun? What the fuck was that?
Such a great community.
I hate that you're around women. You need to murder them right now.
Oh my god.
I hate women so much. I'm gonna kill my mom later.
Could you imagine, like, showing, like, General George Marshall, showing him this stream? And be like, okay, this is what happens, like, 100 years later. Showing this thing.
But for the millionth time, if I made a soundtrack to Hassan of, like, real music, probably, like, the first song on it, maybe. No, like, the second. The first one would probably be Can a Song by The Used, because it sounds like they say his name in it. And then the second one would be that Modest Mouse song that's like, some words shouldn't form in our throats. There's just some things like that just shouldn't come out of your mouth. Like, sometimes it's like, why did you say that? Why did you articulate it into the universe? Why? I didn't need to hear it. They're just being sarcastic and making a joke. But, like, I mean, the biggest joke he ever makes is that you don't know him. And if you knew him, you know he was joking. So, yeah. Can a Song, and I'd play them, but I don't know if it would cut me for copyright or not. It's really finicky about it. Almost all Bright Eyes songs don't get a copyright strike. But, yeah, like Shabuzi and Gambino, Donald Glover, I like can't play them practically. Anyway.
can tell he's not a horrible day for the English language. No, he's not. His cortisol levels are not spiking while he's gesture gooning. I would go so far as to say he's not even gesture gooning.
No,
he's actually demonstrating predator eyes right now. He's like looking around, scanning. He's got his radar on to find new foils.
That's what I do.
Yeah.
When I go to Equinox and I accidentally go into the Pilates room and I do all the moves from the peer pressure video, I'm like doing the crab walk thing that the guy does, and all the women are screaming at me to get out of there. I do the predator eyes.
What is this? Things get awkward between Clavicular and his date after she found out he only makes $54K a year.
4K a month, 54K a year, you're poor? Dude, wait, do you think that's poor? They're calling.
There's no way he only
not only made. No.
There's no shot.
Fuck off. And by the way, 4K a month is not 54K a fucking year. God damn it. Like that shit, like, no. God, I don't know how you got there, buddy. I don't know. I take back what I said about ASU.
He thinks there's more months in the year.
There might be for him. I don't know. He might be in a different system than we are.
Yeah, you don't know that.
Could be on a totally different system.
For 54K a year? That's good.
That's not good.
Why?
That's actually very not good. But the thing is that you're only.
Yeah, I'm only 21, so
I think that's pretty good for your age.
Yeah.
Actually.
Yeah, right.
Are you telling the truth, or you actually?
I don't understand why you don't believe me. Is that good? Like,
No, I thought you would make more. I thought I don't know.
why? I don't know why you're trying to diss me.
No, I'm not.
Okay, something actually happens in this clip, though. So
there's friction. There's friction for the first time ever. There's friction.
Yeah, I would give that 3 out of 5 stars.
Small but definite probability. I'll be explaining to my grandchildren in exile in Quito that the American Taiping Rebellion, which claimed 80 million lives and only ended with Chinese intervention, started because Clavicular refused to verify the Orlando Asian Mogger. Oh, there's the Asian Mogger as well.
I'm familiar
the
with
Asian Mogger. Okay,
yeah.
good, because you know he is the Orlando Asian Mogger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just think that's kind of a bold claim because, technically, like,
Clavicular goes off on ASU kid. Clavicular goes off on ASU Foyd after she called herself an incel. My culture is not your costume.
Oh, he goes off on a fake cell? I need to see this.
Yeah, that girl is also like normal looking and it like fucked me up seeing her behave like this. I was like, you shouldn't do that.
COVID, they did. A lot of kids got fucking fried by remote schooling.
The fact that this girl said that she was an incel is just...
Yeah, she said goy nip. Like catnip, but goy. Which, again,
This is a Rhodes Scholar at ASU.
I do hate that, like, I think it's really funny. Like, the goy block thing, I think about that sometimes.
The goy block post is fucking hilarious.
Yes. It's just like, oh, go ahead, have your goy block.
And it's so good, too, because it's like, if you've been on a flight
Ever traveled Delta, it's a Biscoff cookie.
It's like this big.
And it's delicious.
But the perspective, it looks like it's the size of this fucking laptop.
Yeah.
And it's so funny to think about, like, a mean rabbi, like, picking out all the goys, even in first class, and be like, eat this, you dumb piece of shit.
I like it because it's also delicious. I love the goy.
I know, that Biscoff.
It bangs.
A Biscoff cookie is great. And I would, you know what, for me, I would call it a goy block in non-derogatory terms. Like, I would say it's like a great accomplishment of Gentiles.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that, can I just say that the people they're sending out to be like, actually, goy isn't bad. We don't use that to make fun of you. They're picking the worst guys to do that. They're sending the worst fucking guys they could ever possibly send. They're sending Eric Weinstein. They're sending, like, Israeli lobbyists. They're sending, like, guys who like,
There's the other guy. What's his face? The one that
Avi Yemeni.
No. There's also the other side of this where it's like the edgy Twitter accounts that like you also probably thought were neo-Nazis like I did. And then it turns out like post-October 7, they were like crying about, Israel getting hurt. And I was like, wait a minute. I thought you hated Jews too. you speak like you hate Jews.
Yeah.
And it turns out like they're all like white supremacists, but they love Israel.
Yeah.
What's his name? The Canadian one is the Canadian fail son whose father is like an academic who like disowned him. He's one of those guys. I can't remember his name now. Fuck.
But no, I know what you're talking. Like, there's a lot of those guys. There's
Like-
a lot of those guys. There's a different set of guys too who are like
Captive Dreamer.
There are guys too who are like,
You know what I'm talking about? Captive
yeah. Oh
Dreamer?
yeah.
Yeah, he's always like even the other
his dad runs some like Christian university, right?
His dad Captain Dream is one of those guys. The other one was what is it, Matt Fournier or whatever, like the fat neo-Nazi.
Oh, the guy from the video where he's getting chased by like just like a Philadelphia fucking I don't know what they were, but they were like filming him. And he has like natural Mr. Bean choreography.
Yeah.
Where he's walking backwards the entire fucking video.
And all these guys are like saying like, oh, it's actually fucking brownoid behavior to not like Palantir surveillance.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, what do you mean, dude?
I see so many. Like there are guys who are like
Oh, this shit makes my brain scream. Again, they're being ironic to try to point out bigotry and stuff, but like, I hate it. And I also feel prompted to like explain my own identity again. And how that's all like different or whatever. Because, like, I mean, it does feel, like, fucked up. And then at the same time, like, because they're human rights activists, it just gets really confusing. It's like just shit. You don't, yeah, like earlier when they were that guy talking about his opinion of whether you could call people monkeys or something. And it's like that guy was black, so somehow it's supposed to change everybody's history about it. I mean, like, it's a conversation. Yeah, I just don't be an asshole. Like, why are you saying anything about anybody? Are you just being an asshole? Shut the fuck up. I don't know. Have something better to do with your life. Kind of like universally, but you do have to like know what people are saying and what they would say, and I guess that launches me back into like being like I'm genetically Jewish but didn't grow up in the like world of being Jewish. I never went to temple. I never learned Hebrew or Yiddish. I never had a bat mitzvah. My dad didn't give a fuck about being Jewish. But, like, I am genetically Jewish. A DNA test says I'm 50% Jewish. I don't think I have anything to do with Israel. Fuck genocide, no matter who. Like, you know, but the idea that maybe people have been fucked up towards me my whole life, like including my own family, because there's like things from my childhood about being Jewish and then fucked up things that they did that I just like I don't know what to do with that. I don't know how much that's in the background of everything. It's like you've been discriminated against your whole life and you didn't understand why, because you didn't even grow up in that like what the so like if you didn't know like goy meant something Jewish, what the fuck is goy block? and it's like it's totally new to you. That's the kind of level of like shit. It's hard to explain. Yeah, my dad was like a nihilist. I don't know. So it's like weird. And yeah, I always feel the need to like show this stuff because if I was going to even have a conversation within the Jewish community, like I'm a humanist. There's this guy named Sherwin Wine who coined humanistic Judaism. Like it's a totally established idea. It's not new. I didn't make it up. But I still like I'm not gonna go to temple. I think Purim is supposed to be around right now, and I just think it's kind of cool and interesting. Like anybody's culture is cool and interesting. There is no like, well, fuck you guys about anybody on earth. Yeah, fascism can take over in any demographic. That's what sucks. But like if I was going to talk to other people who are Jewish and they're like, "Girl, you're first of all, some people think it's only if your mom was Jewish, so I'm automatically disqualified to them cuz it's my dad, not my mom." And then there's people that would be like, "Oh, that's okay. You just have to like go to temple." I'm a humanist. So you'd be disqualified to them. And that's where you get like humanistic Judaism is a thing. But I've never met, I've met two other people my whole life that said they were Jewish. My whole life. And like maybe 4 or 5 Muslims, a couple Wiccans, a couple Satanists, a handful of atheists, a Jainist, an animist, a Zen Buddhist, like one. It's been largely Christian and maybe like a variety. There's like gay Christians that are more progressive. And then there's Christians that are saying like being trans is the devil. And then there's like people that think they should kill their own children. I mean, they're mentally ill and happen to be Christian, but there's the Seventh Heaven TV show Christian. There's like all these different. There was some Baptist, the Pentecostal. There was some Pentecostal people, Lutherans. Milton Hershey was supposed to be a Mennonite. They would have the golden rule in every student home, and people would say that's all he really believed in was the do unto others thing. That was boiled it down to just that. But it was like largely by far way more Christians and Christianity that like dominated my whole existence than anything else. And I'm a humanist. I've been a humanist my whole life. So I always feel the need to like identify that because again, yeah, I'm still Jewish and all of these other things, including Coptic Egyptian. Like, and no one gives a fuck about you being Coptic Egyptian. You know what I mean? Like, they don't identify it. That's cool as fuck. Like, what the fuck? And I just found out because I did the DNA test. Yes, it's cool as fuck to be Irish. It's cool as fuck to be anything, but I'll go back. Right, Brewsters. Yeah, this test just says Levant. The other one has spliced it up a lot more. And then you always have to talk about haplogroups. Like when they say, talking about people coming out of Africa, everybody does. Everybody also goes through on a timeline the Middle East, Israel, and Palestine. And I wonder, like, that's why it's such a big deal. Because technically, it's everyone's story if they knew history. Where's the map I like to show? It's the like easiest one, like this one. So like we all start with the L's and then come through the Middle East. And then everybody diverges from there over, millions of years. How long ago? Origin of first haplogroup. Sorry, I said millions of years. To be more specific, it's 300,000 years ago. But so over 300,000 years. And that's science that has backed up evidence. That isn't something being manipulated to control you and get people to like do stupid things. So yeah. And it's all about like the routes and roots, which is a funny play on words. So yeah, anyway. If people could trust it, I wish they could get a free DNA test and see all of their shit. I understand why you wouldn't, but it would be nice. It would make the data more accurate too.
Yes. So yeah, like a lot of dudes will gesture max to try to get girls, and it's just like make themselves look like a fool.
Yeah.
And it's just like it's so embarrassing to watch that.
Yeah, okay.
You know, like, but the thing is, I'll gesture max sometimes because I'm like a live streamer and like I know what I'm doing.
Yes.
Because it's funny. It's so like.
Oh, when he's gesture maxing, he's doing it in like with full control. Like he doesn't. It's not. There's no loss of control there while he's gesture maxing. Respect.
If you're
not everyone can do that, chat. A lot of you guys don't understand.
Gesture maxing like, and you're just a normal guy. It's
Clavicular reveals to the New York Times the list of drugs he's currently taking and explains his reliance. Who is the fucking journalist that did this? It's gotta be someone I know. There's 0% chance this is like a random guy doing this.
What?
Who would be the New York Times like lifestyle tech? If it's New York Times, I wonder who it is.
Everything you got.
You think Bernstein went to fucking Florida to interview him directly? No shot. Ezra Klein. Yeah, Ezra Klein. Clavicular was gesture maxing the right way. I can see this being a New York Magazine piece for sure. More likely that it's a New York Magazine piece than a New York Times one. Wait, this is the lore update on why he doesn't say the N-word live anymore because he got pressed in real time.
Bro, and I got thousands of niggas gotta come down.
I'm black and my son black. He talking about black, you talking about my kids. Fuck that bitch ass nigga. Call me a nigga hoe. On my mama.
All right, brother.
Call me a hoe,
Say
nigga.
what you have to
You talking about
say.
my kids,
Go
nigga.
ahead, man.
When you say black people,
Go
bitch
ahead,
ass
man.
nigga, you scared that because on the internet. Oh, yeah. Nigga,
Pussy, nigga, pussy.
I'm a the whole man and pussy.
God vomit. Yeah, no, don't talk about housing, healthcare, education, or food. Don't talk about progressive new ideas. Don't talk about, we're going to keep, this is a main talking point that we have to worry about because people won't just like stop being assholes. Because some white guy wants to desperately say the fucking N-word. It's annoying.
Like, come on, like.
Do you consider yourself involuntarily celibate?
Not actually.
No. I guess that hurts him, right? In some sense.
Joe Bernstein is onboarding with clavicular.
Oh, really?
No. I don't think so. Someone in
the
the chat said that was the case. That'd be really funny.
It would be cool if it was like Brett Stevens.
No, Ezra Klein.
Ezra Klein, yeah. Do you think he would... I could see Barry Weiss talking to him and saying something about, like, trying to do some sort of self-deprecating joke.
Oh, I thought
and he would get furious at her for being, like, a fake cell.
I could see it being, like, Barry Weiss covering it because it's anti-woke.
Yeah. Or covering it because it's like, oh, this is, like, the new, like, bad right-wing that exists because, like, liberals are bad. She likes that angle a lot.
So apparently the New York Times reporter asked, "Are you an incel?" to the lady. Wait, it is Joe Bernstein?
That makes sense. Joe does a lot of like.
I mean, I know,
stuff,
but
yeah.
like, why? But he would go to Florida to do it?
Yeah, why not?
That's crazy.
Why not? Like, why not see him in action?
I thought that was a joke. Isn't he like the fucking editor now? Like he's like. He's not like a regular beat reporter any longer.
Yeah,
is
but
he?
yeah.
That's crazy.
I think he's higher up now, but he does a lot of culture shit. Like,
no, I know. I mean, I've
I've
interviewed with Joe. I just thought that he was like too high up for him to like actually go directly to fucking Florida to embed.
Yeah, he's embedded like it's the Iraq War. No, yeah, he's. What is he drinking here? Clavicular.
Gatorade, like with alkali, or I don't know, the fucking like, what's that water that you drink when you're hungover? Do you recognize him here?
Times.
Oh, it is him. That's him. That's
him.
Joe.
Yeah, that is him.
That's literally Joe Bernstein. Oh my god. Oh my god, it is Joe Bernstein.
I gotta ask him about this.
This is so fun. Pedialyte, thank you.
Oh man. What 1 degree of separation now?
That's crazy. He's been trying to get on the stream, Clavicular. He wants to debate me.
About what?
I don't fucking look.
Like what are his beliefs? Like beyond like you know, like
someone needs to warn
stuff
Clav
I
about
agree
blockhead
with.
Joe Bernstein, same turtles who wrote BuzzFeed hit piece on Sam Hyde a decade ago. Nothing this guy writes will flatter you, Clav.
All right.
Another esteemed gentleman.
All right, buddy.
Sam Hyde.
Well, what I am interested in the debate, you guys, because like you're not against someone like
no, I'm for Clavicular.
Yeah, no,
I'm supportive.
But
of
like, does he have any political belief? Like what? I only saw that clip where he's like, JD Vance is disgusting,
he's fat and gay.
He called him a subhuman. Yeah, I mean, what? What if he's secretly like he knows a lot about Austrian economics? What if he like
destroys me in the marketplace
oh my
of
God,
ideas?
Yeah. What if or like not even that, he just like he completed a PhD at 20 under William Easterly.
Yeah, this is
He's like he's incredibly well read.
And he's just hyper fixated on mogging now. That's why.
Yeah.
He puts a lot of effort into mogging, so maybe he put a lot of effort into his academia as well as
I'm just
academic.
trying to what would you guys debate? Like he doesn't give a fuck about like foreign policy, I'm sure. Right? Like I've never.
No, he's a moron. But I've heard him try to talk about politics. He says politics is jester. Is jester.
Right. Well, maybe that would be the debate. But you don't necessarily disagree with that. That it's jester.
Clavicular doesn't want to debate you because of your cognitive dissonance.
Debate Hasanabi, he's obsessed with me. Yeah, of course, bro. He literally said that having a woman sit with you is gay. Like, I genuinely don't get it. There's no point in debating with a guy that has that much cognitive dissonance.
Do you have to say, like,
Wow, he knows cognitive dissonance.
No, that's pretty true.
I didn't even say clavicular. Well, I think clavicular he is gay maxing, but that's a totally separate argument. But in this one, I was joking about the people around him that were like, "Oh,
right, he
like,
wasn't being.
Why
gay.
are you paying attention to a woman on your lap when you should be locking in on business deals?"
Yeah. And it was gay when the guy said to the woman, "You're a 7 and you're sitting on a 10's lap."
Yeah.
But also, I disagree with the premise that being with a woman can never be gay. What if she's your hag?
Yeah, that's true. Well, I mean, that is gay. That's the gayest.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. Owned.
Yeah. I think of debate as sort of an MMA with verbal words.
not actually.
No. I guess that proves it right. In some sense.
Exactly.
Maybe culturally in some, but not literally.
Yeah.
Is liking women gay?
Yeah,
No.
for real. Very true.
Unless you're a woman. And you're
Like you could be a voluntarily celibate, you could be a full cell, but that's fine. Like,
And then there was more. So Clavicular tells the interview from the New York Times that he should have detested Max because he's bald.
Even Facebook, when Facebook first started, it was a way for Mark Zuckerberg to have people rate the attractiveness of girls at Harvard.
No, yeah,
This stuff goes back, you know.
Have you ever tried it?
What, rating attractiveness?
No, the putting yourself on the website.
In 2002? Yeah, I did in 2002. Well, you have to remember, this is 2002, so I'm 17 and I had a full head of hair.
Okay.
Somewhere in the 7s.
7s? Not bad.
Well,
You should have testosterone next. You know?
Yeah, but we don't need to get too deep into this, but the potential side effects are something I'm not willing to.
That's a cope. Nocebo, garbage.
Fucking own, Joe.
He's
Get
awesome.
fucked, Joe.
But it's like I do.
He said that's a cope. Who cares if your dick doesn't work? You gotta have a full head of hair.
That's why, like, I hate the idea of him doing a politics debate because, like, no, this is his ideology. And I think that's as valid as an ideology as anything. Just, like, fuck it. Like, who cares?
It's more.
All that matters is how you look. You can, like, fix your dick later.
It's more valid than fucking Adam Gentelson's Searchlight Studios or whatever. You know what I mean?
If there was a clavicular institute,
yeah,
and it was just all stuff like, is it like, would you rather have a full head of hair and a broken dick?
They're doing policy papers on testosterone and how it's not that big of a deal if your penis doesn't work anymore.
Well, he is. You could say that he is like a techno optimist. Because every time they're like, oh, your dick won't work. Oh, you're infertile. He'll be like, the only thing can fix that later.
Yeah. No, that's why he said, like, he's only infertile for the time being.
Yeah. And I believe him. I think a lot of infertility and fertility is like attitudinal. But whenever you meet a couple that's like, oh, we tried it, we can't have kids, and it's like, yeah, because you guys are fucking downers.
Yeah. Fix your vibe
You guys
first.
have a bad attitude. What kid would want to be born? In the Mormon cosmology, where there is sort of like an
Again, one of the
infinite hourglass of
stupidest
souls
things I've ever
looking
heard come
for
out of
bodies
somebody's mouth.
to inhabit, and those souls see you this dour couple that's like, I'm doing these workmen like Seth Bullock on Deadwood pumps, and we just can't make a kid. Well, yeah, what kid is what that you don't look like a very fun-loving family.
Do you want food?
Yeah, sure.
You already know I'm gonna order Turkish food. Just letting you know.
No, I love the greatest bread in the world.
Okay.
I prisoner maxed today.
Here you go.
But not eating anything else.
Don't show anything on the camera.
No. For your day?
Yeah.
Dude, that's the biggest nocebo cope ever, and that's with finasteride. Like the post-finasteride syndrome, yeah, it's like one.
I wish they were talking about just like some more like important things. Cause I mean, it could be, I can't really listen to him in the library. And actually, I'm not. Let's test it out, I guess. If I take my headphones. Right. I think I'm being a little delusional. Like, you really think you might get a call back by Monday? You're still probably going to be homeless for a week. Unless my sister's going to pay for another week at the hotel. Like, because I'm going to move into something. I don't know if she would do that. I mean, or you're going to be homeless outside for a week because you can't. Right, I would need like a guarantee that I was going to get an apartment. Or I should have just bought a storage unit. At least for like a month. I don't know what to do. But, yeah, it's just like a dumb situation that really didn't need to happen at all. It should be connecting. It looks like it's not connecting. Connected. But it didn't say it in the headphones. Add device. Allow. And now, oh, is it using the microphone on my headphones now instead? I wonder if that's better. It's broken. I put a sticker on it. It makes it look cooler.
Ride with them.
Yeah.
The next like 30
But
minutes.
she just like eats it. She doesn't even care.
People don't actually talk like
there's
this in
nothing
LA.
he could say
like
to
it'll
any
play.
of these girls that will like make them even leave.
Bro, it's like it's.
You realize like no one talks like this actually
Unless it's
IRL.
really loud.
You talk like this. What are you saying?
Yeah, but
you just said no one talks like this actually IRL, which is literally talking like that in the process of saying no one talks like
I
that.
don't know how much
Exception
is
that
that
proves the
going. I have
rule.
to check it on my phone.
Okay, well he does it. It's cool though, to be fair, because he's doing it as a moid.
Well, he's doing it as a moid.
I've
And
never
he's
used
like,
the headphones.
the
to do
point of this
before.
stream, the point of all these streams is that he is a man apart, you know. He is a man apart, done all these you know. He is a man apart, you know. He is a man apart, you know. He is a one of them that's the one that's the Rashomon, in that they're how they will recollect these events unveils their true
That's
self.
really weird. Why?
Because to her,
Oh,
she's like, oh, I grape mocked him.
Yeah.
And
He's testing the waters. He
Yeah.
doesn't like that he's getting groip mogged.
But maybe he recalls it by being like, oh,
Like, what the fuck are you? What do you? Hey, shout out to King. I promise you, like, literally, no one says that. No normal.
It's got to be so strange to just like rent out a Sprinter van and get like a female version of yourself, and then you just like berate them until you get to the nightclub.
That is it's such an awesome concept for like just a thing to do. Like, I'm gonna just to have the most combative car ride possible.
Yeah, and like a bunch of 14-year-olds are watching this and going like, base.
But
Yeah, you tell that Floyd, kill a woman now.
How are you having these women around you without killing them?
Yeah, why aren't you murdering them with a gun?
I do, but that is kind of the point of this though, right? That he's too
there's no
like
echo, I think.
he's too fucked up to like be a member of normal society, but he's too self-cognizant and cognizant of others and their
mid-face
insecurities
ratio.
to really like truly enjoy being like an internet oddity.
Yeah.
So he can't really. He's really good at when the music is loud, when the lights are flashing, at making out like a member of the normal world.
Bernstein.
But once he talks, it's like all he wants to talk about is
I want to save the
his
battery.
stats.
his stats, height faking.
I mean, I
Yeah.
guess
A New York Times journalist
Yeah,
asked
if I'm at the
Clavicular's girlfriend if
library,
she's a
then
groupie.
I can play it
Really?
on my headphones. I still can't really talk.
Okay, fair enough.
You're a bit of your group. You're a bit of
But
Damn, Bernstein.
Yeah, I guess he burned her.
And
Well,
I can play
Bernstein is
news and stuff again.
muckrake maxing. He journo mogged them.
Yeah, he did.
Yo, he's that groupie.
He loved it.
Let's go to add some like serious news here. Because, yeah, I don't care about this one guy being kind of a dork. Another dead whale thing. Sad. They protested outside of the mayor's house. I want to see how much better this picks up. I mean, it looks like it's a decent, it picks up pretty decent. Usually you want the little black bar to get up to like 30. And I can boost it a little bit, but I wonder if there's any playtest clouds now too, because that would be like at least a little bit. It's in the spam. Well, they weren't paying me. I did not have a Netflix. What? Your status changed. What the fuck does that mean? It did not. What the fuck are you talking about? I should load money on here. I don't know how much to put. I'm a little confused about some stuff. She said it would be different. Hmm. Oh, whatever right now, I guess. So, when was the 5 days ago? Maybe it was just to say that I got it. A thing. I don't know. Oh, I'm so sick of this. I don't know. I liked that one game, like for 5 minutes. Playing recently. Nothing. I haven't played shit recently. Currently play. What do you use right now? None. Never used it. Never, ever, 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 ever. I don't use it. Use it. Use it. I don't play games. Right now. Update your profile. Not even. Welcome audio service. I have to play at least one. Right. $27.09. Hayden. 47968. Oregon 97217. Whatever.
Day 1, month 3, month 6, forever. These 4 milestones represent my journey from balding to full head of hair. A transformation so dramatic that friends started asking if I was wearing a hairpiece. Here's exactly what happened.
Thanks so much for joining us. Our top story here at 5 in our Thanks so much for joining us. Our top story here at 5, an armed robbery in the parking lot of a Salem Costco has put one woman in the hospital. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm John Adams. Our Jake Holter is joining us live near where that robbery happened. Jake, what do we know today?
Well, John, Salem police have announced that a man has been arrested for this crime following a search after he allegedly fled the scene. Jorge Reyes Suarez is the man police say hit a woman in the head with a handgun and stole her fanny pack while she was returning her cart in the parking lot of this Southeast Salem Costco on Friday. Police say others attempted to intervene before the man drove away in a white Toyota Corolla. The woman was taken to a local hospital for her injuries. Oregon State Police found the car and tried to catch up with Reyes Suarez before finding the car empty about 13 miles from the store. 2 Salem elementary schools were placed on lockdown while police searched the perimeter before spotting Reyes Suarez walking from the direction of the car. The gun was also found, which ended up being a realistic-looking pellet gun. Now, Reyes Suarez has been charged with first-degree robbery and first-degree assault, and Salem police add that Oregon State Police plan to file charges of felony attempting to elude. John?
Definitely a scary incident there in Salem. Jake Holter, thanks so much for that live report for us tonight. New here at 5, activists with an immigrants' rights group held a protest this afternoon at Portland Mayor Keith Wilson's house. The protest stems over a land use violation issued to the owner of the Portland Ice Facilities building in September of last year. Our Corey Johnson is in the newsroom with what leaders of the group are asking for and what the city is saying in response.
Portland Contra Las Deportaciones, or PDXCD, held that march. Now, they say because the mayor is the executive of the city, he oversees permitting and development. The agency, they say, could revoke the permit, and it's a call that he could make.
Saturday, dozens of protesters with Portland Contra Las Deportaciones, or PDXCD, walked from Wilshire Park to the mayor's front lawn to make a statement.
Keith Wilson, you also don't get peace while you're not standing up for people in Portland and using the powers that you can to limit ICE's power here.
Leaders of the group say they've been demanding the mayor revoke the ICE facility's land use permit since last June.
We sent over 1,000 emails to him. We've requested meetings. We've confronted him in public spaces and tried to get him to speak with us. And every time we've been met with complete silence. And it's actually only after we announced a protest going to his home that he reached out this week and agreed to schedule a meeting with us.
PDXCD isn't the only group asking the mayor's office to enact change regarding ICE. Dozens of local unions sent a joint letter this week to Multnomah County DA Nathan Vasquez and the mayor, demanding they hold federal agents accountable. This after last weekend's ICE protests where agents at the ICE building fired tear gas at a crowd, including children. But one resident who didn't want to be identified tells KGW bringing the demands to the mayor's front steps may be going too far.
It seems like overstep. I'm unclear with this new structure of government what they expect the mayor to do. I feel like he's on the same page with the protesters.
We checked in with the mayor's office about today's protest. City leaders told KGW in a statement, quote, "The mayor does not have the authority to unilaterally revoke a land use agreement." However, some say that answer is not enough.
He can make an executive order and declare the building a nuisance. He could make the executive order to change zoning code, to shut down the Portland Ice facility. He is abdicating responsibility, essentially. He actually has a lot of influence over this process.
And Brown tells me they plan to ask the mayor what exactly his plan of action is for shutting down the Portland Ice facility. A date has not been set for that meeting, but they say they're planning to meet with him next week to discuss the time. The city has also stated on its website it found that the federal government violated its land use approval for the ice facility in South Portland 25 times in a 10-month period. That's according to federal records. Corey Johnson, KGW News.
All right, thanks, Corey. A Gresham 7-year-old and her family are back in Oregon after spending 3 weeks locked up at an ICE detention center in Texas. KGW was there as the family arrived home early this morning. Libby Dowsett has an update on how they're doing.
Just wanted to share with you the good news.
Oregon State Representative Ricky Ruiz taking to social media to announce the safe return of a Gresham 7-year-old and her family detained by ICE at a Texas detention center for 3 weeks. He tells KGW the family members are reportedly thinner and tired.
They've been away for over 3 weeks. Right now, they're resting, they're recovering.
KGW was at Portland's airport as Dariana Lizeth Gonzalez de Crespo, Yohenry de Jesus Crespo, and their 7-year-old daughter returned early Saturday morning. They were escorted home by Oregon Democratic Congresswoman Maxine Dexter.
Pressure works, and the voice of a combined community that speaks with unison really is powerful.
Dexter had flown to Texas to check in on the family, but was denied access to the center.
The detention of children, especially young children, there's, just nothing that can make anyone safer by doing that.
This all began when the family took their daughter to Adventist Health in Southeast Portland, January 16th, seeking help for her nonstop nosebleed. Federal agents detained the family outside the building. A statement from DHS offered this explanation. These parents illegally entered the U.S. with their daughter in 2024 through the disastrous CBP-1 app and were released into the country by the Biden administration. Any application for asylum does not preclude immigration enforcement.
They waited in Mexico for their appointment. They came through the San Isidro portal legally. And it's not their fault that they were given an appointment until 2028.
We have to come together with love and not dehumanize and marginalize the people who are doing this. We have to fight hate with love.
KGW has reached out to ICE several times in the past couple days for an updated response on this story. And at this point, we have not heard back. Libby Dowsett, KGW News.
Here's the top 3 lies you've probably heard about mushrooms from brands who've tried to scam you out of your cash, and tips on how to spot them in the future. First, it is true that lion's mane has cognitive benefits. Lion's mane has well-researched compounds called hericenones and erinacines that cross the blood-brain barrier and promote nerve growth and nerve health all up in your brain. This is all true. So where's the lie? You'll hear extracts are the only way to get these benefits and to avoid mycelium. Here's the truth, it's completely the opposite. We've tested our US-grown full-spectrum lion's mane, which contains both the fruiting body and mycelium, against the lion's mane extract used in the scammy brands, and found our mushrooms contained almost 7 times the amount of these cognitive health compounds. 7 times.
Those are also pretty high, but the fact that healthcare is so high, your proposal for a strong floor on healthcare initiatives is a universal single-payer health insurance plan. longtime goal of progressives. But it is definitely something that President Obama, when he did Obamacare, was pressured to do, and he shied away from it because he couldn't get support even among Democrats. And back then, I was covering it, there were 60 Senate Democrats.
Such like John Delaney shit, like regular third way shit, where it's like,
oh yeah,
there's a lot of anger out there, and anger is bad. And
No,
fucking...
but that's literally what it is. It's a book that he wrote that is. I love that there are so many people who are just like rehashing the exact same third way neoliberalism, and they're all trying to like figure out what the best marketing solution is to this problem, and no one wants it except for the fucking politicians that I guess are looking for anything that they can hold on to, be like, oh, so we should keep doing the exact same thing that we've been doing for the last fucking multiple decades.
That's what's so ridiculous about this guy, because so you're telling like Hakeem Jeffries is like, oh, by the way, you have permission like not to do any of this. Oh, okay, thanks. Like, yeah. Okay, great. I really needed your fucking go ahead, Libby, whoever the hell you are. And he's trying to do like a Mark Cuban thing. Mark Cuban already exists. What is your angle, buddy? What new thing do you bring? You look like every guy I've ever seen in an airport. You're not interesting looking. You don't sound funny or cool. You don't have like a crazy thing.
You're not mogging anybody.
What if he...
Let me see your stack, Libby.
If I was this guy's manager or agent, I'd be like, okay, your thing, you're going to just full clown makeup and get up. And you're going to come in on a unicycle and never explain it. If they ask you questions about it, just be like, I don't know what you're talking about. Just gaslight them.
Someone said Ezra Klein loves this guy. Wow, I'm shocked.
Oh, wow. Oh, my God. He must be a fucking genius then.
It's just, he's not saying it for that reason. He's saying, like, of course he does. It's awesome. It's awesome that these guys they hear the same thing over and over again with, like, different variants.
No, it's just, I mean...
They have the opposite situation with, like, the left. If you were to take, like, I don't know, any sort of, like, Marxist analysis and then try to, like, reframe it, everyone would yell at you. Everyone would be like, no, you can't, you need to abide by the doctrine. Marxist orthodoxy is the immortal science. Meanwhile, liberals love taking the exact same third way neoliberalism and just like repackaging it to be like, this time we're calling it abundance. This time we're calling it moderation. We're calling it bottoms up, no ceiling, or whatever the fuck.
That is what really pisses me off, is like, there's probably 20 books written exactly like this bullshit that came out like this year. There is no shortage for like, this guy's family and his friends, he is just a nuisance to them. None of them care enough to be like, okay, Libby, 50 of those books already exist. And you're not interesting.
I don't believe anyone reads them. I can't.
No, they just exist to get like laundered by fucking think tanks buying them.
It's the same exact bullshit with the policy papers that come out of like these places like Searchlight. If they even write one, they don't even. Has Searchlight even written a policy paper yet? No, they're vibes based.
What do they do?
They're just tweet. They just tweet.
Yeah,
about
they just pay.
How awesome it is to be a moderate.
They just have Trey Easton tweeting.
Yeah.
That's it. The entire organization is to like make sure that Trey Easton does not become homeless.
Yeah.
Which is like as good of an initiative as anything, I feel like. I really cannot stand this guy.
Oh, another one of this was when with stakeholder capitalism. That was another great one. Remember that one?
Oh God, it's just like.
Yeah. Matt Iglesias, lifelong New York, D.C. Democrat. We need to practice billionaire positivity. Why mom living in the suburbs of Georgia? Every billionaire must be incinerated in a vat of molten lava. Like, this isn't even a joke anymore. I've seen it. I saw it with my own two eyes, man. I saw it when I went to the fundraiser. I saw it when I went on the fucking streets. I'm telling you, liberal Y moms are done. I mean, even like Essex is a great example of this.
Yeah.
New Jersey 11 is literally proof of what we are talking about here. This is a rich, white, decently high Jewish demographic neighborhood, very well educated, okay? And they turned around and they voted for an anti-Zionist who's saying abolish ICE. Sure, AIPAC spent a lot of money on this race against against who they thought was going to be the guy who wins it, right? Malinowski, because he stepped out of line marginally with like Israel. That was awesome. Like he was like, maybe I can do conditional aid sometimes, and they were like, no.
It's man.
But the ads that they ran were that Malinowski was not sufficiently anti-ICE, as in people saw those ads and were like, okay, who's the actual abolish ICE candidate? That's crazy. That's what people are looking for.
It is interesting. I wonder if like it hits a crisis point if they will just unceremoniously like dump Hakeem Jeffries. If that energy goes away, if they have someone perceived as halfway competent in there.
Oh.
Because I do think that a lot of this is a reaction to just like a completely ill-equipped leadership. And I don't, like, Democrats are just, they're too...
Yeah, if it was like a Gavin Newsom type even, who was at least like aesthetically pleasing.
Even though at his core he's like the same thing.
Aesthetically like resisting, like optically resisting, rather than Hakeem Jeffries who comes out and he's like, meh.
Yeah, it's just...
Stop it.
He reminds me of like when those seals try to scare people by slapping their bellies. That's really, really frightening. But I do wonder though. I mean, the thing is, it's a pure hypothetical because the Democrats are such assholes about this stuff. The only way they would have never replaced Biden if he didn't say "havada during the debate. And like with Jeffries and Schumer, that is out of the question for them. Because, they paid their dues. The only thing that matters in politics, if you have been a fucking completely useless sub-replacement level asshole for 50 years, like Jerry Connolly, you get your time in the sun, even if sun kills you. In the case of Jerry Connolly. Instantly gave him cancer. Which
instantly died.
You cannot say that he lost his battle with cancer. That was not a battle. That was a massacre. There's resistance in battles. Old people, sometimes it takes old people a long time to die from cancer. Because,
because they're not leading the oversight committee. after like 700 years and doing like 50 laps around the fucking Congress.
Dude, Joe Biden has, colon cancer or something? Right? What does he have?
Yeah, he has colon cancer.
And he's ticking.
Well, is he still piping, you think?
Oh, absolutely. I don't think you could ever stop. I think you could put Joe in a...
Remember when that was the Daily Mail leak, like the article after Joe Biden's book? They were like, Joe Biden's secret to a long marriage is he fucks a lot. That was awesome.
I think Joe, whatever else his many problems are, if you even put him in a Johnny got his gun situation where all his limbs are gone and he's blind, mute, and deaf, and he can just communicate by like banging his head, he would still find a way to fuck Dr. Jill.
Hell yeah.
Or as he calls her, Dr. Joe Biden. This is my wife, Dr. Joe Biden. But he's a passionate guy. These other guys I don't know so much. But he's still, he doesn't even seem like he has cancer. Because all the cells in his body are dead. The cancer has nowhere to go. Jerry, about as old as Joe, and the cancer could tell they were dealing with a true weakling. I love that woman in the Virginia Democratic Party. Like, when people were like, this is the fucking guy you picked, this dying asshole, and this woman's like, fuck you.
Oh, yeah.
Jerry's gonna kick cancer's ass, and it's like...
And then a week later, he died.
Instantly in the ground.
Yeah, he read that tweet and just perished.
Yeah, she probably got yelled at by Jerry's staff. You're taking too adversarial of a stance against Jerry's cancer. He doesn't want to go low here.
Oh, man. That was so crazy.
It was not.
Biden was diagnosed with aggressive form of prostate cancer that has metastasized to his bones. Yeah, not the bone that matters, if you know what I'm saying. He's still boning.
I mean, I'm not a doctor, but I know the cancer, it kills younger people fast because of growing cells. Or at least that is what I've been led to believe by shows like ER. Joe is like a hollow from Dark Souls. I think he could just have cancer forever, live another 82 years.
Have you seen this? Has anybody explored Epstein's role as a mediator between U.S., Iran, Saudi Arabia, and Yemen? Here, Epstein is seen as advising Yemeni billionaire on how to navigate Saudi genocide in Yemen, ties to Iran, advising the billionaire to pull Yemen away from Iran.
I saw some of that. Well, like he was really tight with Khashoggi, right?
Epstein was?
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, that's not surprising.
Well, Khashoggi was
didn't know
he was kind of like a proto Epstein, like a little bit.
Yeah.
Not like maybe involved in sex trafficking.
Oh, wasn't his family in it too? I mean, that's or what did his dad do?
Adnan Khashoggi?
Yeah.
No, I wasn't talking about the columnist. I was talking about the arms dealer.
Oh.
Yeah, no. I think Jamal Khashoggi was like related to them.
Yeah, but I thought Jamal Khashoggi was like suspected of also working in intelligence.
I mean, maybe. He definitely was a member of.
Come on. The view is really cool. It's like spectacularly nice. Um, like the camera really does it justice. Just like you have to bring this thing with you everywhere. So yes.
Weird that the same account also happened to have zero activity the week it was in New York prison A. Man, such a weird coincidence. Okay, like, do these guys actually think Jeffrey Epstein is still alive and playing Fortnite in Israel? Like, that's crazy.
That's
I think a much higher likelihood.
like a 65-year-old man.
Yeah, I think a much higher likelihood. Yeah, why the fuck? The people that at least recognize how stupid that argument is were trying to say, like, oh, he was using Fortnite to communicate with people.
Instead of, like, phones?
Yeah.
That's fucking so stupid.
Yeah.
That's so... Instead of a satellite phone.
He is. No, I don't think it's... I think it's a much higher likelihood that one of his fucking kids is, like...
Yeah.
Still alive in Israel.
That was the entire point of Zorro Ranch. It was supposed to be... Yeah.
Yes. That part of the puzzle is, like, often not even talked about or overlooked. Zorro Ranch, and if you look at the emails, they straight up say it there, too, was basically an incubation center.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, very strange that the Clintons went there a lot.
Do you think they were like, our daughter's kind of a dud?
we gotta get...
Can we get a new one?
Can we make one that's not ugly?
Yeah. Like, tried to return her.
Yeah. No, but, like...
Our daughter's kind of stupid.
Zorro Ranch was... So Jeffrey Epstein was obsessed with eugenics, which I'm sure you guys know by now. We've talked about it quite a bit. And he was also obsessed with, just like Elon Musk, having as many, like, children as possible.
Yeah.
And there are obviously, like, horrifying testimony and reports of, like, people writing in their diaries of Jeffrey Epstein victims talking about, like, you know, being forcibly impregnated and things like that. There's that one, like, really harrowing account that is consistent with, like, someone being someone getting, like, medical attention.
Yeah, and all those, the fucked up rooms that they found both in the mansion and on the island and in Zorro Ranch that are just like, it's an OBGYN's office.
Yeah.
Like, everything you would need for an OBGYN's office.
Well, they say it's a dentist's office. But you're right.
Yeah. Well, but there is also one that it's just, yeah, an examination table, all that shit.
Yeah. So he definitely has a shit ton of kids. I don't even know if the kids know that they're Jeffrey Epstein's kids. I mean, I'm sure some of them do. But there's definitely illegitimate kids of Jeffrey Epstein out there. Like, 0% chance that they're not out there.
Yeah, he was obsessed with, like, his own legacy, his own mortality. There's no way that there isn't at least one. And that is such a... There's so much more evidence for that as an explanation than this idea that, like, at, like, age 65, he's like, you know what I've been curious about is Fortnite.
Yeah, this is fake, by the way. What about the photos of a bearded guy? Yeah, that was fucking AI, dude.
God damn it.
Why would he be walking around Tel Aviv, dude? Are you kidding me?
With a beard?
Yeah.
Like, what do you think this is?
Yeah, he just grew a beard, and his hair is long, so he's hiding himself now. What is this? Epstein wanted to send the human race with his DNA impregnating 20 women at a time? Yeah. That's why he was funding all this, like, weird shit.
Yeah, no, that, I mean... What other reason was there? Oh, yeah.
Ex-Activision boss Bobby Kotick. Yeah, that's not surprising.
Yeah, not at all.
Dude, it's crazy, like, no punishments. No punishments would come with this.
Nobody, yeah. Leon Black, who is, like, one... two of the worst guys in the entire thing, Leon Black and Len Dubin, like... Two of the guys who we, according to lawsuits, according to testimonials, according to their actions afterwards, and the way that they settled these lawsuits, we can pretty confidently say that they did these things with like 99% assuredness. The most they had to do, the most, was like step down from their jobs or like step down from some foundation.
And they still are in polite society.
Yeah.
They make a return all the time. It's not
like I didn't lose a single friend on that.
Yeah, it's not like people don't even turn around and go, hey, you did like sex crimes with a prolific international pedophile. Like, no one even brings that up at dinner.
Glenn Dubin is allegedly married to like a child bride that Epstein procured for him.
Like still?
Yeah, no.
Well, I guess when you think about it, fucking Melania and Donald Trump. Yeah, that's also in the files. Like that Melania was introduced to Donald Trump through Brunel's modeling agency and by way of Jeffrey Epstein.
That was a like darkly funny thing when this ball first started getting rolling with the Epstein file shit. Was when the White House would, when the heat was really on, they would tweet like a picture, like a nice picture of Melania and Donald Trump. Like the few images where they actually like look like a couple for like one frame of a video. And it's like, oh yeah, you think he's a pedophile? Well, he loves his wife, who he bought from a pedophile as an adult. What if Barron is Epstein's child? I don't really believe that one.
No.
I don't. Prima nocta type theories. There are only a few, I believe in.
Who? Which ones?
Oh no, Saad Hariri and King Fahd. I like that one.
Mm-hmm.
That allegedly, I don't know why I'm saying allegedly. The Hariri family, even if they did sue me, I'm not going to Lebanon or Saudi Arabia to litigate this. But okay, so apparently, when Rafiq Hariri went to Saudi Arabia to make his fortune, King Fahd was like, okay, we'll like give you all these fucking contracts, but you have to let me fuck your wife and like knock her out. And Rafiq was like, sure, sounds fair to me. And allegedly, Saad Hariri is King Fahd's son. If you look at them side by side, it does kind of make sense. But the argument against it is that Rafiq Hariri also had kind of a weak chin, and that is like the evidence that people use. So look at
how do you spell it?
Hariri. Harriri, I think. So yeah, that's Saad Hariri. And side profile. I think he might have gotten a chin implant recently.
To look less like his dad.
Yeah, see that one. That's like more how he used to look. Like he used to be. He definitely got a chin or jaw implant.
He's jaw maxing.
Or maybe he started watching Clavicular. Now look up King Fahd.
I can't even type.
I thought Phil was just saying King Vaughn. King Vaughn is Saad Hariri's dad. He's a time traveler. They're a little bit, right? Like a little, yeah, like especially in the lower, yeah. Look up, and if you see Rafiq Hariri, I always thought that Saad looked more like Fahd than Rafiq Hariri.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, see, Saad does not really look that much like Rafiq. Rafiq had really distinctive features.
Yeah, you don't even
does not have his eyes, doesn't have his eyebrows. Rafiq had really distinctive eyes.
Rafiq Hariri also 16x's net worth as becoming prime minister of Lebanon. That's Sigmund Grimes said, dude. You know who else is doing that? Donald Trump.
Yeah.
My goat.
Well, people don't remember when Saad Hariri, when he was in office, he had a really big anti-fake cell policy. He really hated fake cells.
Yeah.
That's what got Rafiq Hariri killed, was fake cells.
Alright. I'm dying. I'm so tired. We're on 8 hours and 37 minutes.
It's a pretty big one.
It's, no more half-day Aussie up in here. I said, tomorrow we're going to be hanging out with DSA Slate and Pablo Torre as well later during the same time period where the Super Bowl is playing. Shouts out to Felix. Felix, where can people find you?
You can find me at Twitter and Instagram by your logic. You can go anywhere where podcasts are minted and pressed and made and listen to Chavo Trap House. And on Patreon, we are having our 10-year anniversary show in Los Angeles on April 3rd. I don't think it's sold out yet. It might be.
I'll be there.
Some will be there. We're going with a big casino theme. Not the concept, but the movie. And, just look out for Players Club Season 2. I am working on that one right now. Probably record the first episode soon. And I can tell you for a fact that we have a much-awaited sequel to the SVU D&D
episode. That will be recorded this month. So lots of fun things coming.
We're living through Mom Danis Day right now.
We are, yeah, no. Everything from that came true.
Yeah.
Everything.
All right, everybody. See you tomorrow. I love you all.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Felix, for coming on.
My
pleasure. Peace, everybody. See you tomorrow.
Bye-bye.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Senate leaders said Thursday they expect funding for the Department of Homeland Security to lapse at the end of next week after Republican Majority Leader John Thune rejected demands by Democrats for new restrictions on federal immigration officers. He called them unrealistic. Democrats had proposed 10 so-called guardrails against abuses by federal agents. The list includes an end to racial profiling, prohibiting agents from entering private property without a judicial warrant, requirements agents wear body cameras and unique ID numbers, access to attorneys for those detained, and an end to raids near medical centers, schools, churches, polling places, courts, and other sensitive sites. Without a deal by February 13th, Immigration and Customs Enforcement and Customs and Border Protection will no longer receive government funding, though officers will continue to work without pay since they're exempted from furloughs. Other agencies, including FEMA, the Coast Guard, and the TSA, would also be affected. On Wednesday, the two Democratic lawmakers, House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries and Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, drew fire from their party's base when they appeared to backtrack on a demand that federal agents should not cover their faces to conceal their identities. Here in New York, a dozen Columbia University students and faculty members were arrested Thursday for blocking traffic on Broadway outside campus in protest of Trump's immigration crackdown and to demand Columbia enact stronger protections for its international students. Protesters wore matching shirts emblazoned with the words "Sanctuary Campus Now."
University should be the first line of defense against fear and repression, not a testing ground for it. If a campus cannot protect its own students and scholars, what does it stand for?
In Italy, protests have continued opposing the deployment of ICE agents to join the U.S. delegation for the Winter Olympics in Milan, where hundreds of protesters gathered for the opening ceremony today.
They're murderers, and they killed a lot of people, innocent people, and they've done bad things that I don't approve of, and we don't approve of, and we don't want them here, even just for the Olympics.
In the United Kingdom, Prime Minister Keir Starmer faces a growing political storm over his decision in 2024 to appoint Peter Mandelson as U.S. ambassador, despite his connections to Jeffrey Epstein. In September, the tabloid newspaper The Sun published a trove of emails revealing Mandelson urged Epstein to fight for early release from prison after his 2008 conviction for procuring a child for prostitution, writing, "Your friends stay with you and love you," unquote. Starmer was grilled by members of the House of Commons Wednesday, where he insisted Mandelson lied during the vetting process, implying he barely knew Epstein.
Mandelson betrayed our country, our parliament, and my party. Mr. Speaker, he lied repeatedly to my team when asked about his relationship with Epstein before and during his tenure as ambassador. I regret appointing him. If I knew then what I know now, he would never have been anywhere near government.
The Prime Minister apologized to Epstein survivors. Opposition leaders in the Conservative and Liberal Democrat parties have called for a no-confidence vote for Prime Minister Starmer. Here in New York, the chair of the White Shoe law firm, Paul Weiss, has resigned after emails released by the Justice Department showed he'd been a guest at the mansion of the late sexual predator Jeffrey Epstein and exchanged friendly emails with Epstein on a number of occasions. Bryant Karp's sudden resignation Wednesday came after he spent 18 years as chairman of of Paul Weiss, which represents corporate giants including Amazon, Exxon, Mobil, and the NFL. Last March, the law firm was widely criticized after it pledged $40 million in pro bono legal services to issues President Trump has championed while eliminating DEI programs, all in response to Trump's executive order threatening to block the firm from representing clients before the federal government. Brad Karp is also a board member at New York Presbyterian and Mount Sinai hospitals. In response, the New York State Nurses Association called for his removal, writing, quote, "Can board members like this be trusted to protect health care for New Yorkers?" unquote. Some 15,000 New York City nurses have been on strike since January 12th. On Thursday, 13 members of the Nurses Association were arrested for refusing to leave the headquarters of a major hospital trade association in Manhattan. In South Africa, activists with the Global Samud Flotilla have announced plans for the largest ever direct action seeking to break Israel's siege of the Gaza Strip by bringing humanitarian aid to the Palestinian territory. Organizers said Thursday they hope to mobilize thousands of people from over 100 countries in a coordinated nonviolent response against, quote, genocide, siege, mass starvation, and the destruction of civilian life in Gaza.
We will sail with this time thousands of participants, including more than 1,000 doctors, nurses, health professionals, over 100 boats.
Mandla Mandela is a member of South Africa's parliament, an organizer with the Global Samud Flotilla, and the grandson of the late South African leader Nelson Mandela. He's planning to join the next flotilla when it sets sail in March. Last October, he was abducted at sea by Israeli forces during a previous attempt to sail into Gaza carrying urgently needed humanitarian aid.
As a collective across the globe, we can isolate apartheid Israel, collapse it and bring it to its knees, just as we did to apartheid South Africa. We therefore want to take this opportunity, comrades and friends, to call on the entire global community. Registration is now open for Mission 2026.
The United Nations has warned of a humanitarian collapse in Cuba due to Trump's oil blockade on the island. Venezuelan oil was a lifeline for Cuba, which has been devastated by decades of U.S. economic sanctions. Since the U.S. abduction of the Venezuelan president, Nicolas Maduro, Venezuela's oil exports to Cuba have run dry as the Trump administration seeks to control Venezuelan oil reserves. Fuel shortages in Cuba have prompted longer hours of blackouts, including in Havana, while the cost of food and transportation skyrockets. Despite Trump's persistent threats, Cuban President Miguel Diaz-Canel said Thursday he remains open to talks with Washington.
Cuba is willing to engage in dialogue with the United States, dialogue on any issue that needs to be discussed or debated. Under what conditions? Without pressure. Dialogue cannot take place under pressure.
This comes as Reuters reports the Mexican government's evaluating options to send fuel to Cuba to aid in the humanitarian crisis while attempting to avoid retaliatory tariffs from the Trump administration. In Sudan, the United Nations warns famine conditions are continuing to spread to more regions. Experts warn the rate of acutely malnourished children under the age of 5 has nearly doubled in Umbaru, located in Sudan's Darfur region. In another area of western Darfur, nearly a third of children are now suffering from acute malnutrition. Elsewhere, the Sudan Doctors Network reports at least 22 people were killed Thursday when RSF paramilitaries bombed the Al-Kuwait hospital in South Kordofan state. Among the reported victims of the hospital's medical director and at least 3 other healthcare workers. Nigeria's government has deployed military forces to the western state of Kwara after gunmen reportedly massacred at least 170 people in the village of Woro Tuesday. More than 20 others were killed in a separate attack in the city of Katsina in northern Nigeria as gunmen went home to home targeting civilians. No groups claim responsibility. This is a resident of the state of Kwara.
As of now, nobody can locate their relatives. Right now, I am shedding tears because I can't find my children. And my eldest son came and informed me that he couldn't find his younger ones. He told me to run away for our safety, but I declined. telling him death is everywhere.
In response to recent attacks, the U.S. Africa Command confirmed Tuesday the Trump administration had deployed a small number of military troops to Nigeria. This comes as all 166 people abducted in an attack last month on a village and churches in northern Nigeria's Kaduna state have been rescued, according to the Christian Association of Nigeria. In Pakistan, at least 31 people were killed and dozens left wounded after a powerful explosion ripped through a Shia mosque in Islamabad during Friday prayers earlier today. Videos shared on social media showed bloodied bodies surrounded by broken glass and debris on the floor of the mosque. Officials say 169 people were transferred to area hospitals. There's been no claim of responsibility, but rumors of a suicide bomber. And new data released Thursday show U.S. layoffs rose in January to their highest level since the Great Recession of 2009. According to the firm Challenger Gray and Christmas, U.S. employers announced nearly 109,000 layoffs last month, up 205% from the previous month. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman in New York with Juan Gonzalez in Chicago. Hi, Juan.
Hi, Amy, and welcome to all of our listeners and viewers across the country and around the world.
Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications to make sure you never miss a video. And for more of our audience-supported journalism, go to democracynow.org, where you can download our news app, sign up for our newsletter, subscribe to the daily podcast, and so much more. We're beginning today's show looking at new calls for the city of New York to release all files related to toxins released in the air when the World Trade Center Twin Towers collapsed in the 9/11 attack almost 25 years ago. The headline on Thursday's New York Daily News front page reads, Ground Zero Memo Shocker. City lawyers worried about toxins just after attack but stayed silent. Today's cover of the Daily News reads, Release all 9/11 docs. Well, our own Juan Gonzalez closely covered this issue for the Daily News and Democracy Now! Beginning just after the 9/11 attacks and wrote about it in his book, Fallout, The Environmental Consequences of the World Trade Center Collapse. Juan, as I read these stories and the uncovered memo, I could only think about your groundbreaking reporting from Ground Zero at the time when everyone from the president to the New Jersey governor to the mayor at the time, Giuliani, said it's safe to go back to work.
Yes, Amy, and it really saddens me that 25 years later, what I tried to warn about in the series of articles that I wrote about the dangers, the health dangers in the future for people who were living in or working at Ground Zero have proven to be true. You know, that period of time was one of the toughest in my career because there were so many people who were basically attacking my reporting. Christy Todd Whitman herself, then the EPA administrator, wrote an op-ed piece in the Daily News blasting me. Catherine Wild, who was then the head of the Partnership for New York City, the big business group of New York, accused me of engaging in Halloween pranks and the City Hall, the Giuliani administration blasted me to my editors, and even my own editors then said, look, you got to take it easy. You can't back this stuff up. And I remember telling Ed Kozner, the editor-in-chief of the Daily News at that time, I said, Ed, I don't want 20 years later that thousands of people will be dying as a result of the fact that we didn't warn them about the dangers. And sure enough, there's now more people have died as a result of illnesses contracted after the collapse of the World Trade Center than died on that day. And I just wanted to read quickly a little section that I wrote in the introduction to my book on this whole issue, which I think puts it in context. I wrote back then the early blanket assurances that, and again, this was written within weeks of the collapse of the World Trade Center, the early blanket assurances that government officials issued were a grave mistake. And their continued defense of those assurances in the face of widespread public skepticism was inexcusable. Thousands of people may end up paying for that deception through unnecessary illness or premature death in the decades to come. In their rush to return New York City and Wall Street to business as usual, those short-sighted officials unwittingly paved the way for a second wave of victims from the World Trade Center tragedy. In scrutinizing the government response to the collapse, I am not suggesting that there was some secret conspiracy to hide the facts or that anyone intentionally set out to mislead the people of New York. But I have no doubt that some officials saw what they wanted to see and irresponsibly chose to minimize or dismiss any post-collapse environmental threat. They did so for any number of reasons or combination of them, out of ignorance, in response to political pressures from superiors, or because they underestimated environmental threats from toxic releases, something that is all too common in the history of such disasters. Once ordinary citizens questioned their assurances, however, those officials closed ranks, dissembled, hid important information, and refused to listen or alter their policies. My aim here is to outline key lessons of this saga for the general public so that this kind of deception is not repeated should another catastrophe occur in the future. And now we are finding that they actually knew a lot more about the potential dangers than even I realized, because their own lawyers were telling them, look, we could be facing an onslaught of lawsuits as a result of our failure to provide people adequate information about the dangers that they faced. So it's really a sad day in terms of New York City government to realize that it's taken this long to uncover the facts.
You know, I said New Jersey governor. It was Christie Todd Whitman, who had been New Jersey governor, who, as you said, became EPA administrator and was assuring everyone everything was safe. We're going to move on, but Juan, you should have won a Pulitzer Prize for your reporting. The Daily News would go on to win a Pulitzer Prize, but your editor at the time was forced out because of what you were saying at that time. I encourage people to check out this new documentary about Democracy Now! Steal this story, please, because there's a whole section on Juan's reporting on the toxins at Ground Zero and what people faced. I'm headed to Santa Barbara today for the International Film Festival there, where Steal the Story will play tonight and tomorrow, and has just won the Social Justice Award there. Juan, congratulations on your reporting, although what you were reporting on is continuing to play out today and is truly an extremely sad story about local officials right up to the president not protecting their own citizens and residents. Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications to make sure you never miss a video. And for more of our audience-supported journalism, go to democracynow.org, where you can download our news app, sign up for our newsletter, subscribe to the daily podcast, and so much more. We're going to stay on the media right now. In what's been described a bloodbath, the Washington Post has laid off more than 300 journalists, about 30% of all its employees, dismantling its sports, local news, and international coverage, including all of the newspaper's Middle East correspondents and editors. The Post's Ukraine reporter, Lizzie Johnson, wrote on X, quote, "I was just laid off by the Washington Post in the middle of a war zone," she wrote from Ukraine. On Thursday, fired workers rallied outside the Washington Post office. This is the reporter Ben Brash, who was fired Tuesday.
These layoffs are shameful. Shame! The fourth richest person in the world, Jeff Bezos, owns the Washington Post. He could run it at a loss for the rest of time, and yet he refuses. And instead, he's spending tens of millions of dollars buying a documentary from Melania Trump to curry favor with the President of the United States. When people show you who they are, believe them. Billionaires only get rich by stealing from us.
Jeff Bezos bought the Washington Post in 2013. Last year, the paper lost over 250,000 digital subscribers after the paper announced it would not make an endorsement in the presidential race between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. Bezos' Amazon later donated $1 million to Trump's inaugural fund. We're joined right now by two guests. Karen Attiah, former global opinion editor for the Washington Post, was fired last year over social media posts made after the killing of far-right activist Charlie Kirk. Nilu Tabrizi is an investigative reporter who closely covers Iran. She was just laid off from the Washington Post yesterday. Nilu, let's start with you. What's being termed a bloodbath. 300 employees of the Washington Post, about a third of the Washington Post. You write about Iran. Talk about what happened in Iran, and talk about what happened with the Middle East coverage overall, and what's happened with all of your colleagues.
Yeah, thank you. I'm glad to be here to discuss what happened at the Post. So our entire Middle East staff was laid off. Most of the international desk was dismantled as well. And this is something that we heard was coming down in the newsroom a few weeks ago. And we also heard that when this plan was presented to Peter Finn, who's the head of the international desk and mentor to many at the Post, he said to them he would rather be laid off than deal with this horrible gutting and reconstruction, as it was, phrased. So it's been incredibly depressing. Everybody is grieving, and it's a loss for our readers. It's a loss for everyone. And the way the company is framing, that we want to focus more on national security. Well, international reporters and national security, these two desks collaborate so much with each other. And so it's a deeply grim moment. And, as a member of the Post Guild in the union at the Washington Post, we're lucky to have the Guild fight for us. But international staff, they're not members of the Guild. And even worse, there's so many local workers that we work with at the Post. We have local drivers, translators, reporters that collaborate with our bureau chiefs and with our correspondents. Those people are not protected in the same way that I am. And so it's incredibly awful. There's no words to describe the dismantling that's happening at the Post.
And Neil, I wanted to ask you, especially this whole issue of the international reporting, with so few U.S. Media companies still having even a skeleton staff of reporters reporting on affairs outside the United States. What does that turn the Washington Post into? And also, what does that say about the ability of the media in the U.S. to let people know in this country what's going on in the rest of the world?
Right. It's a complete disservice. We do this job because we want to be in service to the public. This is the main intention for so many of us. And taking the ability away to do this type of reporting, to communicate what's important, it's a disservice to our readership and to anyone who wants to engage in these issues. My last story that I did for the Post, which published on Monday, the day before I got laid off, was about the buildup that we're seeing of vessels of U.S. military equipment in the Persian Gulf. And potentially there might be some type of strike, and now the Post is not well placed to cover that, and it's incredibly heartbreaking.
Yeah, I'd like to bring Karen Attiah into the conversation as well. Karen, your response to these layoffs, and Jeff Bezos was, while they were happening, was actually in Paris at a haute couture week.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I joined the Post, and specifically the opinion section, right after Bezos bought the paper, so in about 2014. And I was, there when we were kind of riding high, basically. We had not only Bezos cash, right, but we had the permission in a lot of ways to be able to be creative in order to be able to be swashbuckling, provocative. And for most of my time, a good chunk of my time in the opinion section, I was the global opinions editor. And we had a direct mandate, basically, from Bezos saying that he wanted the Washington Post to be a global newspaper, that he wanted us to be the English-speaking newspaper that the rest of the world turned to. So that's why, I got to work recruiting writers and building up that section of global writers, including Jamal Khashoggi, who was very brutally murdered in 2018. Jeff Bezos, we thought, shared the same values that we had, particularly when it came to international coverage and for standing up for journalists who weren't able to speak freely in their areas of the world. And now to see him butchering the Post, or at the very least, partying in Paris and in Europe, while so many of my colleagues are being unceremoniously kicked out of their job at a time when America desperately needs to know what's going on in its own neighborhood and in the world. It's unconscionable, frankly.
And Karen Attiah, you were the former global opinion editor for the Washington Post. You platformed many courageous voices, including Jamal Khashoggi, who would be murdered in the embassy in Turkey, and all the intelligence reports from the agencies of the United States government pointed the finger at a dear ally of President Trump, Prince Mohammed bin Salman. Your thoughts on your ousting? It was the time of the assassination of Charlie Kirk, but what you represented at the Post?
What so much about this breaks my heart still to this day. What breaks my heart is, yes, having the ability to give writers a home in times where they couldn't. And now when they ask, well, where can we be heard? Where can our voices go? And I can't in good conscience say that they have a safe place in the Washington Post anymore. I think for me, I was illegally, I will say, fired for posting posting the facts about gun violence in this country, about race in this country.
A very practical issue there. If I lost internet connection, what would I be reading? The Mercury and Willamette Week? It's free and you can get it outside. Maybe like Street Roots, it's $1. But I'm not gonna get a subscription to the New York Times or the Washington Post or any other print. I watch Democracy Now!, PBS NewsHour, sometimes NBC Nightly News, local KGW. If you're saying, where can my voice be heard? You need to like Straight Roots, Willamette Week, the Mercury should even make a YouTube channel and have someone deliver their news that way. If you really want to be heard. I'm not saying that other people don't read printed news. I just think a ton more are watching it. And it's if you want to be heard, you have to do it this way. No one was hearing you. When it was just Google News and skimming the headlines on Google News is about as close as it gets. And that's not about which paper. It's all mixed headlines from Fox, Yahoo, NBC, Oregon Live, Art Watch, Willamette Week, HuffPost, Space, New York Times, The Guardian. They're all mixed up with no preference to any specific paper. So unless it makes like the first 3 headlines on my Google News thing, I didn't see it. But if it was in Democracy Now, and then, sometimes I only watch Hassan all day. It's like he watches Democracy Now and talks about the same stuff usually. I try to, yeah, come back to watch this on my own. But I mean, again, if the question is you want to be heard, you need to get on Democracy Now or PBS NewsHour. Or, well, I mean, specifically Hassan Piker interviewing somebody. I think he was supposed to have interviewed Zoran Mamdani today. He missed that whole part. But yeah. Or, I mean, I probably didn't hear you anyway. Honestly. And every individual represents like how many millions of people. I'm not the only one. If I lose my internet, I'll go to the library and I'll look up Google News and, watch this now that I have my headphones. You can play it with just the captions on, but it doesn't like get to my brain the same way. So yeah, I'm just talking about accessibility. It's not about how important the story was. Yeah, the shit about 9/11 is bugging me out. Cause I mean, you hear again, Hassan has he got in trouble for saying like America deserved 9/11. And I understand what he meant by that. It's like blood debts. Don't incur blood debts. These are things that happen because you did some shit. I understand it from that. And like, I'm against war. I don't want us to incur any more blood debts. But of course, no one deserves to die. And then what I see with like the billowing toxic, I see the tear gas. I mean, they did it in 2020 for 170 days. And now they're doing it again. Just on a local perspective, like no one's talking about. Yeah, it's like you'll be in the same position 20 years from now. You tried to warn people. They knew this though. Like the people that were on the ground in 2020 were reporting about how bad the tear gas was. I remember there was one journalist that was trying to get samples out of the sewers. There's a KGW episode just about Tear Gas Tuesday and how like some outside group had monitored it, and it was how many, I forget the exact number, if it's 100 or 1,000. Above, more than 2,000 times the level considered dangerous to life and health for 73 minutes. That was to me specifically the day when everything really went to shit. You had someone screaming on the street where I lived. I'll always remember it because it's my dad's birthday. just happens, coincidence, right? Um, and then, like, this went on all summer. The idea that the worst day was almost like the first day, and then they kept doing it all summer. Don't Shoot Portland had their own uh researched, what's the word I want for it? Um they filed a class action lawsuit, but they also they did their own study. Did they win? Yes. $250,000. It's nothing. $60. Used on more than 4 months. Yeah, it was 170 days of protest. Yeah, I don't yeah, who the fuck thought you would leave Portland must have been like trying to disperse the memory or something. Anyway, well, that's what I see with the big billowing clouds of cancer. Because that's what it is. It's throwing cancer at people. Yeah, not to mention people that were trapped inside somewhere also with no face mask on. Yeah, there's a deep irony there. Yeah. The people were getting gassed inside the courthouse.
And basically, fired for doing my job. But the signs are all there. The censoring of the opinion page when Bezos said that opinions that were outside of his scope of free markets and personal liberties, that was a red flashing sign that censorship and purging was going to come for the Washington Post. I tried to hold on for as long as I could and do the work that I was, paid to do for as long as I could until I couldn't. I mean, I'm still continuing to fight that termination as well. So I think, if anything, showing that we need to stand up to this purging is even more important. So I'm definitely fighting back with the assistance, and not just the assistance, but the Guild has my back. So I'm grateful for that. But this is a bigger moment. There's a reason why this is an international news story. I think the Washington Post stands for a lot more than just a media company. It stands for a lot more than even just journalism, I would say. For a lot of people around the world, they're looking at the Washington Post as a proxy and a bellwether for what's happening to America and democracy, right? And when we are not able to even be able to freely cover our own neighborhoods, be able to freely cover the world, be able to, under DC being under military occupation, basically, with the National Guard, we can't even retain a diverse set of journalists in a city that is very much immigrants, people of color. There are probably, at this point, less than maybe 30 black journalists left. I was the last black columnist left at the Washington Post, full-time staff, opinions columnist left at the Washington Post. So the brazenness with which the destruction of the line of defense of journalism against oppression is just, it's as shameless on their end as it is cruel. And DC deserves better. This entire region deserves better. Journalism deserves better than a billionaire owner who decides that, partying in Europe is more important than people's lives. The Washington Post deserves a better owner than this.
I wanted to ask Neil Tabrizi about this enormous change in direction that Bezos has gone in with the Washington Post versus how he started, then his muzzling of the editorial page, and then his fawning after Trump with the financing of the Melania film. What is your sense of the enormity of this change? It's almost like a 180-degree turn on his part from where he started.
Absolutely. I mean, I can't say it better myself. It's a complete departure from the mission of the Post, and democracy dies in darkness. Well, now it's completely dark, and what do we have left?
That's the motto of the Washington Post.
Yes, that's the motto of the Washington Post. Exactly. And it's really, it's indescribable. And I really feel for my Post colleagues who now have to show up and work in a carcass of what this incredible institution was. The Post was such a special culture. It was different from any other newsroom I've worked in, where it's deeply collaborative. Desks were not competing for each other. Everyone was there for the same mission, which was to put out the best report. And they've completely dismantled that. And again, it's a deep disservice to any of our readers, to our public. And it shows the fragility of these institutions and how important it is to protect them, because with one fell swoop, in a horrific layoff, 30-minute robotic meeting in which our publisher was not even present, we saw that our publisher, Will Lewis, was.
Yeah, my brain is like, it's not just even about the tear gas. COVID, then tear gas, then upticks of violence and suicides and overdoses, and the sabotaging of Measure 110, and then the wildfires, like fucked up dominoes. And I mean, COVID is still killing. Now it's gone back up to 1,000 people a month. More than that. It had dipped. Yeah, 300-400s. Oh, that's a week. So, in the last week, 390. It's like a plane crash or something every week. And it took 50, where is it? Like, it's like 1, 2, 3, and then 56. I think it was my sister's birthday when they announced it was like a pandemic. So 692-ish. It actually went down 100 by the next week. And you start getting into the thousands by March 15th. And most people died in 2021. Had a big spike there. So yeah, fucked up dominoes. And when you know they just 27,000 people were recorded leaving. I'm just also having to remember this. And then if you can't, like, everything is undercounted. This thing that says maybe 15 million people died. They don't even know. Just in this 1 year. So if you take into account undercounting and then, like, let's say it's connected to stress, the uptick of violence and whatever. What I'm calling the sabotaging of Measure 110 is also like a stress-related issue because medicine is a stress-related issue. Drug use is a stress-related issue. So all of that increasing stress and putting people in certain positions, and then they died. And you take all of that into account, and it's not being talked about at all. There's that.
At some Super Bowl related event. They didn't have the dignity to look us in the eye. You know, people got these mass emails. Your job is eliminated.
You were told not to come to work yesterday.
We were all told not to come to work. We had an 8:30 a.m. Zoom, which in itself is unconscionable. And then after that, employees who even had, 27 plus years of service were told they lost their job in a one-line email where our publisher, again, was not present. This, again, really shows the lack of leadership at the Post.
Well, we're going to continue to cover this story and continue to cover the corporate media and remind people Democracy Now! Is independent. Nilu Tabrizi, just laid up from the Washington Post, will stay with us as we talk about Iran next. And Karen Attiya, we thank you so much for joining us, former global opinion editor for the Washington Post. Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications to make sure you never miss a video. And for more of our audience-supported journalism, go to democracynow.org, where you can download our news app, sign up for our newsletter, subscribe to the daily podcast, and so much more. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. We turn now to Iran. After weeks of escalating tensions, U.S. and Iranian officials have begun talks over Iran's nuclear program in Muscat, Oman today. Today's negotiations to stave off another conflict are the first between the two countries since President Trump ordered airstrikes against Iran's nuclear sites during Israel's 12-day war with Iran last June. Middle East Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and Trump's son-in-law Jared Kushner are participating in the talks, which are being mediated by Oman. The White House press secretary Carolyn Leavitt told reporters Thursday that for President Trump, diplomacy is always his first option, whether dealing with allies or adversaries. But over the past month, President Trump has also openly called for regime change in Iran and described sending an armada of U.S. warships to the Persian Gulf. At the height of Iran's crackdown on popular protests in January, he threatened to attack Iran to support the protests. On Wednesday, Trump renewed his threat, speaking to NBC's Tom Yamas.
Should the supreme leader in Iran be worried right now?
I would say he should be very worried, yeah, he should be.
For more on the prospects of these negotiations and the tense situation on the ground in Iran, We continue with Nilu Tabrizi. She was the investigative reporter covering Iran for the Washington Post. They just laid her off yesterday in the mass layoff. We're also joined here in New York by Arang Keshavarzian, professor of Middle East and Islamic Studies at New York University, award-winning author of the books Bazaar and State in Iran and Making Space for the Gulf, Histories of Regionalism in the Middle East. We welcome you both to Democracy Now! We only have a few minutes at this moment, but we want to ask you about the significance of these talks of President Trump's threat to attack Iran and the possibility of diplomacy.
Thank you for having me. Yes, as you explained, this is a very strange and contradictory situation. On the one hand, there are these negotiations, first time in several months. It does seem both parties are interested. Donald Trump has repeated that he would like to have a negotiated settlement around the nuclear issue, but it comes right after 7 months of where the United States engaged in military attack against Iran, as you mentioned. But maybe more importantly, it's after yet another cycle of a brave Iranian protesters taking to the streets in late December and January that was yet again brutally repressed, with thousands killed, imprisoned, injured, and so on and so forth. So for both the Iranian state, but more importantly for Iranian people, it's very unclear what all of this portends, especially since it doesn't seem like these negotiations will go beyond the question of the nuclear program.
And Professor, I'm wondering, you're probably aware that Drop Site News is reporting that senior U.S. military officials have informed the leadership of a key U.S. ally in the Middle East that the president could authorize a U.S. attack this weekend. Wondering your assessment of this dual policy of Trump, on the one hand saying let's talk, on the other side amassing this armada again and threatening a direct attack.
Yeah, so there's echoes of obviously what happened in Venezuela these past few months. So you have this talk of negotiations, but all of these threats. But I also want to point out that we're in a moment where there's a real deep information war, where there are many interested parties, governments, and opposition groups that are trying to feed information, misinformation. It's a very confusing part. And it should be noted that for people inside Iran who are under still a internet blackout, it's very confusing. They don't know what pieces of information to believe, what not to believe. Is there a war on the horizon, or are these negotiations going to actually reach a sort of a real meaningful conclusion? But we are in a information war as well as a threat of a real kinetic war.
And Nilu Tabrizi, I wanted to ask you as well, the recent protests. Of course, the Iranian government has said that the unrest was being manipulated by Israel, and that there have been some reports of Mossad infiltrating Iran. Could you, from what you saw on the ground, was there any indication that some of these protests may have been, in one sense or another, manipulated by outside powers?
No, that is a refrain that we heard, very often. I think it goes back to, former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo coming out and telling Iranian protesters, Happy New Year, Mossad is on the streets with you. That based on the visuals that we were investigating, there's no validity to that statement. If only comments like that from Western leaders make it exceptionally more dangerous for protesters on the ground. When I spoke with people who were protesting on the streets, they said that security forces on, big speakers would say, anyone out on the street is a terrorist, and we're going to respond to you as such. That helps us understand the brutality if the state is going to label civilians out on the streets fighting for a better future as terrorists, and partially because the West is saying, hey, Mossad is there. We need to understand how dangerous that is for protesters.
I wanted to ask you, in the context of history, the Dulles brothers in 1953, John Foster Dulles and Allen Dulles, head of the CIA and Secretary of State, sending in Teddy Roosevelt's grandson and overthrowing the democratically elected leader, Mohammad Mossadegh, basically on behalf of BP. Yes. Right through to now, what it would mean, regime change, and Trump saying, well, he said he was doing it for the protesters if he was to push and actually achieve regime change. Now it's talking about the nuclear program. But we talked to so many activists and academics who are saying, although they are very much against the regime, they don't want the U.S. involved in attacking and removing that regime, that they see this as a popular movement.
This is absolutely a popular movement. I think that is really important. We need to give the agency to the Iranians who are on the streets fighting for a better future. This is absolutely a popular movement. And we can measure that based on the spread, geographically, how many people were involved, and even with the mass arrest. If more than 50,000 people have been arrested, I mean, this points to this being absolutely a grassroots movement.
How many people do you think have died?
Well, these numbers are still in flux, but one of the best documentation groups, Harana, human rights activist news agency, Harana, they said that just about 7,000 they have confirmed deaths, and there are more than 11,000 under review. They update these tolls daily.
And Professor Keshavarzian, your sense of what the peace movement and those who want to reduce conflict in the world should be doing at this time in terms of Iran?
Yeah, I want to underline what Nilu just said. I mean, I think as progressives in the United States or in the broader outside of Iran, we should be able to hold two truths at the same time. Absolutely, war, U.S. intervention is destructive, it's counterproductive, it hurts actually the most vulnerable in Iran, protesters and others, just like the sanctions have. But at the same time, we have to acknowledge and listen to the large number of Iranians from all different segments and sectors of society that not only this past few months, but for now over 10 years, have been engaging in various forms of protest, whether it's economic issues, whether it's demanding accountability and responsiveness from their rulers. They have been making this demand. And the Islamic Republic's social base has been whittled away gradually but systematically for over the past 15 years. It is vulnerable, but a U.S. intervention is going to be counterproductive to all of this.
Oran Kashivarzian, I want to thank you so much for being with us, professor of Middle Eastern and Islamic Studies at New York University. We hope to have you on soon again. And Nilu Tabrizi, investigative reporter covering Iran, just let go from the Washington Post as part of the massive layoff of more than 300 journalists, about a third of the Washington Post staff. You will both be speaking together on a panel at NYU Wednesday, February 11th. Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications to make sure you never miss a video. And for more of our audience-supported journalism, go to democracynow.org, where you can download our news app, sign up for our newsletter, subscribe to the daily podcast, and so much more. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. We end today's show with a discussion of Human Rights Watch on the Palestinian right of return. Earlier this week, the two-person Israel-Palestine team at Human Rights Watch announced they're resigning after HRW's new leadership blocked a report which called Israel's denial of Palestinian refugees the right of return a crime against humanity. The team had interviewed 53 refugees in camps across Jordan, Syria, and Lebanon for the stalled report, connecting the expulsions of Palestinians in 1948 all the way to the present moment. Omar Shakir, who headed the team for nearly a decade, and assistant researcher Milena Ansari, in separate resignation letters, suggested the decision to pull the report just before its scheduled publication came from a fear of political backlash. In an email to staff last week, Human Rights Watch's new executive director insisted the disagreement was not over the Palestinian right of return. In a statement sent to Jewish Currents and The Guardian, Human Rights Watch said, quote, "In our review process, we concluded aspects of the research and the factual basis for our legal conclusions needed to be strengthened to meet Human Rights Watch's high standards. For that reason, the publication of the report was paused pending further analysis and research," unquote. For more, we're joined by two guests. Joining us from Amman, Jordan, Omar Shakir, just resigned as the Israel-Palestine director at Human Rights Watch. And we're joined by Kenneth Roth, former executive director of Human Rights Watch. He's author of Righting Wrongs, 3 Decades on the Front Lines, Battling Abusive Governments. We welcome you both back to Democracy Now! We know you've worked together for a long time. When Ken was head of Human Rights Watch and Omar, you were head of the Israel-Palestine division. But you differ on that report right now. Omar, I'd like you to start off by saying what you were presenting in this report and why you feel HRW blocked it.
This report was assessing the Israeli government's denial of the right of return on Palestinian refugees. It was coming in the context, of course, of the mass ethnic cleansing and forced displacement of Palestinians in Gaza and the West Bank. The idea here was to connect the erasure of camps in Gaza with the emptying of camps in the West Bank, with the attacks on UNRWA and the long-standing denial of return, and to take stock at this moment where many Palestinians speak of a second Nakba, to understand the lessons of the first one, because the legal architecture of denial of return was not built in 1948. It was built in 1949 to 1952. So we wrote a report and went through the normal Human Rights Watch process. It was signed off by all the relevant departments, including the legal department. It was put on the website, back end of the website. It was translated to multiple languages. External partners were briefed. And on the eve of its release, our new executive director pulled the report. He provided nothing in writing to explain that decision, and to this date, nothing has been put in writing. And I've done dozens of reports like this, and I've never seen anything like this in the organization's history. But my engagement with senior staffers made very clear that really the overriding concern here was the concern of being seen as challenging a political preference with no basis in international law. The idea of maintaining the Jewishness of the Israeli state, one, of course, forged through ethnic cleansing and maintained through apartheid. And in this case, that concern trumped calling for the fundamental rights of Palestinians.
That is particularly strange because Human Rights Watch has a report that they put out, and in their own report that, I download yeah, they got a 2026 now. I know for 2025, because, let's compare them, I guess. If something is so fundamentally different, like they say it's a genocide, don't they? More or less. The idea that they're at odds, that's really strange. Okay, this 40. Escalated atrocities, war crimes, crimes against the acts of genocide, destroying their homes, committed genocide, 69,000 people. Breaking ceasefires. The ceasefire is a stupid word. It just means we'll take a pause and kill people later. Yeah, Jewish Voice for Peace speaks to that feeling. It's been really it's more than strange because of how much we never talked about this through any part of my education. I don't understand how that happened. We never talked. Yeah, I knew universal human rights was a thing, but you never memorized them. Never knew the connection between uh, the Nakba in 1948 and the creation of the Declaration of Human Rights. Um, it's all like that's just never taught. This unequivocally says they committed genocide in their own report. Again, like on a parallel level, the idea of pushing everybody out and then building something in their it's like a demented construction project. Um, I used to say like from Portland to Palestine. You know, something fucked up is going on. Like, the point is, yeah, what the hell did this guy put in his report that they didn't back up? This makes no sense.
To return to their home. And ultimately, after giving a decade for this organization, was not built of Palestine.
decades on the front lines battling abusive governments. We welcome you both back to Democracy Now! We know you've worked together for a long time. When Ken was head of Human Rights Watch and Omar, you were head of the Israel-Palestine division. But you differ on that report right now. Omar, I'd like you to start off by saying what you were presenting in this report and why you feel HRW blocked it.
This report was assessing the Israeli government's denial of the right of return on Palestinian refugees. It was coming in the context, of course, of the mass ethnic cleansing and forced displacement of Palestinians in Gaza and the West Bank. The idea here was to connect the erasure of camps in Gaza with the emptying of camps in the West Bank, with the attacks on UNRWA and the long-standing denial of return, and to take stock at this moment where many Palestinians speak of a second Nakba, to understand the lessons of the first one, because the legal architecture of denial of return was not built in 1948. It was built in 1949 to 1952. So we wrote a report and went through the normal Human Rights Watch process. It was signed off by all the relevant departments, including the legal department. It was put on the website, back end of the website. It was translated to multiple languages. External partners were briefed. And on the eve of its release, our new executive director pulled the report. He provided nothing in writing to explain that decision, and to this date, nothing has been put in writing. And I've done dozens of reports like this, and I've never seen anything like this in the organization's history. But my engagement with senior staffers made very clear that really the overriding concern here was a concern of being seen as challenging a political preference with no basis in international law. The idea of maintaining the Jewishness of the Israeli state, one, of course, forged through ethnic cleansing and maintained through apartheid. And in this case, that concern trumped calling for the fundamental rights of Palestinians to return to their home. And ultimately, after giving a decade for this organization, I did not feel I could continue to do so when I had lost faith in our new leadership's fidelity to the integrity of what we do best, which is to publish the facts that we document and consistently apply the law.
So, Omar, what you're saying then is that what Human Rights Watch is saying, that, quote, various staff members expressed concern with the report during the review, but that it took the arrival of the new executive director to exert leadership. What were were there concerns expressed by other staff previous to your completion of the report?
Look, any report that Human Rights Watch issues, there's going to be concerns raised by different people. But at Human Rights Watch, there's a deference to expertise. And in this case, the report spent 7 months in review. It was signed off on by the Middle East Division, by all experts in their expertise, the Women's Rights Division, the Children's Rights Division, the Refugee Rights Division, the International Justice Division, and the Legal Office, and the program office, and it was set for release. And that was over a 7-month, process. So were there concerns raised during this time? Yeah, I mean, the program reviewer, when he signed off on the report, said it's a fantastic report, the law is clear, it works well in this format. His one concern was how we can better prepare ourselves to address detractors saying that we're calling to end the Jewish state. And when it went through legal review again, they said this is the correct law. We've applied it before, including in the context of the Chagos Islands in 2023. And the report was signed off on and was slated for release, and we briefed external partners until new leadership came in. And of course, these other concerns bubbled to the surface. And the report was pulled without anything being put in writing. And I should note again that that happened in late November. For the next 6 weeks, I tried very much to engage. And they eventually later said, well, we have some concern about the legal framing. So we offered numerous ways forward that would address the stated legal concerns, including to base the finding on a different crime against humanity, which is transparently clear. And they said no, that this did not address the concern around advocacy, which had been communicated to me by the chief advocacy officer before as being about the Jewish state. And therefore, they wouldn't even allow edits to be made for the report and to be put back in review. I was told you either narrow the determination in a way that has no basis in fact or law, or the report's not coming out. So I tendered my resignation.
I want to bring Ken Roth into this conversation. Omar, your resignation comes as HRW's new executive director, Philippe Lopian, begins his tenure. Well, the former executive director of Human Rights Watch, Ken Roth, has rejected your claims of politically motivated censorship. He's been quoted in The Guardian and The New York Times and Jewish Currents. He said, quote, that you tried to fast talk through the review system at a time of leadership transition and extreme interpretation of the law that was indefensible. But Ken Roth, you've just arrived in Pakistan right now. Can you explain why you are critical of the report, you who've approved so many of Omar Shakir's reports.
Yes, Amy, good to be here. And it's odd being here because usually I'm lambasted for being too critical of Israel. But, my first principle in dealing with issues of Israel and Palestine is to be scrupulously accurate in applying the facts and the law. And to be honest, if I were still executive director, this report would never have gotten past me. I was always an integral part of the review process. I worked with Omar extensively. The apartheid report that Omar initially drafted, when it came to me, it was utterly unpublishable. And I had to go through 3 detailed edits before we put out a report that was very strong and that was unimpeachable. The Israeli government didn't know what to do with it. We strengthened the report by making sure that we accurately applied the law and the facts. And that's just not the case here. The issue here is actually not the right to return. Human Rights Watch has endorsed the right to return for 3 decades. The issue is whether you call the denial of the right to return a crime against humanity. And that's a brand new theory. There is one case on this point vaguely by the International Criminal Court in the case of the Rohingya. And it said 2 things of note. One is that they can return to their country. It didn't even specify an area. And so, it's unclear in the report. I don't think even addresses this. What is the relevant country here? Is it Palestine or Israel? But more to the point, in the case of the Rohingya, there was extreme suffering. They are not recognized as refugees. They're denied the right to formally work. They can't educate their children in the Bangladeshi system. So this is severe. And the court said in that context, you might rise to the great suffering requirement before you can call a right to return a crime against humanity. Now, can you say that here for the 6 million Palestinian refugees? Many are citizens in Jordan. They're leading ordinary lives. Some are in the United States. There's somebody in Detroit, still suffering so greatly that it's a crime against humanity not to let them return. I happen to be in Lahore, Pakistan right now. At the same time as the Nakba took place of the Palestinians in 1948, here there were 400,000 Hindus and Sikhs who were forcibly expelled. People would laugh at me if they said it was a crime against humanity that Pakistan is not letting them return now, 70 some years later. So, this is a complicated issue. So when Philippe Opinion came in, Omar did benefit from this leadership gap. When he came in and played the role that I would have played, he said, this can't go forward. You can't possibly put forward a report like this, which is just so shoddy in terms of applying the complicated sets of facts to this brand new legal theory. It's got to go back to the drawing board and be approved, which is exactly what I would have done. So, to say that this is, some big censorship thing is crazy. It would have been a non-issue if I was there because I would have still been part of the review process. When Philippe arrives and does the same thing, suddenly Omar, wants to fall on his sword and pretend that this is like some great censorship disaster. It isn't. The aim here is to put out a report that is defensible.
You're both lawyers. Omar Shakir, your response.
Look, Ken is overlooking the fact that Human Rights Watch, in the context of the Chagos Islands in 2023, set out very clearly that denial of return amounts to a crime against humanity. So if what Ken is saying is accurate, that the legal theory is unsupported and untested, Human Rights Watch should do something it's never done in its history, which is to retract that report. It's a matter of consistency for us. If in that report we laid out a legal theory, it has to be applied here. The points that Ken make are actually not the arguments that Human Rights Watch has made. They have made arguments saying, well, the factual research could be much stronger because everything that Ken laid out regarding the harm of the Rohingya in Myanmar, you have with Palestinians. Let's remember, you have generations of refugees, fathers and grandfathers that live their life as refugees, that don't have the right to work, that don't have citizenship, that face restrictions on all aspects of their everyday life. And it stems at root from the fact that the Israeli government denies them the right to return to their homeland, disconnects them, severs them, the anguish of being disconnected from your your land. And by the way, we heard these testimonies from Palestinians in Gaza who are now in Egypt who wanted to return amid a genocide to their land, to their streets, to their neighborhoods. Imagine that pain over the course of many, many generations. That anguish clearly meets the threshold of a crime against humanity. And let's remember, I mean, Ken hasn't read the report. We wouldn't even cite Ken's testimony in a report because it's all secondhand and it's not based on having seen the report directly. Here, the difference between when Ken was executive director is he would read a report, he would make comments, we would have a back and forth like we had here, and we would arrive at a good place. In this particular case, Philippe came in, he made a decision, nothing was put in writing, there was no chance to directly engage. We offered to make edits to address any concerns, including to base it on a separate crime against humanity of persecution, which is straightforward. Severe abuse of fundamental rights with a discriminatory intent. Right of return is fundamental, it's severe, it's multiple generations, and it's discriminatory. Jewish citizens of other countries can go to Israel and become citizens, and we were told nothing about the law at that point. The only argument was the advocacy concerns, and that's really the key point here. Amy, Human Rights Watch's credibility is we release our reports no matter what they are. We did it on October 7th, even though there wasn't a really good advocacy strategy because the leaders that carried out those attacks, the crimes against humanity, were being killed. We released a report on Al-Ahli Hospital in November 2023 where there was no advocacy strategy and it wasn't determinative. We released my report on the Rabaa massacre in Egypt, even though it shut our office down in Egypt, because the principal thing to do is you publish the research when it's ready. But in this case, Human Rights Watch was unwilling to do so, and it comes at its core because the right of return remains this third rail, even among progressive human rights institutions. This was the first report in Human Rights Watch's history that looks holistically at the plight of Palestinian refugees, and it's the first time that a decision like this is made to shelve a report on its eve because of concerns about pragmatism, and simply I couldn't continue when I felt these decisions were not being rooted in our normal methodology and were letting certain voices and certain political preference trump fundamental rights.
Ken Roth, I'm wondering if you could respond, but also if you could talk about what kind of pressure Human Rights Watch has been under from Israel in prior reports that you've produced.
Yeah, well, I mean, I should say that, Human Rights Watch is always under pressure for whatever we say in Israel. That's just par for the course. I mean, I have an entire chapter in my book on this. You just live with it. It doesn't really matter. Human Rights Watch, as I noted, has always endorsed the right to return. So, there's no greater, pressure on us. Now, I don't think anybody even knew this report was coming. So there was zero pressure on this report. What Omar is outlining, though, is precisely why Philippe was right to send this back to the drawing board, because, some Palestinian refugees may indeed have this great suffering required for it to be a crime against humanity, but a lot of them clearly don't. And that's, from my understanding, is not the nuance that the report introduced to suggest that all 6 million Palestinian refugees get to go back to Israel, that, that they're all suffering so severely that this is a crime against humanity if they don't. Or separately, could the crime against humanity be satisfied by going to Palestine, the West Bank or Gaza, rather than Israel? I mean, I don't know. But these are the kinds of complexities that need to be addressed rather than just rush through a 33-page report, which just is not long enough, is not detailed enough, doesn't have enough research to get into these complexities to make a compelling case. That's why I never would have allowed this report to get through the review process.
We just have 20 seconds. Omar Shakir from Amman, your final comment.
Look, I think it says something very clear that two former Human Rights Watch staffers are having a discussion about the integrity of the work and the future of the organization. Where is Philippe Lupion?
Omar Shakir, I want to thank you very much for being with us. Omar has just resigned as Israel-Palestine director at Human Rights Watch after HRW blocked a report which called Israel's denial of the right of return for Palestinians a crime against humanity. And Kenneth Roth, former executive director of Human Rights Watch. That does it for our show. On Monday, February 23rd, Democracy Now! Will be celebrating our 30th anniversary at Riverside Church with Angela Davis, Naomi Klein, Maria Ressa, Michael Stipe, Wynton Marsalis, and many others. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. We hope to see you there. Go to democracynow.org for information. Thanks for watching
So I guess the difference here is that in the official, everybody's report, they just mention that the UN adopted a declaration about a two-state solution and how it's failed. I don't see, like, that's the nuance of the argument. Everything says repeatedly that they committed genocide. The argument isn't whether they committed genocide, just if this also indicates genocide, which is kind of annoying to me. I feel like there's the way they talked about it makes it sound like it's up for debate about whether genocide happened or not. And it's not. It's just like if this qualifies also. Again, it's a parallel. But like not exactly the same thing. But a parallel of like wondering where all the protesters went from 2020. Wondering where all the Palestinians went that were pushed out of Gaza. And you'd have to like track them or something, which is its own big brother nightmare. In order to find out where the fuck they went. And if they're dead. Or enslaved or something. Saudi Arabia is apparently still, oh wait, yeah, let's double check that. There are modern forms of slavery still. I mean, so if people got pushed into Saudi Arabia, the government does not fully meet minimum standards. It's still making efforts. But, I mean, again, it's like you don't know where anybody went. January. It doesn't look like it's ending. That's good, but you get my.
This adorable AI companion puppy is quickly becoming the most popular Christmas gift of 2025. It provides.
Saudi Arabia has taken a significant step forward in its labor reform efforts. It has officially scrapped the controversial kafala system that has governed the lives of millions of migrant workers for over 50 years. The word kafala means sponsorship. It's a system used across Gulf nations to regulate foreign labor. Under the system, every migrant worker is tied to a local sponsor who wields significant control over their employment and movement. Introduced in the 1950s by the Gulf Cooperation Council countries, it was originally meant to manage the flow of foreign workers, but has triggered questions over the years. The system, which has long been criticized as a form of modern-day slavery as well, had given employers an overwhelming amount of control over their employees. And this includes the ability to confiscate travel documents, limit job mobility, and even decide if the workers could leave the country. For the first time, 13 million migrant workers in Saudi Arabia will no longer be held hostage by this system. This is particularly significant for the 2.5 million Indian workers who have suffered from this system as well. The International Labour Organization and human rights groups have long decried the system for enabling human trafficking and fostering conditions of forced labor. They say the decision to abolish this system is not just a reform, it's a victory for human dignity and an end to decades of these violations as well. The move to dismantle the system is part of Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman's Vision 2030. It's a broader set of reforms aimed at modernizing Saudi Arabia's economy and its global image. And as the country prepares for major international events, including the Asian Winter Games 2029, this shift is crucial for attracting foreign investment as well and improving Saudi Arabia's standing. However, while Saudi Arabia takes this step forward, the kafala system still continues in other Gulf countries. Millions of migrant workers continue to face similar violations, and for them, the fight is not over. Saudi Arabia's historic decision to abolish the system is seen as a glimmer of hope for a future where migrant workers are treated with the respect and the dignity that they deserve. The end of the kafala system in Saudi Arabia is not just a policy change. It is the end of an era of modern-day slavery. It's a win for human rights, also a powerful reminder that with determination and global solidarity, even such systems can be dismantled.
I'm thinking of how I want to word this. Something home. That there's like a trickery in this feeling of like, oh, now you have a right to leave. And you say that to somebody that doesn't have anywhere to go. Not that that's the exact, but it just crosses my mind. Right, like, come here, build this stuff, and then we get you to leave. Fucked up. Yeah, getting that there is a pattern. What's different, I see it in different people, not just one person. But having somebody be like a fall guy after years of corruption. They just have somebody like inherit a situation. Oh, there's at least 4 major examples in my head. I'm not sure if I should outrightly detail them. put it in a sci-fi story. You've got an institution that has like the role of a president and a board of managers. Years of shit going wrong, getting somebody they think is a dork to be the president. And then they're the fall guy for years of shit happening. It's pretty easy concept. On a more like not international scale, but I guess there's that. I mean, you don't elect who's at the UN, but I was thinking more like the US presidency, having somebody come into power just to like, hey, look over here, direct all of your feelings over here. You don't pay attention to that board of managers. You don't pay attention to the Congress. You pay attention to this, what becomes like a fall guy, whether you like him or not. That's their actual position. Yeah, when you think of the presidency, it's like Obama was a fall guy, whether Trump is too, totally different politics. But that's the purpose of the position. Even if that's not the intention of like the people voting or anything, obviously. You just can't possibly know everybody in Congress. You don't know all the people on the board of managers. And then on like a more interpersonal level, hey man, we fucked with this girl, but we're gonna have you like kind of take over this situation. And then you're gonna get blamed and be like the thing to look at. And the rest of them are gonna get away with it. And it was like set up. Or, hey man, in another way, like we fucked with this girl, but in a different context. We dropped the ball when we should have helped her. You're gonna take over this position. And then, if she ever like gets a lawyer, it's gonna be about the two of you instead of like, the years of people and things that went wrong. How many different adults, much older than the two of you, let things happen for years on end. That was a hideous laugh. But yeah, we'll just totally play this off so we can make it about something else. So we can have somebody be a fall guy. So we can, because, the idea of like, we don't like either of you. So you guys go fight. And you don't know who Congress, board of managers, the other adults ever were. Yeah, you can die laughing. Dumb bitch. Yeah, I did eat a lot today. Comparatively. What, you want me to say how grateful I am to have anything when it should have been a human right? I mean, on like that's a good metaphor. What are you allowed to take for granted? I don't know, like oxygen and breathing or blinking. And if you have to think about breathing and blinking too much, it kind of drives you crazy. They like don't think, yeah, blinking's even better. Like you just don't think about it. It's not like, someone controlling when and how you could blink. And then you have to be grateful that you can blink. Go fuck yourself. Eating, shitting, sleeping, almost like basic things. Having an orgasm doesn't even have anything to do with sex with another person. Just like, it's like eating, shitting, and sleeping, taking a shower. Yeah, without feeling spied on or something. Maybe I should have just been a lot scarier than the people that won't leave me the fuck alone. What a stupid planet. Yeah, it's like you can talk about human rights all day. Somebody just wants chaos and violence. They wanted people to fight. They don't give a shit about human rights. They suck. Wonder how long it would take me to just upload everything. Um, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December. It's like 11 more months. How does that make sense if it starts in March? No, I'm feeling like really. I think I might have a fever. Yeah, the stress is getting to me. I want to fill out more of those applications. I can't really do it on stream. And like, you can get them like sleep for a couple hours, wake up at 4 a.m. and then you can do them. Yeah, just do them before Monday so that they get them Monday morning. call places. I don't know how hopeful I should be. I think I kind of talked myself into a dream. I mean, you could just have a new apartment. And I mean, yeah, be really pissed off later about how you lost all your furniture and your stuff. And like, I mean, what was the alternative? Your sister was going to come out here and bring it all to Massachusetts. There was no sense at all that I was going to stay here with my stuff. She was going to bring it to Massachusetts. So, whatever. Oh my God. Yeah, if I could change anything, it's like there should be double doors. I don't know, because like I feel like the people you can shut a door in the hallway here, and it's like it's shutting the door in your room. Oh my God, the annoying. It's like I need to what teach you where everybody is from. You can look it up yourself. Here's the story of Portland. Here's where everybody's from. What the fuck is your deal? Again, I mean, I've said this a million times. It's almost like somebody that's like they're from Massachusetts and they don't know any reason they have to stay here. Like they have to like give a reason. And I guess universal human rights isn't good enough for them. Otherwise, you're like, that's all you had to say. Yeah, it's been like that for years. Feeling forced to write like an essay about why you have a right to be someplace, and somebody just wants to copy it because they don't know what to say. Strong legal and social basis for residency. It's my primary domicile. My financial, social, professional life is centered. Establish community ties, contribution to the local economy, intent to stay. Well, yeah, what happens if someone isolated you for 5 years? Your chosen community is not contingent upon employment or having an active social circle. I mean, technically, I guess I belong on the internet, but that's not a place. I'm trying to, do I want to make tea or something? I feel like sick. Yeah, I'm not sure that I'm getting better. Uh, yeah, I need to like sleep, and it does feel like someone's kind of going out of their way to make that difficult for me. Take where is that? I have like Benadryl. Stupid thing. Um, choice, habit, and duration. One of these already. Which one? Yeah, I can hear my own music in my head. This is a peaceful protest. Universal human rights for everything is bullshit. I could play one. saved here, don't I?
Universal
Human
rights or
everything
is
bullshit.
this is peaceful protest.
All human beings are born free and equal.
Everyone is equal regardless of race, color, sex, language, religion, politics, or where they were born. Race, class, sex, gender, age, both ways, ability, national origin, genetics do not define character.
Everyone has the right to life.
And to live in freedom and safety.
Don't fuck with people.
Everyone has the right to be free from slavery.
Everyone has the right to be free from torture.
Everyone has the right to be recognized before the law. Laws are not always lawful. Authorities don't always deserve respect. Who watches the watchers? Be true, be you, be real, be kind.
We're all equal before the law.
Laws are not always lawful. Authorities don't always deserve respect. Who watches the watchers? Be true, be you, be real, be kind. Everyone has the right to seek justice if their rights are violated. Laws are not always lawful. Authorities don't always deserve respect. Who watches the watchers? Be true, be you, be real, be kind.
Everyone has the right.
Freedom from arbitrary arrest, detention, or exile.
Everyone has the right to a fair trial.
Everyone has the right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty.
Everyone has the right to privacy and freedom from false attacks on their reputation.
Do not lie about people. This is a peaceful protest.
Universal.
Human.
Everything is bullshit.
This is peaceful protest.
Everyone has the right to freedom of movement, to be free to leave and return to their own country.
Please notice when people do not have their own country. This happened a lot.
Everyone has the right.
To seek asylum from persecution. Everyone has the right to a nationality.
Everyone has the right to marry or not marry as they choose, and to have a family of their own.
It's everyone has the right to own property. Owners should be careful not to violate the rights of people who don't own anything. Never let the only option for survival be destruction either way.
Everyone has the right.
Freedom of thought, conscience, and religion or non-religion.
Everyone has the right to freedom of opinion and expression.
Everyone has the right to freedom of peaceful assembly and association.
Peaceful protest.
Universal
Human
rights or
everything is bullshit.
This is a peaceful protest.
Everyone has the right to take part in government and to have equal access to public service.
Peaceful
protest. Everyone has the right to social security. We should all be living to once we as society can be competent enough to genuinely care for everyone their whole life.
Everyone has the right to work, to equal pay, to protection against unemployment, and the right to form and join trade unions. Everyone has the right to rest and leisure.
Peaceful protest.
Universal
Human
rights
everything
is
bullshit.
This is peaceful protest.
Everyone has the right to a decent standard of living, including food, clothing, housing, medical care, and social services.
Everyone has the right to education. Learn from everyone. It's both the kind of teacher and student their entire lives. Let knowledge flow freely. Everyone has the right to participate in and enjoy culture, art, and science. Everyone has the right to a social and international order where the rights in this declaration can be fully realized. We have a duty to other people, and we should protect their rights and freedoms. Never let someone convince you to kill another or violate their own rights for this purpose.
Nobody can take away these rights and freedoms from us.
Take chances, make mistakes, get messy.
Social orphan anarchy has real love for you.
Science, bitches.
Peaceful protest.
Universal
Human
rights.
Everything is bullshit.
This is a peaceful protest.
The other guys say that we're a bunch of faceless chefs, but that's because we're spending time in the kitchen. At Factor, we make meals the same way top restaurants do. We cook everything in-house because every detail matters, from ingredient freshness to thoughtful preparation. I joined Factor to bring nutritious, restaurant-quality meals to your door. Chefs craft the flavors you love, while dietitians ensure each dish supports your wellness goals. If you're wanting to cut calories, add some more protein to your diet, just eat delicious, nutritious meals, Factor's got you covered. Sign up for Factor today and get 50% off your first box.
When every day feels the same, one man wants more.
I need an adventure.
So Ken goes to Expedia, the one place you go to go places.
So if I book my flight now but my stay later...
Book now or add later. You still save.
Thanks, voice in the sky.
The more Ken travels, the more he saves, bundling flights, stays, and cars.
Good horsey.
He even got this rental with his rewards.
In Ken math, it was free.
Ken, in Italy, they also drive on the right.
Oh, me scusi.
Expedia, the one place you go to go places.
Universal.
Economic relativity in Candyland. We live in a global theocracy that locks everyone into different levels of poverty to make us compete as tools of predatory capitalism. Designed to always have someone worse off to keep others in line and motivate people to keep working no matter the circumstances. No matter the ongoing genocide. Just look away. Don't give a fuck. Forget. Burn out. It's not our fault. But we must resist. A permanent state of dependence. People are displaced and die in the movement toward a better day. Whether being forced to move or always hustling, exhausted and dispossessed. Biochemically controlled depression, happiness, success. Why couldn't you just let me find happiness? As long as it didn't hurt anybody else. If we complain too much or anger the comfortably privileged, the disproportionately game board. It could mean isolation, it could mean imprisonment, it could mean losing your job, it could mean losing your kids to social services, it could mean homelessness, it could mean death. We should be living in line with universal human rights. No matter what government, flag, or philosophy. High school science class, we watch The Day After Tomorrow. My prediction, amateur guess, hypothesis is that climate change is real. The capitalists seeking power, abusing the truth in science. In order to forcibly displace people. For what amounts to a theocratic real estate scam. into your house, into your life, and make it to the limits of morning and night. By pushing people through hoops they can imagine themselves as parents, training future generations.
3 days now.
We have to free ourselves to fully exist. One day it will only be their family, friends.
It'll be too late.
Gatekeeping advanced technology and resources that would have easily allowed everyone on Earth to live long, genuinely good lives.
It's just gonna get
Beyond the age of 100, life is not only for those who can afford it.
You understand me?
It's ableist, cruel, genocidal, unnecessary suffering. An organic life is full of enough heartache without deliberate cruelty. Candyland capitalism. Never expect to actually win. Unless you've been an asset to their god, their government, their military, or their money. I, for one, am happy to be bad for business. The world stops for no one, but you wish it would. How many people will be lost in the chaos? How many stories will go unheard? How many have already slipped through the cracks all over the world? It would have to happen on both sides of any conflict. But if every soldier just walked away, said no, we do not terrorize or kill each other anymore, who would be there to punish them for allowing peace? What if they deserve to be haunted? What if evil only happens again when we're not? A couple nights ago, someone was sitting under my window playing music. It wasn't heavy or blasting bass, it was kind of pretty. I don't look outside anymore, but I did this time. A small 4x4 SUV with an American flag sticker on the back windshield. A person scrolling through a phone in the driver's seat. They made an okay sign and held it up to the window. I closed the curtain and retreated back into my room. I have these kind of panic attacks sometimes, where my mind just tries to understand the situation, like a computer suddenly dumping all its files on a subject. I guess it's a way to cope. I've read the okay hand sign thing. Started as a joke on 4chan or some other dark and murky part of the internet. Over time, in just the past few years, people started using it for real, usually to indicate some reference to white supremacy. It is not a welcome thing for me to see. It used to be funny, now it's another unknown warning. Though I had a conversation with someone once who argued that people should take it back, like we take back words that are used against us, and not let it be defined by those trying to weaponize it, which I thought was a good point. But now I can never tell the difference or what people mean when they use it. And it just makes me cringe. Back in 2020, someone posted a picture of the police making a gesture out of the window of their squad car, passing protesters on the sidewalk. There are hundreds of examples of Proud Boys, whatever they're calling themselves these days, doing the same thing. It doesn't mean someone is automatically a Nazi, but you can be sure it means the worst to some people, and the ones doing it deliberately know that. Sometimes I wonder if people are trying to indicate that what they're talking about involves white supremacists or those ideologies, like a flag that says they think these people might be Nazis. Or is that just paranoia, hoping for the best, hoping they're just looking out, not just laughing in our liberal faces? And what if it doesn't just stand for white pride? What if the three fingers are for the 3%? What if they're for World War III? Could that be? And what would it mean if it was? Or is it just a bunch of people making a joke because they think it's funny to be scary? And that's the only sense of power they've ever known. People who would rather you feared them because you didn't love them. And that negative relationship is the only way to feel connected to you. In other words, I'm horrified and I don't know what to do. Just say no to World War III. Just say no to World War III. Just say no to World War whatever. Just say no to the war on agency and medication. Just say no to the war on feeling good. But just say no to the war on artist expression. Just say no to the war on outsiders. Just say no to the war on whoever's next. Just say no to the war on whoever's left. Just say no to the bizarro proxy wars we're forced into. Just say no to the war on you. It's 3:46 a.m. Sunday morning, February 2022. I'm awake again. A motorcycle goes roaring through the night as I start to write this. It's the weekend, but the sounds of chaos outside have not made any sense. They seem to happen sporadically, not just when clubs are letting out or anything. I have to play boredom real beats in my ears, or the random bursts hurt me. I still don't know why the sounds can rip through my body, or why they do when they do and don't when they don't. Fell asleep an hour or so earlier, laying in bed with chest pains, bass outside so loud it's like being repeatedly hit in the head with every boom, vibrating the inside of my body. The bass, slicing the music into parts, hurting you with only the lowest sounds on the scale, taking away the middle and higher notes, taking away the vocals broken down and breaking you with what you love the most. Has everything gotten so much worse, or is it just because I've been trapped in this box, this sanctuary? I can never seem to concentrate on any one thing for very long. There have been reports of 6 shootings in 9 hours between Thursday night and Friday morning. Then 6 people shot at a protest Saturday night one day. Was I naive to not be afraid like this in all the time I've lived anxiety, but it wasn't over the thought of being shot. I was never scared of going to a protest before 2020. Before the pandemic, I was scared of dying outside, sick and alone. But now the world feels like a place that actively doesn't care about people. While all the time before, it's like the carelessness was just a mistake. And if you pointed it out, it would change. It was supposed to change. Now the cruelty seems so deliberate. I keep thinking all the most powerful people must have access to the best ideas and the most resources to get things done. More than I could even imagine on my own from my position in life. They must just not want to do that. I don't want to give up. I know failure is just when you stop trying. Take a break if you need to, but never stop trying. I don't know what to do. The city keeps kicking around the idea of shoving unhoused people into camps. At least there seems to be plenty of responses denouncing that 3,000 challenge. My own eviction is ever looming. The threat has been hanging over my head for years now. Not only losing my home, my resources, art supplies, a kitchen, a bathroom, electricity, shelter for me and my cat. I haven't had everything I need for a long time now. At least I've had that. But my life to COVID or violence or some other cruelty, it could happen in September, it could happen next week. There could be extensions and more help. Or there could be nothing but more chaos, and so many people could get lost in the mix of some kind of war and COVID and who knows what else. Would anyone even notice if they didn't know you? How could we have known each other just enough to know if we had suddenly disappeared, to know each other enough to care? When I say I'm afraid, it isn't the image of someone shaking in a corner. It's a faraway stare, mouth slightly open in total disappointment and disbelief. It's watching videos online, petting my cat, doing research, making up sci-fi stories, eating as much as I can, and sleeping with the thought in the back of my mind that this could always be the end. Trying to ignore or drown out the sounds outside that seem to tell me they hate me in one way or another, or convince me the world out there is full of monsters now, and not the complicated kind, but the merciless, senselessly vicious kind who will destroy you and everything good and never care kind. And there's no escape, I hate this. Posted by LLG, Sunday, February 2022. 5:42 a.m. September 2020. Went outside for the first time in 100 days. The moon and Mars met in the night, and now the air is campfire smoke. Wind blustering, bewitched, sky tinged pink. Above the red neon sign for the mission across the street. 2020, what the hell are you doing? Pandemic shutdown. Eerie quiet punctured by roars of sound that have ripped out my ear canals and sent shockwaves through my system. People screaming horrible things. Go home, stay home. And I hope you die. Fear of getting sick. Fear of deliberately being made sick. Fear of tracers, protest infiltrators, police brutality, snatch and grab, kidnappings, garbage cans being set on fire, false flags, severe injuries from munitions, dangers of CS gas, dangers of expired CS gas. No one knows the long-term damage because it hasn't happened on this scale yet. 2020, what the hell are you doing? Protesters are arrested and let go without charges, but their mugshots are posted online for people to find who might want to hurt them. Prisoners inside the justice buildings inadvertently gassed too. Every night is another war crime or a civil rights violation recorded in plain sight. But it's as if it's all too much for anyone, even the ACLU, to do anything about, at least not very quickly. 2020, what the hell are you doing? Pick someone out of the crowd, tackle them, pepper spray them in face while being held on the ground, punching them in the head. They tell press to disperse when they have a right to stay, declaring riots within minutes, which allows them to use munitions. It's as if they're trying to get people to want to defund them, or they're retaliating with impunity. I don't know what's more frightening, news media and politicians painting protesters in a negative light, stirring Proud Boys to counter-protest, making you question just who runs this town, or if the philosophy of progress made Portland a target. 2020, what the hell are you doing? Oh, over 100 days, the people march until midnight, when the crowds thin and cops start bull rushing remaining protesters to try to get away, throwing back canisters thrown at them. Feels like there's no one to really call for help, desperately whispering the question, who polices the police? But no one answers me because I'm sitting here all alone by myself, reading updates from Twitter and hearing booms go off in the distance since June, or a few times right on my street around 3 a.m. despite the clubs being shut down. I've given up trying to sleep at night. Feels like there's no one to really call for help, desperately whispering a question, who rises smoke? 2020, what the hell are you doing? Over 100 days, the people march until midnight, when the crowds thin and cops start bull rushing remaining protesters who try to get away, throwing back canisters thrown at them. Feels like there's no one to really call for help, desperately whispering the question, who polices the police? But no one answers me psychologically tortured, textbook definition, and then into the neighborhoods. Portland had its deadliest month in 30 years. 150 rounds fired near where I used to live. 2020, what are you doing? Forest fires break out, air quality hazardous. People have been calling this a smoke break from the protest. If it isn't the end of days, it sure looks like it. They say being out in the air is like smoking 15 cigarettes. I don't want to die, but good God, I want a cigarette. I know that isn't logical, but come the fuck on. I'm stressed every day, closer to a possible eviction. I filled out some paperwork, but I don't know if I'm gonna get any help. Another check for less than a few years' existence isn't gonna cover it, and I can't believe our government would let people hang in the balance this long. Why not implement something earlier so people weren't scared all summer, unless that's what you wanted? 2020, 2020, 2020, 2020. When you calculate every danger, it starts to feel like a holocaust. Social murder, stacking variables, stacking threats, pushing us into cognitive dissonance. Can't breathe outside the system, can't breathe inside the system. Don't hold your breath that this world will get better without everyone's help, without everyone getting better, or that this is ever the end of it. 2020. 2020, 2020, 2020, 2020. What the hell are you doing? Mold on the ceiling in February, unemployment in March, April evaporated. Stranger can't remember it. Who knows who died by May? Welcome to the curriculum. No one knows who you are, and you will have to tell them again every day. June, the screaming started. Clearly not part of the protest. Learning what a psychop is. A concert that vibrated my room for hours left my ear canal stripped and bare like two popsicle sticks covered in wax dipped to the drum. I was scared, but not as badly as I would be when the booms came to the street. Only the military would have that kind of weaponized machinery, sonic blasts and sound effects. Thanks for the PTSD, but I had some already. I watched through the broken computer screen every single night for something like 170 days in solidarity with a community I never got to meet, in solidarity with people who seem to be missing, in solidarity with people I refuse to forget. 27,000 people left since 2020. Where have all the protesters gone? You know, most people died of COVID in 2021, but there was still almost 1,000 people just last month. Welcome to the curriculum. No one knows who you are, and you will have to tell them again every day. And the circus spins everything into news stories, so important especially not when they don't even know that they're in one. Welcome to the curriculum. No one knows who you are, and you will have to tell them again every day, just for them to deliberately forget.
So human rights for everything is bullshit.